Fae of the South. Court of Crown and Compass Book 3. By E. Hall. Copyright 2020 E. Hall. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Lea. Cameras flash, and the roar of the crowd fades as Lucas slips his arm around my shoulders. I tingle at the press of his palm against my back. Still sweaty from the basketball game, heat pours off of him. From nearby, my friends cheer me on, winking, smiling, and wearing expressions that say, "See, told you so." Teammates knock him on the shoulder, offering congratulations for winning the game and a date to senior prom. Lucas bites his lip in that irresistible way and leans into my ear. "Someone else already asked me." "I'm sorry, Lee." Sandra Perkins, aka Miss Popularity, wearing a high ponytail and a tight version of our team's basketball jersey, marches over. "Sorry, weirdo." I asked Lucas first. "He's mine." Her smile is less sympathetic friend and more mean girl. My smile falls. My stomach swoops. The last few minutes when I gummed up the courage to walk onto the court with my sign that says "Let's have a ball at prom," with a giant basketball painted on it, and asked him to be my date, swarms me with the sting of embarrassment. The silly poster that all of my friends insisted I make, goading me on, assuring me that he'd say yes, feels like it'll slip from my fingers and I'll go with it. Splat. Right onto the court. I'm not the kind of girl to put myself on the line. But I've been sidelined. I'm also not the kind of girl who wishes to disappear. I do now. I'm not the kind of girl who does things like ask a boy to prom. This rejection proves that. I'm not the kind of girl who takes risks when emotions are involved. Never again. Right then, sadness over the good girl I'm trying to be, and fury over the reject that I am, rises up inside and go to war. As Lucas's mom pumps the air and takes photos of us, the good girl inside tells me to smile. The warmth of a blush colors my cheeks. The bad girl inside urges me to scowl. What are the odds that the boy I've been flirting with for months in the 3 classes we share had said yes to someone between final period and now? Less than 3 hours have elapsed. He'd been dateless. We talked about what we'd do before and after prom, where we'd go to eat dinner. We even invented our own prom theme based on our favorite show during lunch. We pretend to do homework during study period, when really we just pass notes back and forth. We'd seek each other out at school. We'd laughed. He'd nudged me with his arm. He'd played with the edge of my notebook, and our fingers brushed. They'd remained there. Had he led me on? Did he flirt like that with all of the girls? If a popular guy had asked me to the prom before solidifying plans with Lucas, what would I have said? Confusion meets the sadness and anger, tearing me up inside. I look everywhere but at Lucas, as though the post-game chaos will provide answers. I'd just recently split with my bad girl ways. I revamped my reputation. I'd brought my grades up, attended classes, and started hanging out with my girlfriends more. Torren doesn't count because we've just always vibed. I wish he was here now. He's practically family. I'd finally come out of a dark period and now here I am, being thrust back there. My friends rush over, singing their congratulations. The sound is muted, my vision dull. Yet, there is no mistaking the look Lucas gives me. Pity. He cranes his head, leaning in again, as though to offer another apology. No. No way. This is why I hate high school. It's all fake, the friends, the drama, the pomp. All of it. Why did I bother to try? Sandra links her arm through his, and then pulls away because he's sweaty. Realization dawns on my friends' faces. Of course, they didn't hear the whispered rejection. I shove past them to the door of the gymnasium, and outside. The nighttime air is Brooklyn electric, an energy all its own. I won't be having a pity party. No, I'm out of here. First, I stop at the forge where Torren apprentices as a blacksmith. It's in a warehouse on Franklin and Kent. After I close the corrugated steel door, I hear the clink, clink of metal striking metal. As I pass shelves piled with materials, the air gets warmer and already fills me with the comfort only Torren can bring. Huxley, the master blacksmith, doesn't look up when I linger in the doorway. Torren isn't by the fire or the work table. The hammer doesn't go quiet in Huxley's hand when he says, "Torren is at work." That's all I need to know. The rules I promised to follow get thrown out the window when I meet Torren at the garage 6 blocks away. The owner is a member of the Brooklyn Vampire Club. It's an underground society, yes, consisting of vampires. No, I'm not one. Neither is Torren. They just hooked him up with the cushy parking attendant job, babysitting fancy cars. My uncle is the president of the club and vowed if any of them tried to turn me, he'd do worse than destroy them. Pays to know people in high places. The Brooklyn Vamp Club mostly does good. They help old ladies cross the street, keep threats off those same streets, and live fast, die never. Torren doesn't ask questions when I march up, wearing a sneer and staring daggers. He dangles a set of keys in the air, knowing exactly why I'm here. I get behind the wheel and we go. I put distance between myself and the gymnasium, along with the stupid failed attempt at being a normal girl. I should have known better. There's nothing normal about me or my life. Glancing at the Lamborghini speedometer in the dashboard's muted glow, I remember the day, sophomore year, when I wanted nothing more than to drive away from this life. After the registry of motor vehicles failed my road test, it didn't look like I was going anywhere anyway. They argued that I drove too fast, recklessly even. Story of my life. Fortunately, Torren remedied my problem with private lessons in cars belonging to wealthy people who don't know about our joyrides. He's the boy next door and probably the last remaining good boy on earth. However, due to my influence, he takes no issue with enabling my penchant for driving fast, or stopping me from running away a few years ago. The upholstery in the charcoal Lamborghini smells of new money. It isn't that Ivan, my uncle, doesn't have luxury cars of his own. Rather, for me, it's the thrill of doing something bad and getting away with it. As I've just learned, when I try to do good things, I fail. "You're quiet," Torren says. For once, I let speed do the talking, shifting through the streets of Brooklyn, hitting the green traffic lights strung up like Christmas bulbs. I bring the car up to 60, then 70, and take a corner at 85, and we spin. Hoo-hoo! Torren whoops with his arm out the window. By a ramen restaurant, we rocket past 2 girls and 2 guys who holler after us to slow down. Never. The engine purrs and the wind tangles my long dark hair into a web. I throttle the car toward an abandoned area by the bridge, snaking around crater-sized potholes, not because I want to avoid them, but because I want to see what I can make the car do. It handles like a hot knife as I drop my right foot heavily. I turn the wheel sharply to the left and we spin again, sending a rooster tail of dirt and rocks into the air as I brake. The song playing from the stereo makes me think about all of the things I've done wrong and replaces the roar in my ears while I drove away from reality. Yellow light pours from the street lamp, illuminating fresh graffiti slicing through the concrete, a cleft as sure as the one driven between who I tried to be and who I am. It's also a reminder of a night I'd rather forget. I shiver as though suddenly frozen here, stuck in neutral, staring in a detached kind of way at my surroundings. My mind can sometimes disconnect, but my body doesn't forget the attempted attack and how I defended myself. "Lee, we better head back," Torren says over the music as though recognizing that my thoughts went to a dark place. He's always the voice of reason. I don't want him to get in trouble or lose his job. Nonetheless, I turn up the volume on the stereo, release the clutch, and speed past wooden pallets, rusty machines, and toward the waterfront. The steady vibration of guitars and bass, rubber on the road, and the possibility that it could all end in one final breath, at any moment, at a purposeful jerk of the wheel, or a vampire's bite to the neck, fuels me. Life on the edge. The moonlight reflects off the choppy water like ebony white jewels. I make a decision. I'm leaving. Now and later. Sirens wail in the distance. Time to get out of here. The windows are down, and for a moment I dream that it's a sunny day. Torren and I are on the open road, traveling somewhere in the south. A scream from nearby shatters that reality. I hadn't yet locked away the memories of the night I was attacked. Without thinking, I get out of the car. I can't run away from someone's plea for help. Boiling tar, rotten eggs, and decay waft through the air. This part of the city hasn't yet seen gentrification, and there's everything from trash to construction materials under tarps, in bins and bags. The scream comes again, closer now. I spot 4 silhouettes beneath an underpass. One has bowed shoulders. The others tower over her. Crackling energy lights up my veins. Because of my uncle's position as the president of a covert vampire empire and the many risks it involves, I learned to fight young, if only to defend myself. From experience, sometimes when vulnerable, instinct goes out the window. Other times, it flies through windows, doors, and faces. My fists tighten by my sides. The stink intensifies. I resist gagging. The 3 guys corner the girl, backing her against a chain-link fence. "Hey, leave her alone," I shout. They all spin to face me. One laughs dryly. Another smirks. The third has yellow eyes. The hairs on the back of my neck lift. I said, "Let her go." One steps closer. The other 2 remain beside the girl. He opens his mouth and the foul stench causes me to stagger back. A slender hand grips my arm and I tug it away. Then he launches himself at me and clutches my neck. This time I do gag, but lash at his eyes with my fingers, using my remaining breath to scream. Over his shoulder, the other 2 leer. The girl's eyes, a vibrant shade of lavender, fill with tears. Just then, headlights beam toward us, blinding the other 2 and providing a distraction. I knee the guy in the stomach and he lets go. "Run," I tell the girl. "Run." I don't move fast enough and the other 2 pounce on me, knocking me to the ground. The ding-ding of a car with keys left in the ignition pierces my awareness. Torren lands a few punches to the attackers as I buck to my feet. Then they have him pinned. "Trunk," he yells. "Front trunk." Confused, I open the trunk of the car. A shining sword lies there like a treasure inside a chest. Chapter 2. Torren. I can't blame my best friend for wanting to help someone in a tight spot, but right now I'm the one in need of help. I'd never endorse violence or car theft or most of the things Lea does with her spare time. But I'm also not one to judge. I haven't been through her trials, never walked in her shoes. I'm here to keep her safe. And I'm doing a terrible job of that right now. However, my father was a 9th-degree red belt open-weight champion practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He went on to open academies all over the world. He taught legions of people, including my brothers and me. I've learned sometimes being able to fight back isn't enough. However, right now isn't one of those times. I made a promise to myself to never, ever let anything happen to Lea again. I'll protect her from the world's monsters no matter what. I pop to my feet, clinch the guy nearest me in an arm lock, and then drive my knee into his gut. For one strange moment, he seems less muscle and bone and more like flubber, goo, something not quite solid. I land a solid punch across his nose. I blink a few times because the light pooling from overhead is dim, but he seems to flicker. I glance at Lea, who shoves another one of the guys off her. The girl is long gone. Good thing too. Lea socks the guy in the groin. Instead of wincing and howling in pain as I'd expect, he too flickers. Then all at once shrinks into a brownish-gray creature with leathery skin, horns along the jaw, and eyes the color of phlegm. "Demons?" I ask aghast. "Aye, Captain Obvious," Lea says. But they were human a moment ago. My knowledge of the world and reality as I witnessed it just collided and then exploded. Boom. I didn't know they could change from a regular demon to human-looking though, Lea mutters as she dodges one with pale green flesh and milky eyes. I grew up knowing about the existence of demons and the work the police do, along with vigilantes like Ivan and the Brooklyn Vampire Club to rid them from our world, but I've never seen one in real life. Neither has Lea, to my knowledge. The other two guys morph into demons and launch themselves at her. She rolls and pops up by the trunk of the car where I'd stashed the sword earlier. Once a Boy Scout, always a Boy Scout. Is this your version of a Swiss Army knife? She asks. Trust me, it was unintentional. Someone was supposed to pick the sword up at the garage tonight. Huxley was weird about it. Didn't want it at the forge or something. With both hands, I grapple with the demon and thrust my elbow into its side. There's an unsatisfying crunch and then a weird give. This whole thing is making me feel slightly ill. At least there's no blood, that I couldn't deal with. Just goo, ooze and slime. Gross. I'm not authorized to do this, but it's been a tough night, and I'm not going to let these nasty creatures roam free. With that, Lea lifts the sword. The sharp edge gleams in the light like a strand of silver thread. I was surprised when Huxley let me forge the entire sword myself. He said I was ready. After I lost my parents, hammering away on hot metal and subsequently hammering away my thoughts became more than a new hobby. In a swift motion, Lea swipes at demon number 1. It hisses but doesn't move away from the blade fast enough. Good riddance. She spins and then angles the sword at 90 degrees and rids the world of demon number 2. A spray of black tar hits the car, which I probably need to get back to the garage. I hope I still have a job. Demon number 3 is a bit Villiers and teases her toward the shadows. I take the opportunity to get behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, rev the engine, and drive directly at the demon. It jumps onto the hood of the car, blocking my view, so I swerve, narrowly hitting a pallet topped with construction materials. I push on the gas as it clings to the hood. Before I hit a cement pylon, I stop short. Adrenaline surges. The demon slams into the structure and then hits the ground. Its gaze is fuzzy and a rash of red bumps and bits of gravel cover its skin. Lea rushes over with the sword aloft then slays demon number 3. Like the others, it evaporates into the air with a hiss. We both stand silently in front of the Lamborghini, catching our breath. The headlights shine from behind us, casting our shadows onto the start of a construction project. I let out a long exhale and turn to Lea. You were good with that sword. I named it Fire Eater, but don't share this dorky info. I took a cue from your axe-throwing habit. That's Huxley's doing. Anytime I mess up, I have to throw axes until I hit the target a number equal to the cost of my screw-up. It's not as cool as it sounds. I've been practicing throwing knives, juggling them even. Lea's lips quirk. I'm not sure if she's joking. The thing about Lea is it's probably true. Aren't we a violent pair? I mutter. The word pair does something to me. It makes me want to close the space between us. Hold her. Hug her. Chase away the demons in her mind that she can't seem to shake. I'd argue that we're compassionate. 3 fewer demons in Brooklyn. Hope the girl got home okay. Did you notice her eyes? They looked lavender, I say. Lea doesn't reply. She still has the sword in hand and then lets out a nervous laugh. With the tip of the blade, she writes Lika was here in the sandy gravel. Sometimes I worry about her. Maybe we should invest our time in more wholesome activities. Want to go ice skating this weekend? I ask. She snorts. You used to love it. Used to. She turns away from me. I didn't know demons could appear to look like humans. It's getting worse. I should talk to Ivan. I should get the car back. But about those wholesome activities, I take it the promposal didn't go well. I could take up baking. Pie was always your favorite, Lea says instead of answering. The cream-filled kind are also good for smooshing into people's faces. I take this to mean that's what she'd like to do to Lucas. He wasn't good enough for her, anyway. Hungry? I ask. She has a scratch on her cheek, and I wipe it with the edge of my shirt. The sight of blood makes me ill, but I hate to see her wounded. She lifts her hand to the spot and our fingers brush, sending a jolt through me. She dips her head and gets in the car. I'll be spending the rest of my life trying to clean this thing, if I still have a job, so since the damage is done, I pull a cool guy move out of the movies and slide across the hood. I nearly trip when I land, but recover with a smile and a salute as I get in the passenger seat. Good work, soldier. She laughs and peels back toward the street. Instead of taking the turn to the garage, she gets on the parkway toward Long Island. Are you running away? I ask. Is that an option? Lea replies while changing lanes. Use your blinker, I remind her. She zooms around another car without using her blinker. I could see the two of us way out there in Montauk, in a little cottage, throwing sharp objects. I say with a laugh because when we were kids my parents would take us to the beach every weekend. The most trouble we'd get in was not wiping the sand from our feet before we got back on the bus. I don't think there are any little cottages left in Montauk. I don't want to take her reply as a subtle rejection, just a fact. Passing traffic casts Lea in light shadow. I wanted to pause long enough to see the fullness of her face, for her to smile in that way that lights up her eyes, and to notice that I'm the one looking and not Lucas. Not Montauk. Somewhere else, anywhere. Spin the globe. Close your eyes. See where your finger lands. I silently command that she not close her eyes while driving for this symbolic activity. I've always wondered where my parents were from. Other than that, I'll get back to you. She closes the door on that convo. For the record, Lucas's name rhymes with mucus. Don't get me wrong, it's a good name. I have a cousin named Lucas. But Lucas from school is like a wad of spit. I agree. Whatever. Again, she closes further discussion on the topic. I push on the imaginary brake pedal on the passenger side when she comes up behind a delivery truck. If you'd asked me to prom, I would have said yes. Oh, my sword. Did I just say that aloud? My cheeks heat. Thankfully, she's focused on the road. Lea answers by driving 10 miles over the speed limit. This isn't our car, I say. If we get pulled over, we could get arrested. It's not stealing if you have the keys. In a flash of a street lamp, I catch her sly smile. You have your license with you, right? She doesn't answer. That's a problem. Not unless you make it one. She exits the parkway somewhere on the north shore of Long Island. A canopy of trees, boughs dipping low, open to a broad road. Lea is quiet while the engine does the talking for us. She veers across the double yellow lines to pass a caravan of dirty sedans, a minivan, and a work truck. The Lamborghini handles like a bolt of liquid lightning as she blasts past numerous shopping plazas. My knuckles turn white as I grip the seat. I want to fill the space with conversation, ask questions, hear answers, and unravel the knots and webs Lea uses to protect herself. If I could reveal the truth about how I feel and she wouldn't push me out the door at 60 miles per hour, I would. As I think about how we just slayed 3 demons, my stomach churns, staging a riot of ache and nausea. Abruptly, Lea slams the car onto the rough shoulder of the road. What's the matter with me? Her voice is a husky whisper. I shake my head, confused. Nothing. She stops me from saying what she's not ready to hear or doesn't want to hear. It's almost like she wants to think something is wrong with her. Tears glisten in the corners of her eyes. I get out of the car and open the driver's side door. Taking Lee's hand, I draw her to her feet. I pull her close, wrapping her in a hug, anchoring her, offering a promise with my proximity. I will always be here for you. The world might hurt you, but I never will. Her citrus spice scent threatens to knock me over. Right now I'm her best friend. Not the boy who's had a crush on her since Jump Street. She sags a little in my arms. I'm tired of being strong. For just one moment, I want to. I squeeze tighter, enveloping her, drawing the tension from her muscles. And for just one moment, it works. Her shoulders relax and she leans into me, letting me support her. I wasn't there sophomore year when she was attacked. Fortunately, she walked away unharmed but shaken up as though what happened had been her fault. It wasn't. Lea pulls away. There's no sense in lingering long enough to let myself think this could be anything more between us. I lead Lea to the passenger side, get back on the road, and drive until I spot a diner. Inside, we settle into a worn vinyl booth. An abandoned newspaper sits folded by the salt and pepper shakers. The image of the edge of a burning building catches my attention, no doubt more bad news related to the misfits called the X-Crew. A fuzzy-haired waitress who looks like she's been here since the place opened asks to take our order. I don't even need to look at a menu. My order is always the same in places like this. Tea and a slice of lemon meringue pie, please. Coffee, Lea says. Also, a piece of whatever pie you have that's chocolate, please, I add for Lea. Chocolate is her favorite. Do you mean the one with the Oreo cookie crust? The server asks. The corner of Lea's lip turns up. She loves Oreos. I wink. Slaying demons builds up an appetite, you know. If those demons were human-looking, even Shirley there with the poof of white hair could be one. I need you to have your energy. Lea lifts an eyebrow and almost smiles. If that were the case, we'd get a pie in the face and probably worse. I just don't understand why. What do the demons want? Why all the violence and destruction? I ask. Lea's eyes flash like she knows more than she lets on. Not surprising, since her uncle is in the business of keeping demons and bloodthirsty vampires off the streets. The pie arrives and I watch Lea take a big bite. My eyes are hungry for her. I dismiss the notion and dig into my slice of meringue, piled so high it's twice as big as the layer of lemon. This is so good, she says around a mouthful. Always got your back. I came here a few times with my parents. I blink away the memory. No sense in looking back. I miss them, Lea says. They were like family to me too. This reminds me that Lea is off limits. We're squarely in the friend zone, and I'm grateful to at least have that. Right about now, your dad would be passing your mom a coin to put in the jukebox. She fusses with the buttons on the old music player at our table. It clicks and a song begins. Someone must not have used their credits because a Beatles song comes on, but not just any Beatles song. My parents' song. She Loves You. To my surprise, Lea gets to her feet and holds out her hand. Come on for them. At the back of the diner, we dance like we've been doing since we were kids, best friends. Take that, Lucas. There's a moment during the chorus when a piece of Lea's long dark hair catches in her mouth. I gently pull it away. Our eyes meet. My racing heart thumps in my ears. I suddenly feel confident that Lea likes the idea of us, but it scares her. Me too, if I'm honest. When the song ends, we return to our seats, and awkward silence laces between us. A news report flashes on the television in the front of the diner. The rest of the patrons go quiet. Breaking report. A fire, another in a wave of mass destruction happening throughout the city, rages out of control in Queens. Is it the work of the infamous and mysterious X-Crew plaguing our streets? The newscaster asks. By the enormous black letter X painted across the top of the building, I would say so. Police report to follow. They're hitting each of the boroughs, Lea says. If so, that means Brooklyn is next. I shiver. She lets out a long sigh. I don't understand why, she echoes my earlier question. But I wonder if Ivan knows who. She fiddles with her fork. He's been strange lately. Distant. I imagine he has a lot on his mind. Doesn't seem to keep him from his usual dating life, though. She snorts. The guy has a different girlfriend every week. We should get back, I say, tossing some money on the table. Thanks for the pie. I get another almost smile from her. Since my parents died, Lee hasn't said thank you for anything, and it fills me with hope despite the crazy world we live in. Chapter 3. Lea. I park in the underground garage, as if tucking the Lamborghini into bed. I linger in the driver's seat, sliding my hands over the smooth steering wheel. I moor myself to the tangible over what I cannot begin to understand or explain. Demons who looked like humans. Torren rubs a chamois over the interior and pulls the key out of the ignition. He replaces it on the pegboard along with dozens of others, including Audis, Jaguars, and BMWs. I'll have to wash and polish the thing. Want help? I ask. Nah. You should get home, you've had a long day. I know he refers to the thing with Lucas. I don't dare look at my phone. I'm sure there are posts capturing my humiliation. It wasn't lost on me that Torren said he'd have said yes. Of course he would, we're best friends. That's what we do for each other. Like in a movie, if we're still single when we're 50, we'll just get married because why not? He puts on the parking security attendant jacket and we bump fists. His biceps and forearms flex. I hadn't noticed how strong he's gotten from working at the forge. Where there were once noodle-like boy arms, now there are man muscles. I certainly felt them when he hugged me. Somehow he always knows what I need. Next Wednesday I heard we're getting a new Stingray, Torren says, referring to one of my favorite cars. As I walk into the night, I leave him with a smile, unable to tell him I won't be returning. Not to school for sure. It's time to leave Brooklyn. No one will miss me. Especially not Lucas. Maybe Torren, but he doesn't count. When I get home to the penthouse I share with Ivan, my uncle, I breeze into my room. I don't leave for the entire weekend. I guess he doesn't notice, why would he? It was only this past autumn that I returned to the land of the living. If you could call having a vampire for an uncle living. Despite my long dark hair, tawny skin, and deep dark eyes, I've always been different. There are things in the past that I force myself to forget. Things more recently that are harder to block from my memory. Unfortunately, events at the end of my sophomore year made my attendance spotty until my uncle decided I ought to graduate. It's not happening now. On Monday, I don't go to school. I don't pick up my phone. I don't do anything other than plan my departure. I'll probably get fired from my job at the bookstore. Then again, my favorite coworker, Anna, put in her resignation a couple of weeks ago. After exactly 90 texts from friends spilling tea about Lucas rejecting me, turns out Sandra ambushed him outside the locker room before the game, 31 voicemails, including several reporting me truant, and an email reminder that there are only 15 days until I'm supposed to collect my diploma. Ivan enters my room without knocking. I ignore the click of heels echoing from the living room, probably one of the many women who fawn over Ivan. He's tall, dark, dangerous, and handsome. Devastatingly handsome, hence the many dates. When I was a little girl, I thought I had a lot of aunties. When Torren and I were old enough to become aware of what was going on, we guessed that maybe he was involved in something sketchy. Nope. Not unless you count vanquishing demons a bad thing. Ivan's expression is grim. No surprise. He wants to talk. No thank you. To his credit, he doesn't bite any of the women he goes out with. Ivan and the Brooklyn Vampire Club are humane vampires. They adhere to a strict code of only drinking human blood that's been voluntarily donated. In other words, he has his own version of a blood dispensary. He also rehabs bloodsuckers, vampires who feed on humans, and helps them end the cycle of violence. Usually, they end up joining him to keep the streets clean and safe. Though there's no shortage of bloodshed, since there are rival, brutal vampire gangs who do feed directly on humans, along with regular non-vampire gangs that are territorial. If only they knew how Ivan protected them, they'd be grateful. We have to talk, Ivan says, moving a pile of books from a chair in my room and sitting down. He rests his elbows on his knees. You want to know what happened? I ask. He shrugs. We've never been the mushy, emotional kind of family who talks about our feelings. It doesn't matter, anyway. I thought Lucas liked me. He didn't. I'm sure the video of my promposal and subsequent rejection even reached his social media feed. As part of his job, he keeps his finger on the pulse of what's happening locally. Ivan claps his hands lightly together. I'm not meddling in your personal life. No, I'm referring to the incident a few nights ago. By the canal off Second. Do you mean the borrowed car and the demons that were disguised as humans? I figured that would catch up with me, eventually. After all, I did sign my name in the dirt. No, I mean the two humans who were killed by. I know the word he stops himself from saying starts with the letter M and rhymes with tragic. It's something we never talk about, and not because we don't believe that it exists. I'm referring to the couple, Lee. I don't know what you're talking about. For once, I'm not lying. Ivan's expression softens, and he moves as if he's going to pull me into a hug, then stops himself. We don't do hugs. If I were honest, I could use one. I haven't even answered Tieran's texts, acknowledged the Thai takeaway he had delivered, or the post on his social media of a goose with fangs, inside joke. Tieran's hugs are usually pretty good. Ivan's gaze flicks to a list I made of the blood dispensaries he's established all over the country. Lee, we've talked about turning you. It's not going to happen, and jumping into a vampire fight isn't going to change that. I've asked you not to use your... What are you talking about? I didn't. I've certainly been thinking of having someone turn me, but I didn't do anything to hurt two people by the canal, and I certainly didn't use magic. The one time I did, it was sophomore year and involuntary. He holds his hand up, silencing me. Along with everyone else in Brooklyn, I obey him. Because of your delinquency from school, the trouble with the rival vampire gang, and your repeated defiance, my hands are tied. I'm pretty sure if your hands were tied, you'd bite your way out. He doesn't laugh. The officers from Magical Management will be here shortly. My stomach flips. What do you mean? I'm sorry, Lee. I did everything I could to keep you out of hot water. He scrubs his hand down his face. While you've been holed up in here, I've had my people on the inside, lawyers, advisors, everyone working to keep you well in here. I don't understand. I didn't do anything. Once again, my stomach plunges. I mean, I did. I borrowed a car. Drove around with Tieran. Slayed a couple of demons but nothing else happened. I'd like to believe you, but your track record isn't in your favor. I grind my teeth. That was different. I know. There was an altercation with some demons, another vamp gang was involved, there were eyewitnesses who claimed you attacked them with, he doesn't say the word and I don't need him to. The reality of who I am is something I refuse to think about. 2 natural mortals were killed and they say you did it. You know the laws, Lee. No magic against gnats. I didn't do it. My voice is almost a whisper as shock, dismay, and fear slash through me. Lee, I want to believe you. The fact that he didn't say I do believe you stings, and so do my eyes. He's always believed me and been on my side. What suddenly changed? It'll be easier if you go peacefully. Go where? I ask even though I know the answer. Rikers. I shake my head as though that'll rewind or erase the truth. Riker's supernatural prison and reformatory school, he clarifies. Also known as RIP, as in, you go there and you never leave. My expression crumbles as Ivan gives my shoulder a squeeze. You know my position on this stuff. We've talked about it at length. He's silent a beat. I'm sorry, kid. For the first time in my life, he doesn't meet my eyes. Instead, he drops something in my hand. You'll need this. Then he leaves the room, leaves me alone. But not for long. I know how this is going to go. I have two choices. Go peacefully or run. I stuff a few articles of clothing in a bag, about to opt for the latter, when there's a knock on the door. The officers for magical enforcement have come for me, or Torren sent more food. Doubtful. If this has been going on all weekend, there were probably news reports with my photo online. I just didn't know since I'd unplugged. Torren probably hates me now for breaking the law, just like my uncle. I'm bad, but I'm not that bad. Clutching the necklace from Ivan in my hand, I feel that unwelcome surge, the part of me ever ready to rebel and let loose my magic. It'll just make their case against me stronger. I push it away. I won't lose my cool again. If that means locking me up, well, maybe that's where I belong. I pocket the random necklace, and then dutifully open the door. 4 officers stand on the other side. One waves a cream-colored piece of paper at me. My name curl across the top. Warrant for the arrest of Lea Vladikov for illegal use of magic and the murder of 2 natural mortals. I shake my head. I didn't do it. We have proof you did, says the officer with the warrant. Cuff her. I'm read my rights and dragged downstairs and outside. From across the street, Ivan sits in his McLaren as though watching, waiting. I narrow my eyes. He said he'd tried. Obviously, not hard enough. Ivan could have stopped this. He has that power. He could have hidden me away, turned me, or made an arrangement with the cops, paid them off. He's done it plenty of times for others. They prefer he deal with problem vampires since the risk is so high for regular cops. The surge of magic rises up inside, but I fight it. I can ruin my own life fine, but I'd never do anything to hurt anyone else. At least that's what I tell myself every day. Chapter 4. Torren. As I close the door to the apartment behind me, I crash to the ground. Someone tackled me. I attempt to pin him down. However, his strength is unlike anyone I've ever gone against in a match or practice, stronger even than my dad, and he was a titan. Then again, he's gone now. My advanced jujitsu techniques don't work, and even the fundamentals fail me as I try to escape. I'm on my belly, struggling to breathe as the guy pins me from behind. No way is it a demon out for revenge after Lea and I vaporized his brethren. Then I notice how quiet it is, except for the thunder of blood in my ears. I've fought on mats and on the streets a few times. Usually, even the toughest opponent breathes heavily. I twist, trying to confirm my fear. But all I get is a glimpse of a dark pair of eyes before the world as I know it disappears, with 2 deep pulses of pain on my neck. Then there's nothing for one dark moment. The vague memories of once breaking my collarbone and another time I had to get a cavity drilled float into my mind. Both were unpleasant, painful. They're abstract as though belonging to someone else. They're nothing to the burning agony I suddenly experience now. My muscles go rigid and then shake. I want to escape the aching in my bones. My skin burns with a searing kind of pain I've never known. There is no getting away from it. I steel myself, ready to die. I'm not granted that pardon. I grind my teeth, bearing down, writhing on the floor, an animal torn apart from inside. My blood boils. Behind my eyes are flames, smoke, a night so dark I'm certain I'll never again see light. My thoughts work their way backward in time. Work Lamborghini driving, slaying demons, pie. Lea no texts, no calls, sending her food. The news reports about a young Brooklyn resident killing 2 people by the canals. I knocked on her door for an hour, knowing she was there. No sign of Ivan. No answers. More worry. Then home. My surroundings come into focus and overlap with another memory from last year. The modern leather couch. A glass coffee table. Wide windows without curtains. Edges, metal and stone make up both the foundational materials and the accents in the apartment. A family photo of my mother, father, and 2 brothers hangs on the wall. I'm taken back to that night. I'd stayed late at school. The sun had set in Brooklyn. The apartment I'd grown up in was dark when I got home. I knew it well enough not to bump into anything. I called Mom, Dad. No answer. Usually the aromatic smells of dinner cooking greeted me, but I'd thought maybe my parents had gone out to eat and I'd forgotten about their plans. As I moved into the apartment, I'd stepped on something that didn't belong. It was wrong. Soft. Mushy. Barely warm. I flicked on the light. The lumpy outline of a crocheted blanket was on the couch where it always was, because my mother was cold even in the summer. The sketches of hibiscus hung on the wall. Brass candle holders with little star cutouts dangled above the dining table. Books, photo albums, coffee mugs, the newspaper. Everything was where it belonged. But my parents were both lying face down on the floor. Red stained the beige carpet. They weren't supposed to be there like that. Bite marks marred their necks. My backpack fell to the floor. I let out a cry as I do now, wishing away the moment. I knew what had happened just as I know what happened to me moments ago. Only the vampire that attacked my parents drained their blood while this one turned me. When I'd found my mom and dad, I immediately called the police and then crossed the living room to my bedroom. The door stuck as usual. I kicked it open as anger and sadness fought inside of me. A riot of posters covered the walls, and I tore at them before collapsing onto my bed. Lea found me. Told Ivan. Later, she said he took care of the vampires that killed my parents. They no longer existed. But I was an orphan teenager with 2 older brothers who'd already been on their way out of our lives. I was alone. I'm now no different than the monsters who killed them. Staggering to my feet, I knock into the desk and dresser in my room, the one without the posters on the walls. My parents had masterminded a plan to retire early and paid off all of their debts, including the mortgage on the apartment. I smash into my bookshelf, scattering everything to the floor. In the mirror behind the bedroom door, my eyes are as dark as the ones belonging to the vampire who bit me, turned me. As I pass the mirror, my expression is grim. My fist hits the glass and it fractures. I don't want to see my reflection. I hate what I've suddenly become. What feels like a tight fist grips the center of my chest. I clasp my neck as the last of whatever made me human leaves my body. Then the thirst comes. There is only instinct. Without thinking, I crash down the familiar hallway, down 10 flights of stairs, and outside. My bones ache, my muscles burn, and my blood feels solid in my veins. I steady myself on the doorframe as I take in the outdoor air. I'm not sure that I'm breathing, but I do detect the river, something sulfuric, and above it all the scent of blood. Like discerning the difference between a pie baking and a tray of cookies, I make out human blood, fey blood, and other supernaturals. My instincts hone in on all of the things I was skeptical about, even though I'd seen the horror of what vampires and now demons do in real life. I wasn't quite convinced the rest of it was real. Turns out it is. Music filters from a passing car. In the distance, a dog barks, and people laugh as they exit a club. Even farther away, I pick up the scent of something delightfully familiar. It's from my previous life and fills me with longing, but my desire for human blood overpowers all other thoughts. Every nerve in my body fires with ferocity. Perfume wafts to me on the breeze. A woman struts toward me wearing a tight green dress. Two others, both with long dark hair and in high heels, frame her on either side. Vampires. My mind tells me I should be experiencing a sickening sensation and flee, but my body registers my kind with a thrill. I was just saying what a shame it was that I don't have a date tonight. I was really hoping to dance. The vampire in the green dress brushes her fingers over my lips. But you must be hungry. I know what that's like, she purrs. There's nothing like feeding for the first time. She bats her eyelashes coyly. I jerk my head away. I could take her down, but a simmering inside sizzles all of a sudden. My body becomes fixated with her. Vampires have the ability to lure others into desire, lust. A chuckle snaps me back. A male appears from the shadows. New vampires can hardly control their cravings. You can give in, Torren. It's okay. The female licks her lips. He told us to make sure to bring him to the nearest dispensary, says one of the other females. I recall someone once talking about blood dispensaries. I strain to push through the fog in my head. A tall man, always dressed in suits, strides into my thoughts. The perfect picture of style and power. Ivan, surely he didn't authorize this attack. Where's the fun in sending him to the dispensary? I've never seen a new vamp have their first taste. But of who? The female's question is like a dare as she scans the nearby pedestrians. They say when hunting, always target the weakest in the pack. She shakes her head. I prefer to take down the strongest to prove that I can. She locks on a man wearing a hoodie and smirking at her from across the road. After trailing her finger down my chest, she says, "Watch and learn." She marches into traffic, causing cars and cabs to veer and honk. My thoughts are a blur of resistance and longing. I'm hungry, thirsty, and ravenous in a way I've never known. It's as though my consciousness and physical body are two separate entities. One with the vestiges of the mortal I was, and the other, the abomination that I've become. I feel torn in two. I focus on the comment about the blood dispensary for vampires. Only vampires know where it is. I have to find Ivan. I shove past the girls. At my back, the male clicks his tongue and says, "Don't worry. We'll let him off the chain for now. He'll be useful soon enough." I ignore what it could mean. As I rush along the sidewalk, the whiff of warm human blood tugs at something deep and primal inside of me. It's worse than hunger pangs. It's like an unquenchable thirst. It's an ache that I do anything, and I do mean anything, to stop. Ahead, a crowd gathers on the corner, watching a street performer. I start to push through them and then slow down, drawn by the presence of so much blood I'm almost dizzy. I stand there dumbly as a man juggles random objects. Another vague memory appears. Juggling. Juggling knives. I try to harness it, but behind my closed lids, all I see are a pair of dark, menacing eyes. A woman knocks into me and I grip her arms to steady her. Her gaze flashes to mine, eyes wide with fear, and then her expression melts into something else. Her lashes flutter. Her lips pooch. She softens under my grip. I lick my lips, desperate to taste her blood. "You look delicious." My voice hardly sounds like my own. It has a musical, lullaby quality to it. Then someone else bumps us, shaking me from the trance, the single-pointed focus of pursuing prey. I lower my hands, but she leans into me. I must have used the same vampire ability to transfix someone as the female did to me. I have a moment of awareness. This is not who I am. I won't hurt anyone. I rush away from the corner, away from the people. I have to find Ivan and the blood dispensary. I need to feed. I pass a diner, open 24 hours. A pie display spins slowly in the window. That won't satisfy my hunger. There's something else I need. Or someone. The desire is a faint recollection of strength and bravery. Sass and beauty. Mischief and mayhem. Lea. The image of her pulls from the recesses of my mind. Her citrus spice scent wafts in the air as I approach a bookstore. It glows from inside and I experience another push and pull, a war between mind and body. But the citrus spice smell is distinct here. I go inside, following the trace of her, seeking her out. The amusing thought that I'm like a bloodhound breaks into my concentration. So does the skinny guy standing behind the counter. "You're not Lea," I growl. His brow wrinkles with concern. "She hasn't been here in days. The boss said they're going to fire her." I slam my hands on the counter and my shoulders inch up to my ears. He startles and skitters backward. "I have to find Lea. She'll know how to find Ivan. They'll be able to help me." "Stop me. She's not a vampire, even though she grew up among them. However, she is different than other girls and has an otherworldly quality." The guy behind the counter discreetly reaches for an old landline phone. I storm out of the bookstore. The trail runs cold. The tang of fear and flight mix fill the air. I march across the street, bulling my way through traffic. My thoughts and my thirst for blood powers me. My quest for Lea fuels me. I pass a sports bar and the television inside blares with a news show, reporting rampant outbreaks of crime all over the city: robberies, vandalism, assaults, and arson, along with numerous people dead. The X-Crew. I pass the Forge on Franklin Street. Can't stop now. With every step, I'm closer to Lea's apartment but increasingly hungry as I try to stave off the painful desire. All at once, her signature smell mixes with something else: leather, aggression, other vampires. If anyone hurts her, I will destroy them. An acrid smell stings my senses. When I round the corner, flames lick the edges of her building. Smoke fills the windows. I fumble for my phone but don't have it. Could Lea be in there? Sirens wail in the distance. People shout for help. Even though the flames don't yet touch me, the proximity of the fire scorches my skin like a warning. The vampire instincts bring me to a halt. Mind over matter. But I remain rooted to the sidewalk as the inferno devours the building. Chapter 5. Lea. I'm alone in a room, seated at a table and still cuffed. A single bulb hangs overhead. The stench of demons from the other side of Riker's fills the air. It's my understanding that they're sent to one section of the facility to be vaporized, while the rest of the prison consists of supernatural lawbreakers. There are natural mortals, or nats, short for regular mortal humans, and supernaturals, who are those of us with powers. Powers I never want to think about. Except I do now. Whether or not it was a purposeful police tactic, I've had plenty of time to dip into then drown in my thoughts while sitting here. My mind skips from old memories to the incident sophomore year, to earlier when Ivan told me I stood accused of murder. I won't lie. It's crossed my mind. I came close once. But it was self-defense. Something inside stopped me along with Ivan, but he'd almost been too late. Nonetheless, I existed in a dark place after I was attacked and fought back with magic I didn't even realize I had. For months, I grappled with an overwhelming fear of what I could have done. So I hid away. Holed up at home. Stopped going to school and seeing my friends, well, everyone except Torren. When the magical energy wants to be released, I'd opt to do other bad deeds, but ones that won't result in murder or jail time. Driving luxury cars that aren't mine, for instance. Since that day's sophomore year, my power has always existed just beneath the surface, itching to be let loose like a caged animal. So the fact that I'm locked up, after all that effort to keep people safe from myself, makes me want to explode. That fierce urge rises in me now. I grit my teeth and take a deep breath. Even if I wanted to cast a tiny drop of magic from my palms, something tethers it, locks it down. A man with a shiny bald head enters the room. Glasses sit over a smug expression. He wears plain clothes and sits down in a chair opposite me. Lea Vladikov? I nod. Care to tell me what happened? I shake my head. I can make this easier if you cooperate. I stare. Friday night you were seen using magic against two natural mortals. It's illegal no matter the circumstances. They died. The investigation is ongoing, however. Several eyewitnesses claim it was you. If you admit to the crime, I can help you. If you deny it, we'll see how long you last inside the walls of Riker's. Sounds like a threat. The man shrugs. Fear worms its way inside of me. I might be tough, but I'm not sure I'm supernatural prison tough. The man leans in so close I can see the pores in his skin. We've been watching you for a long time. You've been a very bad girl. Whether or not you know it, your uncle helped you out more than once, but he can't get you out of this. The fun and games are over, Lee. He gets up from his chair. I kick it, sending it flying across the room. The guy snorts as though my behavior only strengthens his case. I clench my fists because I know exactly how this works. Cooperate, they might help you. Act out, you're on your own. Just then a woman breezes in. She's tall, has short hair and sharp cheekbones. She wears a police officer uniform and her badge reads Heather Bond. She hauls me to my feet. What do you think you're doing, Bond? The interrogator asks. Bringing her to the reform school. On whose orders? He demands. She exhales sharply through her nose and furnishes a piece of paper. Again, my name is printed across the top. Arshad, she's underage and hasn't finished high school yet. Law says she goes to reform school. I forgot you're one of those soft-hearted sympathizers, says the cop named Arshad. I'm just doing my job, Heather replies. I recently had my 18th birthday, but I keep my mouth shut because reform school sounds a heck of a lot better than Riker's. Arshad crosses a pair of stubby arms in front of his chest. It's only a matter of time before she's back here. I'm watching you, Vladikov. You too, Bond. When we're down the hall and out of earshot, she whispers in my ear, consider yourself lucky, but in 2 weeks, when the paperwork is reviewed, your luck is likely to run out. I remain silent as a van takes us to the other side of the island. I glance over my shoulder at the high-security prison with its barbed wire and magically enhanced security to keep criminals inside. The stench of demons becomes overwhelming. Heather seems completely unaffected. She must be a gnat. However, considering she's the one that's facilitating my stay at the reform school rather than the prison, I'll consider her an ally for now. I try not to fidget. Being surrounded by so much power, even though it's suppressed, makes my own squeeze against my insides with an almost violent urge for release. Something falls from my pocket. The necklace from Ivan. It's a simple silver chain with a snowflake pendant. A distant memory floats vaguely in my mind, but then just as quickly evaporates into the things I've forced myself to forget. Seated next to me, Officer Heather Bond spots the necklace. Her eyes widen, but she quickly irons out her expression. She picks it up before clasping it around my neck. You probably don't want to lose that. The gates to the school open to reveal marble and brick exteriors. This used to be a magical academy, but the supernatural has since been deemed a menace and needs to be managed. For a moment, I imagine austere professors monitoring the halls. Polished wood echoing history. Uniforms complete with pleated skirts and knee socks. Students in pairs, laughing and whispering secrets to each other. Instead, shadows cross the barred windows, and a sense of emptiness fills me at the stone etching of the original name of the school, Amsterdam Island Academy. There's also a crest with a golden-winged bird. It carries something in its beak. When I gaze at the wooden sign posted in front of the building, Riker's Reform School, I feel more like a caged bird. You just barely escaped Riker's supernatural prison, aka RIP. Good luck at the reformatory school, also known as RIP Jr. Heather leaves me in a room with several other people around my age, each wearing variations of a scowl that matches my own. Some chatter, but mostly we remain quiet, attention fixed on a place that isn't here. Shortly after, a woman enters. A severe gray bob frames her face. She adjusts the jacket of her blue and gray herringbone suit and clears her throat. "Good morning." The room abruptly goes quiet as she commands our attention in a strident voice. "I am Headmistress Jurek. I welcome you all to what promises to be a season where you will have the opportunity to learn, grow, and leave here with a new appreciation for freedom and the responsibility it comes with." There are a few snickers from the others. Her expression doesn't waver. Think of this as the last stop before prison. This used to be an academy for gifted supernaturals, so for that reason, we'll call you students. But if you misbehave, you'll be better suited to inmate or prisoner. No one utters a peep. I'm going to review the rules and then invite each of our new students to make their pledges. I have no idea what this means, but think vaguely about fraternities and sororities. I may have broken a few rules back home, but whatever kind of reform school this is, I'm underqualified. The headmistress directs our attention to a stark list of rules on the wall. 1. No physical contact with other students, correctional assistants, faculty, or staff. 2. No fighting. 3. Do not attempt to leave the premises. 4. Open flame is not permitted. 5. Punctual attendance required at all classes and meals. 6. Electronic devices are prohibited. 7. You are not allowed in the dorms of the opposite gender. No excuses. No exceptions. A low murmur ripples through the room. Our purpose is to prepare you to reintegrate with the natural, mortal world. If you break rules, we will lengthen your sentence accordingly until you're of age to go to RIP. If you follow the rules, look forward to release. Is that understood? Several people, including myself, nod. You'll learn about both the natural and supernatural worlds, borrowing from the time the school was an academy. We believe the more you understand your kind, the better able you will be to control yourselves. As though rebelling against the comment, the energy that I've struggled to control surges but remains just below the surface, and mercifully out of reach. Headmistress Jurek reads from a sheaf of paper. We're to acknowledge our wrongdoing and pledge to reform. In turn, everyone plants their palm on a stone printed with a symbol. She says it's a rune of truth. The students who go ahead of me are either fae or vampires, and their crimes range from vandalism and theft to assault. One tried to glamour the president, whatever that means. When it's my turn, I hope it reveals the fact that I didn't murder two natural mortals. Instead, when my palm presses against the stone, my heart skids like it's sliding across ice. My crowded thoughts freeze. "Welcome, Lee Vladikov." "Frost Fae," Headmistress Jurek says. "Murderer of two natural mortals." The blood drains from my face. If it could pool around my feet or freeze like my mind, it would. She meets my eyes. I look into two slate-colored pools of water in the twilight, almost as if they contain everyone's secrets. I want to still the tremors that thump their way through my arms and legs, leaving me shaking. The only rule I follow is to forget what I am. Now everyone knows. Frostfae. As the last student plants his hand on the stone, the door opens and a familiar figure steps through. Instead of a scowl, he looks stunned. The police officer calls to the headmistress. "One more for you, headmistress. This one is Tyrion Santos. Vampire. Involved in the Nephral weapons trade." The cop grunts. My stomach cartwheels, landing on dread. What is my best friend doing at reform school? Chapter 6. Tyrion. What isn't depicted in books and movies is that when a person becomes a vampire, their mind is still their own. Although my thoughts were blurry at first, my conscience is fully intact. In other words, I still know that biting people and sucking their blood is bad. Bottom line. However, it's almost impossible to control those urges. Fortunately, my jujitsu self-discipline training is coming in handy. I'd managed to resist the pull and hunger as I roamed around Brooklyn, looking for Ivan and Lee. For hours I searched, desperate to find them, to feed, to wake up and realize this was a nightmare. Down by the dockyard, I heard a scuffle, someone whimpering. A guy had been stabbed and was barely hanging on to life. It was wrong, wholly and entirely. But I did it. I drank. I had to. I could no longer resist. Regret, shame, and the deepest sense of loathing I've ever known will exist within me for all eternity. Then I went home. That's when the trouble really began. The last 5 hours feel more like a decade. I was at home, staring at a box of cereal, willing it to satisfy me when my brother barged in, using up the rest of the milk. I hadn't seen him in a week. He laid into me about how if I'd just be normal, work at a pizza shop or get a tattoo or something instead of being a blacksmith's apprentice, the girls would be chasing me. He didn't notice the blood staining my shirt or what was sure to be the deranged look on my face. At this point, the girls should run away from me, but even before, I had no interest in girls chasing me. None except the one I can't have. The one that sits in a chair across the room at Riker's reform school. Her eyes are wide. If I were human, my stomach would knot with fear. Instead, my jaw twitches and my muscles coil. I'm a monster who operates with physical instinct and a leftover conscience that's weak in the face of the beast within. Yet the desire to protect Lee overwhelms me. Her mouth opens and closes like she's going to say something, but nothing comes out. I'm instructed to place my hand on a stone etched with a symbol. It's cold, unyielding. The headmistress arches one severe eyebrow as though she sees my thoughts. Welcome, Tyrion Santos. Vampire. Nephral weapons trade criminal. Nothing about why I'm here makes sense. I was arrested for being involved in the nephral weapons trade, whatever that is. My brother is happy to call me a dork, but I just happen to be really good at forging swords. Apparently too good, because the most recent one I made was confiscated by the police when I was arrested. The one that Lee used to slay the demons. The one that no one ever came to claim from the garage. Huxley had been out of state at a trade show, and I figured I'd ask him when he got back. The police didn't mention the guy down by the docks. If anything, sucking his blood is why I belong here. Even though vampires don't have powers other than super strength and the ability to mesmerize our prey, magical management has jurisdiction over us. Mercifully, the officers saw to it that I was fed. My record says that I'm underage. For that reason, I was spared from RIP and sent here, a place for supernatural juvenile delinquents. Until recently, I ticked none of those boxes. I was held back a year when I moved to the US from Brazil and started school late, the secret Lea and I shared, the one we bonded over, meaning I'm 18 like her. I sigh as the guys and girls are divided into lines. I try to catch Lee's eye, but she's marched out of the room and disappears down a long corridor. Through the barred windows, clouds gather. If my mother were alive, she'd freak out right now. Cruel irony that I am now the same kind of monster that killed her and Dad. As for my brothers, Lyle is an actual felon. The middle one, Kylan, is a player, hence the teasing about girls. Mom could always rely on me, the baby, to be the good son. The three of us are nearly identical, tall, well-built and athletic, and with thick dark hair that I've heard girls love, at least according to Kylan. He'd say my good looks are wasted on dorkdom. Whatever. A CA, a correctional assistant, guides me to my new room. In short order, I get a bed, desk, and dresser. The uniforms consist of blue pants and an orange, black, and white striped dress shirt. It's a cross between prep school garb and prison clothes. At least I don't have to wear a jumpsuit. My roommate is a small, gangly kid named Aaron, it's printed on the door, and by way of greeting, he tosses a shoe in the air that nearly hits me in the head as he searches for something in the mess by his bed. My reflexes are lightning fast and I catch it. "Hello to you too," I mutter. He whirls around and stares at me with lavender eyes. "Hi. Looking for a textbook?" He returns to his task, tearing the room apart. He picks up the other sneaker, hucking it at me. I catch it easily. Not cool. I have 2 brothers and won't tolerate inconsolable rages or jerks, got it? Aaron looks up, wearing an impish grin. It occurs to me that something, likely a crime of some sort, landed him here. I chuck the shoe back at him. He doesn't give me an apology, but understanding passes between us. I stay out of his way, he stays out of mine, and neither one of us will kill the other while he sleeps. With that, I drop into the chair and let out a loud grumble. Why am I here? Not the big existential question, but why am I literally in this jail or reform school? My thoughts race through the morning. I went to the forge, Huxley wasn't there yet. I stoked the fire, threw some logs on, and ran the bellows, preparing for the day. Tried to be normal. Tried to distract myself from the thirst. Someone came by to commission a piece for a door. The smell of blood was heavy in the air. I fought against attacking the guy. Then the police barged in, arrested me, and now I'm here. Aaron exits but leaves the door open. Other students, as we're called, pass by. Some alone. Others in groups. I hear Lee's name and my gaze flashes up. A girl with a button nose and sapphire eyes leans against the door jamb. A few other girls stand at her flanks. "New here?" she asks. "They're definitely vampires. Probably studied under the females that intercepted me in the city." I nod. "Aren't you going to ask my name?" she says. I wasn't. I stall, clearing my throat. "I'm Jasmine." She flips her hair over her shoulder and flits her long eyelashes. "It's nice to meet you, Torren." My name is also on the door. She's a girl in the boys' dorm, meaning she dismisses the rules and probably rules the school. I'm quiet again, not interested. My brother isn't wrong about me being a dork. The moment becomes awkward. She bites her lip. "If you want to make the right kinds of friends while you're here, come find me," she says, and slinks away. The misty drizzle outside does nothing to wash away the tension caused by coming here. It tugs at the set of my jaw and the back of my neck. It was no secret that Huxley, the blacksmith, dealt with some odd characters, but he wasn't a criminal involved in a weapons ring, and neither am I. The last thing I have on my mind is making friends or meeting girls. Well, except one girl who is already my friend and happens to be here as well. Since it appears we can move about freely, I get to my feet, prepared to find Lee. The campus is fenced in and relatively quiet. The buildings consist of an incongruous mixture of neoclassical architecture and cell blocks. Ivy creeps up the sides of the back of a brick building. The archways and pathways look like a boarding school or college, but none of the students are permitted to leave. The new and old doesn't make sense. Being here doesn't make sense. I reach what must be the girls' dorm. Like mine, it's also cinder block. Yellow light from the windows glows against the cloudy sky. The door is locked, and footsteps patter up the path behind me. Jasmine and her girl posse approach. I knew it wouldn't take you long to come looking for me. How to handle this politely? I'm dealing with vampires, after all. I came to visit my friend Lee. Jasmine's face darkens and her eyes harden into a glare. You just made your first mistake. With that, she storms inside. A hand lands hard on my shoulder. Officially, guys aren't allowed in there. But there are ways. Another vampire winks and then extends a hand to shake. I'm Cole. Singer for the band Reckless Hunger. A guy with long black hair stands on my other side. This is Felix. He plays bass. Tattoos form a full sleeve on Felix's skinny arm. A tall girl with bleached, messy hair struts out of the dorm. She slides her arms around Felix's neck. They kiss. I look away, craning to see if I can spot Lea. She must be in the dorm somewhere. Hungry? Felix asks the female. She nods. Always? I can hardly conceal the lift of my eyebrows. Don't mind Felix and Nina, Cole says. But if you need to feed, the dispensary is down that way. He gestures to a squat cement building. Felix and Nina saunter away. In the distance, a break in the clouds reveals the setting sun, a bloody shade of red spilling over the horizon. A couple of fae hurry past us. They both have lavender eyes like the girl who was being attacked the night Lea and I encountered the demons. My gaze trails them until they're out of sight. Until I smelled fae or whatever it is I do with my senses, I didn't know they were real. Cole directs me away from the dorm. Let me explain something to you. Here at RIP Jr., there are two groups. Vampires and fae. Even though the faculty is trying to integrate us, make no mistake, there are clear divisions. They don't mess with us. We let them live. Simple as that. But you know, it's in our nature to get hungry, and sometimes for more than blood. Try to stay out of trouble, but I won't blame you if you find yourself in it. With a glance back at Lee's dorm, the door opens. Mysterious blue eyes the color of the sky just before nightfall, silky black hair, and a grin salted with uncertainty and peppered with daring, meets my gaze. This surreal reality vanishes, along with the rest of the delinquents at this place. Without a word, I rush toward Lea. Before I realize what's happening, her arms wrap around me in an unexpected hug. A megawatt jolt rushes through me at her touch. We're the kind of friends who can be smooshed together in the subway, or absently find a leg or arm leaning against the other while watching a movie without thinking a thing about it. This is next level. If I had a heart, it would be thundering. I inhale her citrus spice scent and something else. Fae blood, confirming her supernatural origin. But she doesn't have lavender eyes like many others. I jerk away, disgusted by what I am. She pulls away as though realizing this at the same time. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I echo. Are you actually surprised to see me here? She asks with a wry grin. Did you try to get revenge on Lucas? I blurt, meaning it as a joke. Her lips quirk. No. I wouldn't waste my time on him, she says, picking up on my exact thoughts. We always finish each other's sentences. Then what was it? She gazes at her shoes. Murder. Two natural mortals. I'm surprised you didn't hear. No. I stagger back. She wouldn't do that. She might be wild and reckless, but she'd never hurt anyone. For instance, she decorated a statue of some stodgy guy in the school library with glitter, a boa, and ribbons. Gorilla Glue was involved, but it was funny, harmless. She also stole the master copy of a science test as a favor for a kid whose father was in a terrible car accident and couldn't study, but the teacher wouldn't budge on making an exception for him. Although, once she got in a fight with a group of girls, but they were seriously evil to a kid with arm braces. Who does that? It was Lee's double life. A way for her to deal with what happened sophomore year that she refuses to talk about. No, she confirms. But the police say they have witnesses claiming I did it. I didn't. I fight against reaching for her arm and giving it a squeeze. I know. She doesn't need to say another word. I believe her. What about you? She asks in her husky voice. You heard. It's stupid. I stand accused of being involved in some weapons ring or something. But you're not supernatural. My tongue absently flicks to my teeth. My very sharp incisor teeth, a new feature I didn't realize I had because I refused to look in the mirror. Lee's eyes widen and she bites her lip, but it's nothing like the way Jasmine did earlier. I see alarm. Without her needing to speak, I know what she's going to say. I hurry away as shame spikes me in the heart. Chapter 7. Lea. Torren fades into the fog. I rub my hands up and down my arms with a shiver. Was he mad at me? It's not my fault vampires haunt Brooklyn. I'm not one, so it hardly seems fair that he'd be upset with me. Ivan does everything he can to protect people from his kind. Then again, why didn't he protect me? I will always and forever be a study in contrasts. I'm sad and mad that Torren stormed off after revealing that he's a vampire. Why wouldn't he just tell me, come to me? Why did he keep it secret? I grew up with vampires. I could help him. But none of this escapes my mouth because rage wins. Who turned him? How? Why would the best person I've ever known have to live with this curse? As I remain on the step in front of the dorm, hoping Torren will come back, the weight of all that's happened locks me in place. Everything went so suddenly wrong, I'm not sure it'll ever be right. I want to get in a car and drive as far away from here as possible, but the high fence beyond the dorm reminds me of reality. A male and female vampire pair saunter down the path. Their eyes are dull, indicating they're in need of blood. Their gazes drift over me as though assessing whether I'd be worth biting. The shiver comes again. All my life, I felt safe around the Brooklyn Vampire Club members. The vamps here are different, and the lines are drawn between them and me. I hurry inside. When I was assigned my room earlier, my roommate wasn't here, but the sign on the door said, Amelia. This time, she's lounging on her bed with a book. When she sees me, her smile warms in contrast to the hard wood, cold stone, and sharp edges of the building, along with the harsh stares I've received from vamps. She bounces off the bed and twists a purple tendril of hair. I'm Amelia. Nice to meet you and welcome to the world-famous, classed-up juvenile detention center for supernatural delinquents. I'm Faye. You? She laughs softly. Silly of me to even ask. It's obvious. Though you don't have lavender eyes, meaning you're not full Faye. I pick at a loose thread on my shirt. I try to ignore the thought that keeps winding its way into my mind. Amelia gives me a half smile. I've been here going on 3 years. I've had all kinds of roommates. I get it if you don't want to talk. For better or worse, she does plenty of that, starting with her life story. My mother died, leaving Dad to raise me and my 4 older brothers. Between all their pranks and capers, I had to be on my toes. Eventually, I got pretty clever myself. She winks. Regretfully, some would argue that's what landed me here. Curiosity must replace the gloom in my expression. I'll only tell you why if you say something, Amelia says. Something, I repeat. She dissolves into laughter. I hadn't meant to be funny. One day I'm going to get out of here and move to Scotland. In the meantime, here. I don't share these with just anyone. She passes me a can of a drink called Urn Brew. It's a kind of Scottish soda. I have a friend overseas who sends me a monthly care package. Of course, the CAs go through it, but they let me have my soda. She bends the tab back and forth on hers and silently mouths the alphabet. Her shoulders slouch. G, she says. All the guys here whose names start with G are gross. Your turn. I vaguely remember doing this at a birthday party once. The letter you say when the tab comes off is your true love. It comes loose when I reach the letter T, at least it wasn't L for Lucas. T, she tilts her head in thought. There's Tony, Tommy, and a guy named Tilbert or Tenley or something. Whatever. As I was saying, my parents fled here with us from the Southlands in Borea when I was a baby. I've never heard of it. Sounds like another world. I gaze out the window. I want my world back. Amelia nods. It's a parallel realm. All I know about it are stories from my dad. I set aside the soda, wondering if I should believe anything she says. But that pesky voice inside me, the one that knows the truth and can attest to my true identity, wants to lean in and learn more. Amelia describes the Southlands with its opulent buildings, lush greenery, and statues winking from alcoves adorned with vibrant flowers and flickering candles. It's a world away from the buildings in the city, the stew of people scrambling to get by, and the elite whose cars I was thrilled to drive. Then there was the cosmic conflict. Or Kuzcan. They say it was a solar flare, part of the sun, that fell from the sky and set everything on fire, turning it to ash. There was chaos, riots, shifts in power. She shakes her head. Everything was destroyed. Blown apart buildings, casualties, and people made prisoners. It's a stark contrast to the beauty and peace she'd previously described. Those who didn't flee the Southlands, like my parents did, were brought to their knees. That's awful. My attention drifts because she's probably made that up during long hours of boredom here at reform school. What's also awful is being here. Across the East River is home, life as I knew it. I too feel brought to my knees and like my world was blown apart. And I can't do anything about it. The Southlands, like Rip Jr., had two distinct seats of power. There was the Nephral Palace where the vampires did their thing and the Fey Court of Fire and Iron, Amelia explains. Iron? I ask, adjusting the slim iron bracelet around my wrist that Torren made for me. Yeah. There are loads of Fey courts in Borea. Let's see, the Court of Briar and Knoll, Sky and Shoal. Oh, and I can't forget Ice and Stars. But the Court of Fire and Iron was the first to fall under Bortimal's reign. I've heard Ivan mutter that name in late-night dealings, which skips me back to something else she mentioned. What were you saying about Nephral Palace? Picture the most lavish palace you've ever seen. Now, multiply it by 1 billion Thai. Seriously. There weren't just gems and gold here and there. Precious metal and materials compose the entire thing. She goes on to describe the lavishness in great detail. My thoughts dart from Ivan to this supposed realm to Torren's arrest, the Nephral weapons trade. Amelia's voice floats back to me. Almost 3 years ago, there was a fire in a gorgeous old chateau. It had hidden rooms and a staircase that looked like a princess would float down wearing a gown as the clock struck midnight. I mean, not Nephral Palace level fancy, but still pretty nice. Her lips form a slim line. I burned it down. Fire Faye. Her fingers twitch. Then she adds, with my family inside. Growing up with the Brooklyn Vampire Club, I've seen and heard some grisly things. I just barely stifle my gasp. I don't remember doing it. I had no reason to. The police came, arrested me. Now I'm here. When I turn 18 in 3 months, I'll be heading over to Riker's Penitentiary. Yeah, I know what it is. On the surface, Amelia seems bubbly and innocent. But beneath that, I'm not sure who she is. Then again, I didn't kill 2 natural mortals, so maybe she didn't kill her family either. I lift my gaze to meet hers. She blinks a few times and gives the slightest shake of her head. I take it to mean that she didn't do it. I know with a kind of certainty that she is innocent, just as I believe in my own. We should study. If we show that we got our homework done, the resident correctional assistants, CAs, will let us have a free hour. She laughs at the irony. What do we study? I ask. Regular stuff like in high school, as well as learning more about our kind and vampires. She frowns. They're trying to make us allies instead of enemies. I'm about to explain that Ivan helps all kinds of supernaturals. Then again, he didn't keep me from being locked up. Amelia keeps talking. Daily life looks like this. We have workouts in the morning, alternating between running and the gym, then classes, lunch. The vampires don't eat, but whatever. More classes, activities, dinner, study hour, and free time if we're good. Then lights out. Sounds straightforward. What would be really cool if it was like the old Amsterdam Island Academy? Along with regular learning, students would train to be guardians or warriors. There were several such schools throughout Terra, but I think the only one left is an academy in Concordia. Have you heard of the Alpha Guardians and Warriors? Who knows, it could be a reform school now. There was suspicion that supernaturals caused the shadow on the sun. That was about when everything started changing. The demons, the vamps, we all got lumped together. The girl can talk. I toe off my boots. She giggles. What's with the mismatched socks? Her mouth drops and she stares at the bracelet from Torren. Wait. Are you superstitious? She eyes my wrist, then the polka dot sock on my left foot, and the one with pink and red stripes on the other. For your information, those will not ward off Fae. I bunch up my toes and sink back ever so slightly. You don't seem like the kind of person to be superstitious or buy into the anti-Fae self-discrimination. Be Fae. Be proud. Amelia gets to her feet. I never understood that. Listen, we're not the problem. Never have been. I mean, sure, unseelie Fae can pose certain issues. She snorts. I flinch at the word unseelie as memories try to filter to the surface. Overall, Fae exist more in the light than in the shadow. That's facts. The oppression we faced in the last couple of decades here in Terra, and before that during Bortimal's reign in Borea, was just wrong. Before my dad died, he talked about a cursed vampire who picked up where Bortimal left off, bent on scourging the realms of Fae. All Fae. She's quiet for a moment. And there was a rumor about a prophecy or prediction or something. The 4 would change the score. I don't know. Unseelie rhyme nonsense that I'd be cautious not to repeat. It went on like his doing will be his undoing. She shifts uncomfortably as if the words themselves have power. Cryptic. Curses, Fae, and our entire realm are at risk. Your superstitions won't help. I swallow hard because I didn't officially know I was Fae until sophomore year. I mean, I had suspicions but kept them locked away in the deepest vault in my mind. As for the socks and iron, I figured it was better to be prepared than sorry. You can go back to wearing regular socks unless you like the fashion statement. The iron around your wrist is foolish. We've never been appetizing to vampires for the same reason iron is said to repel our kind. Well, iron objects. Vamps prefer a certain concentration of iron in the blood. We don't have any, and in fact it's said to repel us because it's poisonous, but only if it pierces the skin, cold iron. Swords, knives, and other blades would repel just about anyone because if there's one thing supernaturals don't like, is having their blood spilled, but especially Fae. So I shouldn't let my bracelet cut me? That is if you're full Fae. I am, but she looks into my eyes. You're not. Amelia opens her book. Anyway, superstitions are rubbish. Oh, but do leave out cream and sweets because Fae don't mind a midnight snack. She winks. 2 hours later, Amelia shows me to the Common Quad, a building in the center of an open space in the middle of the campus. Large windows make up 2 walls. When she opens the door, loud music pours out like a splash of cold water. We walk into a cacophony of students hanging out, popcorn sailing through the air, and arms slung around shoulders. I wonder what Headmistress Jurek would think of the chaos and camaraderie. She strikes me as someone adamantly against anarchy or fun. Several students greet Amelia. A tall guy with his hand pressing into the wall above him leans over a girl with long blonde hair and even longer legs. She whispers something in his ear and then giggles. Amelia plows her way past the couple. They emanate whorls of energy like a wood fire, reminding me of the forge on the corner of Franklin and Kent. I scan the room for Torren. A chair crashes onto the floor in front of us. Amelia kicks it back in the direction it came. With her hands on her hips, she glares and then tilts her head. Sorry about that. It's a voice that I've listened to talk late at night, early in the morning, and wish I didn't hear now, only because it means Torren is locked up here too. As he bends to pick up the chair, his muscles flex under his shirt, the colors stark against a golden tan. His profile reveals a strong jaw and full lips. Tieren's brown hair is short but hopelessly messy. I want to hug him again, hold tight, a beacon of certainty in this craziness. However, after he walked away earlier, I don't dare. A kid with a rash of blemishes on his cheeks kicks the chair again. "Cut it out, Aaron," Amelia says to him. He smooths his shirt as though slightly embarrassed. I still can't find my studies and ethics text. And repeatedly kicking a chair helps how? Tieren's voice is sweetly deep but not gruff. He turns to me. I get my smile. Well, his smile, but it's the one he only ever shows me. I melt a little inside. Maybe he just needed to cool off earlier. He's always the even-keeled one. Even after he lost his parents, he returned to a state of equilibrium pretty fast. I imagine being turned into a vampire shook him up. Unlike what Amelia was saying about the division between vamps and fae, I've never experienced that. Vampires have always been my family. He's no exception. Lea, meet my roommate, Tieren says. I glance at the guy who moments before was practically having a tantrum and has since adjusted to casual cool. Tieren, this is Amelia, my roommate, I say, introducing her. When she tugs her gaze from Aaron, her cheeks are a soft shade of pink. Wait. Do you know each other? Even standing a foot apart from Tieren, there's no denying our familiarity. He's seen me at my best and worst. I've only ever seen him at his best because that's how Tieren is. He works hard at everything he does, whether it's school, his apprenticeship, or our friendship. The obvious question forms on my lips. Why is he then? Instead I say, yeah. Best friends since 4th grade. You both ended up here? How? Amelia's brow wrinkles and her eyes dart between us as though recognizing I'm fae, and he's a vamp. Tieren scrubs his hand down the back of his neck. I went to the forge, I'm a blacksmith's apprentice. Amelia eyes the bracelet around my wrist. The police busted in. Arrested me. There's no one to help. What about Huxley? I think back to the night of the basketball game, placing myself in the room with the ash and fire, the bellows and the mighty blacksmith who told me Tieren wasn't there. Tieren shrugs. Your brothers? He snorts. The fact that you were turned into a vampire? You're newly turned? Aaron steps back slightly. Yeah. Over the weekend. How were you not tearing everything apart? Aaron asks. What? Like you? Tieren eyes the chair. I'm not a vamp for your information. But all the new vamps I've ever heard of are monst. Aaron cuts himself off when Tieren cuts him a glare. Monsters, Tieren finishes for him. So I've gathered. I felt like one after I was bitten. A shadow crosses his expression. I am one. But you're talking to us, Amelia says. 3 fae. I look away. Look around. Try as the faculty might, we don't intermingle, Aaron says. I still have my mind. I know the difference between right and wrong. It's hard to fight the cravings and urges, but I do, and I will. I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm not going to stop being me. Tieren's voice sounds strained. I take that to mean being friends with the fae. As if oblivious to the gravity of our conversation, a girl with pink hair bounces between us and starts chatting with Aaron and Amelia. I turn to Tieren. He squeezes his eyes shut. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? I'm sorry for what I am. His tone is low and full of remorse. Yeah, me too, I mutter. Do you mean because you're fae? Lea, you're still you. You've been the same you since you stole half of my peanut butter and fluff sandwich in 4th grade. I shake my head because the part about me being me isn't true. He nods because it is. How can it be both? Earlier, I walked away from you because I hate myself. You should too. As Aaron said, I'm a monster. There is no denying that. But you're good. He rakes his hand through his hair. Torren, you know that's not true. He tilts his head. We've been taught that the supernatural community must be controlled, and I think because of that, what happened sophomore year, he speaks that last part carefully, you suppressed your magic and I almost killed someone that night. Like the magic then, the words escape now. But you didn't. You wouldn't. The corners of his lips turn down in disgust, revealing his true feelings that I know he tries to hide. I mumble, if you understood how I feel inside you'd. His expression softens. He lifts his hand to place it on my arm and pulls away. But in that gesture, I know he's saying that I can tell him anything. Usually, I do. He's like my very own living, breathing diary. Well, now not living. He knows all of my secrets except one. I close my eyes, preparing to tell what it's like being me. It's like vines winding around my bones, my heart suffocating me. Teeth digging in. Claws scratching. A heavy weight pressing down while at the same time all this energy feels like it could explode out of me. Well, it did once. I'll never let that happen again. I think that's the problem, he says softly. It wants out. I shake my head rapidly. That's why there are places like this. To protect the world from people like me. That's why there's the Brooklyn Vampire Club to keep the streets safe. Torren frowns. It's like you've tried to pretend that you don't have power for so long, you've missed the opportunity to understand it. He places his finger under my chin, so I meet his eyes. The tightness inside fades a little. Lea, whatever you are, whatever you do, I'll always. Someone knocks into me. I crash into the chair Aaron had thrown earlier, and onto the floor. Chapter 8. Torren. I grab the shirt of a vampire with dark hair and pale skin, like the kind from movies minus the cape, and spin him to face me. He hisses, and I punch him in the face. Like my newfound strength, he's surprisingly solid and hardly flinches. Baby vampire hasn't learned how things work around here, he says. Lea gets to her feet, fuming. Cliché vampire moves to headbutt me, but I feint to the left as two others, both built like linebackers, take a couple of steps closer, barring me from going anywhere. As if I would walk away from anyone who messed with Lea. Cliché vampire grips my shirt and sneers. You're a vampire. She's a fae. We don't mix. She's my best friend. I drive my knee up, pivot, and take him down in a submission hold. That's going to be a problem, he says, kicking off and getting back to his feet. Ivan should have vampire jiu-jitsu matches. Things could get really interesting. I'm strong and have skill, but this guy is a beast. You are going to have to pick. Vamps or fae. One or the other. This isn't a sing around the campfire community. It's us against them, and if you're smart, you'll choose wisely. The sound of female laughter comes from nearby. Probably that girl Jasmine I met earlier. Oh, and I'm Ryzen. I rule things around here, says Cliché Vampire. The others chuckle. I get to my feet and step over to Lea, who's glaring at Ryzen. Everyone stares at her. Whereas before, I would have thought it was because she was accused of murder. Now I realize it's because of who she is. I wrap my hand around her upper arm. Are you okay? Lee's glare at Ryzen and his buddies is answer enough. Fature, he spits and then storms away. Belatedly, a CA hurries over shouting, hands off. No touching fellow correctional students. Emilia mutters, sorry, I should have mentioned that rule. Too late for that, Aaron adds. They don't care if Felix and Nina make out or Ryzen attacks, but touching someone's arm is off limits? Emilia huffs at the injustice. The CA issues a warning. Everyone back to their dorms. Free time is over. She turns to Lea and me, eyeing my hand, which is still on her arm. Don't be stupid. I give Lea a squeeze, an apology for storming off earlier, and a promise that I've made my choice. I'm not turning my back on her. Everyone clears out, and I give Lea a long, lingering look, but she's glazed over, probably as shocked as me at this strange reality. On our way back to our room, Aaron says, "That was cool. Stupid but cool. No one crosses Ryzen." He wasn't joking. He rules the reform school. Just for your info, if we Fae had access to our powers, we could totally handle ourselves. I've always thought that was the problem. Everyone is afraid of us because of our magic, so they discriminate and try to keep us down. As we enter the dorm, he goes on, but I've stopped listening because the news relays reports about how the world's on fire, falling apart brick by brick, and we're insulated inside this little campus with idiots like Ryzen. Aaron must go back to the room because next thing I know, I'm alone with Cole and Felix flanking me on either side. It's safe to assume Princess Lea is secure in her dorm. Can we talk openly? Cole asks. I turn away from the television to face them. Felix rubs his hands together like a spectator warming up to watch a good fight. We're friends, right? Cole asks. He doesn't let me reply. Ryzen wasn't wrong. There's a way that things work here at RIP Jr., and girls like Lea aren't a part of that. I see the emoji love eyes on your face, and the way you went to help her. Cole presses his teeth together, making the wincing emoji face, except for the 4 very sharp vampire teeth in his mouth. And that's a bad thing? I ask. Lea is a pariah, Cole says. Do you mean a piranha? Felix asks with a laugh. You don't know her as I do. I set my jaw and clench my fists. Why do you guys care? Don't want to see her suck you dry. Cole laughs at his own joke. See, I told you piranha, Felix says. Aren't vampires the ones that do the sucking? And I have to say, this conversation sucks. I brush past them. Do you know what you're doing? Cole asks. I pause. I don't think you do, he says. You're going to get hurt. Is that a threat? I challenge. Jasmine and Nina stand in the doorway. Did someone say threat? Jasmine strides into the boys' lounge on the ground floor of the dorm. That was quite the show you put on in the quad. What are you doing here? Cole asks. Ouch. Cold like my heart. She mock flinches as though insulted. We were just thinking, wouldn't it be fun to go to prank the new students? Nina smirks. We know you guys could think of some good ones. I think of Lee's pranks over the years. If it weren't for the Fae Vamp division, they'd all probably get along fine. Although I sense these 4 are mean-spirited. Jasmine brushes her fingers against Cole's hand. It would be fun, don't you think? He blinks a few times, and I realize she uses her mesmerizing abilities on him. I move to leave. Torren, don't go just yet. Let's create some havoc. You like breaking rules. Jasmine's eyes flash to meet mine. Why don't you show us that you didn't really mean all that back in the quad? You're a vamp. You're on our team. I blink slowly as though entering a dream. Jasmine's voice has a soothing, lullaby quality. This conversation's getting hot, Felix says. Speaking of choosing, is it going to be him or me? Cole points between himself and me. He must have broken Jasmine's concentration because I snap too. I should know better than to succumb to her vampire hypnosis. Whatever. I'd rather be with Emmerich, Jasmine mutters. Or maybe she said Eric or Rick. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Cole looks sharply at her, then turns to me. Listen, vampires don't like fae, and if you know what's good for you, you'll stay away from them, especially Lee. In that case, we're done here. My voice is prickly. Be careful, Felix says in my wake. As I stomp up the stairs, it wasn't only my voice that was prickly. I feel prickly all over. I want to punch something. A hammer, anvil, and hot metal used to do the trick. I flip the light on in my dorm room. A black X stains the wall. The chemical fumes of spray paint hang heavily in the air. The window is open and cold air breezes in. I close it. Below, movement catches my eye. It's not Cole and his crew. Rather, the figure reminds me of the demons Lee slayed. The room is torn apart. Papers ripped from books, clothes pulled from drawers, and Aaron lying on the floor. Only he's gray, a shadow. The hall is quiet behind me as I call for help. I crouch down in front of my roommate. His eyes are dim, but he wears a strange, surly smile. You probably should have listened to Ryzen. He took his revenge. Made his point. Aaron slowly gets to his feet, staggers over to the wall, and rips something from the plaster. I hadn't noticed the handle of a black knife against the paint. They said you get one more chance because they could use you. He angles the weapon at me. I step backward, careful not to trip on the junk littering the floor. It's a nasty game, Torren. You belong on the other side. But you're fae. What are you talking about? With his free hand, he snaps his fingers. Just like that, they made me a weapon. Speaking of weapons, why don't you set that knife down, I command. Aaron's voice is robotic. It's war. Light and dark. Good and evil. I'm their pawn. The demons rended my shadow. Now I do what they want. This isn't make-believe or fiction. This is real life. Yeah, and wars are fought in real life. Aaron snarls. What makes this war worth fighting for? I ask, trying to keep my voice even as confusion pummels me from all sides. Freedom. No control. No rules. Anarchy. Sounds dangerous. Aaron smiles. That's the point. The knife sails through the air aimed at me. I dodge. Setting fires, robbing stores, taking whatever their cold hearts desire, orchestrating chaos. He turns to the X emblazed on the wall. And it's just the beginning. I thunder downstairs, desperate to find Lee to warn her about Cole and his crew, along with reporting whatever happened to Aaron. When I push on the door, it's locked for the night. Freedom sounds pretty good right now. Chapter 9. Lea. Amelia whirls on me when we get back to our shared cinderblock room. I'm afraid she's going to lay into me about the whole vampire versus fae thing. I've never had to pick before. Then again, I never let myself acknowledge that I'm fae before. Ivan knew, even though he never said anything and didn't seem to mind, until now. Her eyes are narrowed, but she wears a goofy smile. She descends on me with her finger pointed, as though I stand accused of more than murder. I've never seen anything like the way he looks at you. Whoa. Whoa, what? I ask, reclaiming my personal space. She lights up like the bulb shining on the ceiling above her. You're both so comfortable around each other, like you can be yourselves. You're just best friends? Her assumption catches up with me. Are you talking about Torren, and me? I shake my head. Yes, we're just friends. I've never had a serious boyfriend. A best friend, yes. A boyfriend, no. I'm not a player, a dater, or a committer. No. But you are rambling. She hitches a sly smile. You may not see it yet, but there is some serious chemistry between you two. It's like flames in a fire. And that's why I don't date. We turn to Ash. Dramatic. Amelia wiggles her fingers. What about you? I ask, turning the tables. Do I have a crush? Yes. Does he realize I exist? No. And he is? Someone that needs a little work before he's dateable. She blows a stray piece of hair away from her face. The types with potential are always trouble. You're telling me? Amelia lets out a long sigh before she drops onto her bed. More urgently, it's clear you and Torren belong together, but not here. My expression must convey the question in my mind. Why did we both wind up here at the same time for crimes we didn't commit? Amelia grabs me, forcing me to sit next to her on the bed. I try to edge away, but when she speaks, it's so low, I have to lean in to hear. There are plenty of fae and other supernaturals who break laws and hurt others. There's a reason they converted the jail to a maximum security prison. But this school? I'm not so sure. Most of us don't belong here. She shakes her head. Says everyone who ever committed a crime. Even as I speak the words, they fall hollow, false. I don't think I burned my house down. I don't think you killed 2 people. Maybe some of the students here broke rules, or their parents were fed up with their juvenile behavior. She throws air quotes around the word juvenile. I've been here a while, and the prison population is only increasing along with the demon threat. You'd be an idiot not to notice there are more demons on the loose than ever, and they're disguised to look like natural mortals, humans. She has my full attention now. I quickly tell her about the encounter Torren and I had with the demons in Brooklyn. All I know is that we're threatening to vampires, so better to keep us locked away, right? Wrong. We could defend against the demons. Instead, we're here. Does that mean vampires have infiltrated positions of political power? I think of Ivan. He always pulled strings and conducted shady dealings behind closed doors. Could he be one of them? Then why raise me as his daughter, only to lock me up? I believe so. Amelia's suspicions filter through my mind. Sounds like you're suggesting a conspiracy theory. After the rift, an order of guardians and warriors was created to protect the supernaturals here in Terra, trained at magical academies all over the world. I stop her right there and have her explain more. Up until now, I haven't paid attention to the details. There are 2 parallel realms. Terra, where we are. Borea, where we're from. I'm from Brooklyn. If believing that helps you sleep at night, by all means. But there's no denying you're fae. Frost fae if my spidey senses are accurate. My shoulders reflexively round. There's no shame in it, Lee. Her eyes meet mine. I turn away. There are plenty of reasons to be ashamed, I murmur. No. Her voice is sharp. A reprimand. Lee, you've just been catapulted into something much bigger than yourself. She lets the words sink in for a moment and looks me over as though evaluating if she should say more. We may be in reform school for wayward supernaturals, but that doesn't mean there's something wrong with us or that we're helpless. That's exactly how I feel. If you're the brave and bold girl I think you are, you'll join us at midnight. Join who? Where? I ask. We're working to get to the bottom of this, and we will. We'll break free. The smile Amelia wears is a dare. She exits to the showers. I flop onto my bed, overwhelmed. A few tears, as fine as the misty rain on the window, escape my eyes. Despite my often unruly nature, this is all too dense and unwieldy. It scares me. I'm not sure I want anything to do with it. Despite being surrounded by people like me, meeting Amelia, and having Torren here, dread carves me out. Nonetheless, I sense the ribbons of magnetic energy I've tried to ignore since that fateful night pulling me slowly toward 12 o'clock. I drift in and out of anxious sleep until shuffling comes from across the room. Amelia ghosts by, revealing the digital numbers on the clock. It's a few minutes before midnight. I sense she pauses by the window, as if giving me the opportunity to join her. Headmistress Jurek outlined the rules, but I've never before had an issue breaking rules. Neither have I been told that being Fae is okay. After pulling on my boots, I follow Amelia through the opening and onto the damp ground. Outside, the air is electric, or maybe it's just me. If we're caught, I'm definitely going to rip. Sticking to the shadows, we make our way across campus. We pass several buildings, including a crumbling down auditorium, vestiges of the boarding school for supernaturals. Inside, a group of students huddles together. They nod at Amelia as we sit down in the circle. Words are spoken in hushed whispers. The lantern light dims, and the lapping water off the nearby docks and the crickets mute. It's as if we're suddenly inside a secret place. Amelia smirks. Rune of concealment. I have no idea what she's talking about, and worry I just stepped into a cult. Other Fae gather, many with lavender eyes. A vague memory carries me back to Brooklyn and the bookstore where I worked. A strong hand locks on my shoulder. I force myself not to startle as a guy with shoulder-length hair helps me to my feet. A tattoo twines down his arm, a tribal design of black and red against his skin. Welcome everyone, especially our newcomer. A pair of obsidian eyes shine on me. He leans in and whispers into my ear as though inhaling me. My name is Emmerich and I'm here to help you, Lea. No one ever uses my full name. The sound of it makes me shiver with delight and meet his gaze. I want to hear it again. I want to dive into his dark eyes. I want to do anything he asks. The earth tilts like our worlds are colliding. He pulls me close. I melt, giddy like a girl asked to prom by her crush. The riptide of embarrassment that flooded me about being Fae finally recedes. Everyone claps. Our eyes lock again, and the fraying corners of my mind drop into nothingness. I forget everything: who I am, my name, Diesel my dog when I was little, the snatches of songs that play on an endless reel in my head, and the slim line of the knife that haunts my neck. This boy, whoever he is a gateway drug. I'm nothing but amber desire. Emmerich's voice comes strong and sure. You're all here tonight because you know you don't belong. You shouldn't be locked up. You don't belong in Terra. No, you're all meant for something greater, Dominion in Borea. The homeland. There's a murmur of agreement. His voice is like smoke over water, soothing, tempting. They taught you to believe that your magic was to be kept hidden. That you're bad, tainted. But you feel the explosiveness of it, desperate to get out. Fae aren't meant to suppress their magic. It's dangerous. I believe in each of you. In your power. In your promise. But nothing is going to change unless we come together and rise up against those who want to restrain us, lock us away, and pretend that we don't exist. The lantern flickers. I've never been one to dismantle my chainmail of suspicion, jadedness, or spite, but something softens me. At Emmerich's words, warmth spreads from the inside out, assuring me, casting away my self-doubt. I feel like I belong. Emmerich goes on to talk about they have oppressed Fae and other supernaturals. How imprisoning us in jail and reform school is the latest in a long line of acts against us. He talks about the rift when the leaders of the Terra and Borea realms parted ways, leaving many in this realm to fend for themselves. He tells stories of families broken apart, Fae who were made to live in hiding, fearing for their lives. He talks about Fae being treated like criminals, even though they couldn't help their nature. Part of me wants to argue, make my point that I'm a monster, but the more he talks, the more I find myself mesmerized and hanging on to his words, finding relief in finally hearing the truth. With demons on the loose, Fae are emerging from hiding to defend themselves, their homes, and this land. But in doing so, they're being made out to be the criminals. The rebel in me rallies. For so long I fought against myself. Maybe this is what I've been seeking all this time. People like me. With each word Emmerich speaks, the fight rises inside. We'll find a way to break free. We will show them what it means to be supernatural. We'll destroy anyone who tries to stop us. He holds my hand up as though we've already triumphed. Against who? I don't know. Against what? The ongoing belief that I'm other, wrong, not worthy. But am I dangerous? Yes. Yes, I am. Emmerich's gaze lands on me as though he senses my thoughts. What feels like a length of soft silk slips out from the center of my chest and spirals toward him. The broken and hollow parts of me since that terrible night almost 4 years ago fill in. The roller coaster of emotions I've ridden for the last 24 hours vanishes. With this subtle shift, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I spot Amelia in the crowd, silhouetted by the glow of the lantern. Uncertainty flushes through me. But if I belong here, with my people, where does that leave Torren? Emmerich continues, as many of you know, in days of old, the Fae courts would host dances that lasted until sunrise. Let's honor the Fae heritage. Over the shuffling in the room, music plays. Emmerich laces his hand around the small of my back. My eyes fix on his shoulders and drag down to his arms, speared along the edges with ink. His eyes don't waver from my face, my nose, or chin as if he's drinking me in. I swim in them, my reflection almost visible as we lean into the music. He licks his lips like a new thought crystallized in his mind. My palms sweat as he takes one of my hands. His fingers cool my skin. Lea, I wish you were still on the other side, free. But now that you're here, you can understand the truth of who you are and what you're meant to be. I shiver. What do you mean? You're different. You're special. Through the haze of attraction, I manage to arch an eyebrow. Is that what you say to all the new girls? My Brooklyn street smarts signal alarm at the could-be pickup line, but like a receding tide, they fade when he repeats my name. His lips quirk. You're not just a new girl. Your reputation precedes you. I'd hardly say pranks and borrowing cars qualifies as a reputation. Nearly 2 years ago, on the night you released your magic, you left an energy signature. I've been looking for you ever since. I'm really not all that hard to find. He shakes his head. Not when you suppress your magic. You're full of it. Full of potential. I had my reasons. You were made to believe that you're dangerous when your power is actually a gift. If we're all Fae here, then we're all gifted. There is a prophecy, Lea. I think you're among those who are meant to lead our people to absolute freedom. My would-be laughter comes out as a giggle. As we glide and dance, She Loves Me by the Beatles drowns out the song playing in the old auditorium. I think of dancing with Torren at the diner. Guilt nips at me, but whatever is happening right now with Emmerich is different from what I felt for Lucas or any other guy. Even Torren. With him it's like home, sweatpants, a pint of ice cream, and a movie. With Emmerich, I'm beaming smiles and ribbons of magnetic energy twisting and sizzling. Like a spark moving along a fuse, burning dangerously toward a stick of dynamite, something inside me is ready to blow. I feel it right in the middle of my chest. As we continue to dance, Emmerich floats his hands along the length of my body, arresting my skin, my blood, and my bones. The music intensifies, and he pulls me close. I've waited a long time for you, Lea. You will be the downfall of this cursed realm. His lips are practically against mine as he speaks. What are you doing? I breathe. I want to pull away but can't. It's as though I'm magnetized to him, slipping, sliding, my thoughts dancing away on the sound of his voice and the drum of his will. Exactly what you want. Anything you want. We hardly know each other, I say, logic trying to overpower these primal urges. I don't think that matters, he says. Why are you here? I ask. You summoned me. I'm here because of your unmet desires. I'm whatever you want me to be. His smile is wickedly beautiful. I wobble. The room slants and I almost crash into Emmerich, but Torren catches me. Emmerich vanishes. Chapter 10. Torren. After I make sure Lea got back to her dorm safely, I stick to the shadows, sneaking to my glorified cinderblock cell. Earlier, I was in my room, unable to sleep. Apparently, vampires are nocturnal. I stared at the city skyline, trying to trace a route back there, when I saw movement on the lawn below. Sure enough, several students were sneaking past. I figured it was Cole and the others, but I'll never mistake Lea. It helps that vampires also have super sight. It's like all of my senses are heightened. Especially at night. By day the sun burns, but it's really no worse than being at the beach too long. At a distance, I followed Lea to the auditorium until she vanished inside. The space was dark, quiet. I poked around. The faint strains of music wavered in and out. I moved deeper into the auditorium. I could feel Lea's presence beyond a broken-down wall. There was a second when the wall flickered like a guttering candle. I threw myself against the wall until it smashed and entered a room. Loads of Fae spun around the space in a trance-like dance. Lea was no different. Then she faltered. I caught her just as I met a pair of dark and somehow familiar eyes. I checked to make sure Lea was okay, but the guy was gone. Now I'm sneaking into my dorm through a bathroom window. When I land with both feet on the tile floor, someone says, "Out for a late-night snack? Rendezvous? Why didn't you just use the front door?" Cole leans against the wall with one foot propped up and his arms crossed as though he was waiting for me. My shoulders tense. I don't hide my annoyance. "Late night, Torren?" he asks. "I know where you went, traitor. Ryzen rules the vamps. Emmerich is the Fae King. He's organizing something big and you're going to tell me what?" I shake my head. "Who's Emmerich? Playing dumb?" He flicks my collar. "You don't stand a chance. I see the way you looked at her." I thought he meant I don't stand a chance resisting the vampires, but I think he means if Lea has a choice between this Emmerich dude and me, the answer is not me. "We're best friends," I grind out. "Not if Emmerich wins her over." "That's where you're wrong," I say and storm off. My room is still trashed. Aaron isn't here. I'd like to be able to go to sleep. I'm over 6 feet and the bed is too short. It's also lumpy and a spring digs into my back. I close my eyes and try to order my thoughts. Being turned, getting arrested, being thrown in here, and finding out Lea was too. The almost fight in the quad, and then Aaron's strange change and warning. Lea dancing with that guy. It must have been Emmerich, but it happened so fast, I don't remember what he looked like. I hated seeing her like that. The image of her enraptured and then nearly falling is burned into my mind. I blink open my eyes. It's 3 a.m. 3 more hours until the sun comes up. When I close my eyes again, I see Lea, her hair shining by the lantern light, her skin soft and smooth. My Lea. An alarm sounds. For a moment, lost in thoughts, I forget where I am. I find the clock under a pile of things from Aaron's night table. 6 a.m. He's still not here. I review the schedule when received. I have a workout first thing. Then breakfast. As I drift downstairs, all the vampires go in one direction and the Fae in another. I waffle between following the Fae to find Lea, but that deadly combination of hunger and thirst compels me to the vamps. After getting my blood ration from the dispensary, I go to the track to run. Mist hangs low, muting the buildings. We have half an hour to run the track. It's only when I complete the 8th lap that my mind goes quiet except for my footfalls. I never want Lea far from my mind, but I feel relief in the distance from my thoughts. Back in the locker room, the banter is similar to that of my regular high school. I snort. 2 brothers, here on charges of assault, get into a tussle. The CAs have to break it up. Even if my brothers find out I've been sent here, they won't bother bailing me out. My parents are gone. Lea is all I have, and she's back squarely in my thoughts. Cole and Felix's familiar voices rise and fall from the end of the row of lockers. I pause and listen, but a CA calls Santos. Torren Santos. Report to the headmistress's office at once. From the other side of the lockers, Cole and Felix snicker. I take a deep breath and meet the correctional assistant. Yeah. That's me. He smirks. Today is not your lucky day. As he leads me across campus, a black splotch covers the wall of the auditorium. As it comes into focus, I read, Die Scab. Being privy to Lee's Brooklyn Vampire Club world, I know what the term scab means. I also know that vampires can't die, at least not easily. But what does it have to do with me? As I enter the administration building, Lea stands at the other end of the hall. I stop. Her hair is slightly wild, as if she didn't brush it this morning, or maybe she didn't sleep. I give a little wave, feeling slightly awkward. She lowers her gaze. Led by CAs, we both enter the headmistress's office and sit in wooden chairs. Thank you for being so courteous as to join me this fine morning, Headmistress Jurek says. Did we have a choice? Lea mutters. The woman's sharp eyes land on Lea. I believe I run a fair facility that gives those who've made bad choices the opportunity, in a safe environment, to learn and reform. I should tell her about Aaron. I outlined the rules yesterday, but it seems you've both already been involved in an altercation and were discovered out of the dorm last night. Now, we have a new piece of artistry adorning the old auditorium. Either of you care to explain? We're both silent. As a former professor, I do offer participation points. Her smile simpers. No. You didn't spray paint that on the wall, Lea? Jurek turns to me. You're not willing to confess that you know that she did it? Very well. This is how it works. You get 3 chances. 3 strikes if you will. This is number 1. Any more infractions, you go directly to RIP. For now, you're on probation. But you can't prove the graffiti was done by me, or that Torren isn't telling the truth, Lea says. I don't have to prove anything. That's also how this works. Jurek stabs her desk with her pointer finger. Also, Torren hasn't said a word, so what truth could he be telling? My roommate attacked me yesterday. My room was ransacked. There was something wrong with him. He was weak, almost gray. It was the weirdest thing. How unfortunate. I know everything that goes on and it's being dealt with. Either her eye twitches or she flickers. For a moment, it looked like her face was pale and marred by acid green lines. I blink a few times. Must be a weird vampire senses glitch. I'll be watching you. She presses her palm flat on top of a file. If you want to participate in the Fey Court Ball and the Rajoklan Games, I suggest you behave yourselves. With that, Jurek dismisses us. I'm quiet until we exit the building. Morning, I say to Lea, knocking the rust off my voice. Feel like breakfast? Her bottom lip softens. Starved? We walk to the cafeteria as we did so many times at our old high school, but for lunch. Nothing is different except for the uniforms, the perimeter fence, and the tension pulsing between us. I reach for a bagel and then stop myself. Vamps only eat food for show. It doesn't do anything to nourish us. After Lea grabs a chocolate chip pancake, we sit at the end of a long table. About last night, I start. I didn't do it. I would never spray paint that. I know, but I meant that secret meeting or whatever it was where everyone was dancing. It was for Faye. Emilia has explained a lot, but Emmerich was amazing. There's so much I didn't know about my kind. I mean, I'm not against vamps at all, but there are a lot of problems between supernaturals. Emmerich said. I ignore all the details highlighting how amazing he is, and remember what Cole said. He's the Fey King, at least at Rip Jr. What does that have to do with dancing? It's an old Fey court thing. You've probably heard about it from fairy tales. I'm stuck on trying to figure out how she went from denying that she was Fey to full-fledged accepting it. Thanks for not letting me fall. She hasn't touched her pancake. My thoughts snag on Fall and Emmerich and how amazing he is. I never would let you. The words are as hard as stone and as unyielding. I know. About Emmerich? A guy in my dorm said he's like the Fey King. Big man on campus, I joke as I venture into dangerous water. We never talked about Lucas or anything remotely having to do with relationships or love, the word I attach to the word fall. The way Lea is batting her eyelashes when talking about Emmerich makes me queasy and thirsty for blood at the same time. He's amazing, isn't he? She repeats that word. Yeah, violent thirst is taking over. You mentioned that he's amazing. That chocolate chip pancake looks amazing. I could call someone walking across Antarctica amazing. The 7 wonders of the world are amazing. You're amazing. I get an eye roll. You should have heard what he was saying about people like me, Torren. Awe fills her voice. Sounds dangerous. As Jurek said, we're on probation. We have to be careful. Anger flashes across her face. You just don't get it. No, I don't. I don't get why I'm here. Why you're here or what's going on between us. Between us? Her fork stabs the air. What's going on is you don't understand what it's like to have to deny who you are for years and years. You're right. I don't, but I never asked you to. As of last week, when I became a vampire, I was unwittingly forced to learn how to do that. I don't like this, Lea. Her nostrils flare. You never asked me what happened that night. Sophomore year? You're right, because I figured it was too painful. None of my business. That you'd tell me when you were ready. But you knew that I wasn't normal. She spits out that last word. You were always Lea. My Lea. The Lea that I trap that last word in my mouth. I won't say it right now. Not like this. So then you agree. I'm not normal. That's not what I meant, and you know it. My tone is harsher than I mean. After what happened to your parents, I'm pretty sure you became wary of all supernaturals. They were killed by vampires, and that didn't stop me from hanging around your house, which is usually filled with vamps. She shakes her head with disgust. I knew you weren't different from everyone else. Judging, scorning, and rejecting. My brow wrinkles. How did I reject you? I've been by your side all along. I slept on your couch so you wouldn't be alone, endured your terrifying uncle for weeks after what happened sophomore year. I brought your schoolwork. Sometimes did your schoolwork. Made sure you ate. Taught you how to drive, took you all over Brooklyn. I was there, Lea. And now I'm here. I hate this conversation and what she's implying. Lea doesn't look at me. We're just different, Torren. What's so bad about that? I feel as if she's slipping from me. She shakes her head. We come from different places. We want different things. No, we both come from Brooklyn. From broken families. Love music. Driving fast. Pizza. Books. Movies. Long walks along the East River. Dreaming of backpacking around the world. No, that's a life for a gnat. I'd been trying to fit myself into that mold. It's not who I am. Then again, I haven't calculated how any of that might work for a vampire. But I'm not ready to let go of the life and dreams we shared. What about both? Can't you have both? I don't like the plea in my voice. Right now I have nothing, she says. The comment wedges between us. What about me? What about us? We're here, locked up together. We have each other. My chest craters. You don't belong here. That isn't true. I pause a beat, trying to read her expression, tap back into how we could always read each other's mind and finish each other's sentences. Did Emmerich make you think all this? Fury rolls across her features like thunder. I can think for myself. I've had a lot of time to think the last couple of days. I'm done ignoring that I'm Fae. For your information, Emmerich didn't fill my mind with anything, but he did dance with me. She gets to her feet. I stand up. I already told you that I would've. We're toe-to-toe. If this were a different kind of moment, I could count the freckles on her nose and cheeks. I can't help but stare at her, then pull back, realizing what I was unintentionally doing, using my vampire abilities on her. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to how my body and mind have two different agendas now. You had 4 years to ask me to dance, she says. I didn't know you liked dancing. Exactly. You hardly know me at all. Lee turns and storms away. More than a few pairs of eyes stare at us, but I don't care. What concerns me is that the best thing in my life just left it. Chapter 11. Lea. It turns out that it's possible to be boiling mad and completely flustered at the same time. I exit the cafeteria after fighting with Torren. He's never stood up to me like that, and if the red-hot fire from dancing with Emmerich wasn't still in my veins, I'd have swooned. I'm not the swoony type, but Anna, who I worked with at the bookstore, encouraged me to read a few romance novels. I didn't hate them. It's true, Torren has always been there. But right now, I want to be anywhere but here. My thoughts drift to Emmerich. The way he looked at me. How he said I'd summoned him. He'd be whatever I wanted him to be. The temptation, the pull to him, was as strong as the magic that simmers inside of me. Outside, I try to catch my breath. The sun burned away the fog and bathes the stone on the east side of the buildings in a magnificent gingery gold. Last night, while dancing and lost in Emmerich's embrace, I faltered, almost fell. Torren was there to help me up, but there was no denying Emmerich's hold on me. Possessive. Complete. I'm on the verge of losing my mind. What is going on with me? After returning from the meeting last night, whatever magic seduced me into thinking what I'm doing here made sense, wore off during the long wakeful hours as the clock teased me by not keeping the correct time. I swear it was 3 a.m. for 3 hours. Doubt crept back in, knocking into the shadows of thought. Then irritation grew into straight-up outrage at not having clear answers to the questions that I haven't yet asked. Who am I? Why am I here? Maybe this is an existential crisis? If I hadn't just stormed away from Torren, he'd know what to say. But I wasn't wrong. He doesn't understand. I've never felt like I belonged in my skin or here in this realm. After learning about Terra and Borea, it's starting to make a strange kind of sense. I push against confusion, letting rage back in. I steam forward along the sidewalk, but my train wreck of thoughts derails when I realize I have nowhere else to go. I stop. I have no family. No one. I'm alone. A tear escapes, but I quickly wipe it away along with the notion that I can leave this campus. I shouldn't have gotten so upset at Torren. A bell signals breakfast is over. I hurry back to the dorm so I have time to change before classes. First up, I have magical management. Within the first 5 minutes of Professor Porter's instruction, it should actually be called, suppress your magic. I'm good at that. She hardly seems like she enjoys the topic though. Torren stumbles in late. That's unlike him. Even though he wants to be a blacksmith, his grades could probably get him into most colleges. Even with school, his job, and working at the forge, he also managed to hang out with me. His expression is pure iron, and he hardly takes his eyes off the window. As if reading his mind, I think, yeah. I want freedom too. Maybe some of that will be found in information. I raise my hand. Yes, Miss Vladikov. I want answers. Professor Porter adjusts her glasses. Then asks questions. What is this place? Why are we here? Riker's reformatory school, she answers as though it's obvious. I mean before, when this was a place for gifted supernaturals. She frowns. Being called to Amsterdam Island Academy was an honor. You're right, it was for the intellectually and magically gifted. It was a way for supernaturals to align with, cultivate, and learn how to use their gifts to serve the world. Now we're being locked up, taught to restrain our magic. You're here so you're kept safe. Her lips form a prim line. The bell rings as though calling that out as a lie. As we file from the classroom, I sense two sets of eyes on me, Torren and the teachers. I avoid them both. On my way to my next class, a crowd gathers in front of the common quad. Across the door is the word Fature with a big letter X blazing through it. Rumors spread quickly about the vandalism. I hope this isn't strike two. Then again, I have an alibi. Professor Porter can testify that I was annoying her in class. I spot Amelia. What's it mean? I ask. Ryzen used the word yesterday. It's the worst kind of insult for Faye. Amelia wrings her hands. Any idea who did it? She shakes her head. Pick a vamp, any vamp. Hopefully, they'll still let us have the Fae Court Masquerade Ball this weekend. She goes on to explain how some of the traditions, when this was a magical academy, have been maintained. It's like prom, but similar to the balls from the Fae Courts of Borea, and just about the only fun to be had. Our little midnight rendezvous was a little taste. She winks. I swallow, thinking of my recent prom fail. Do we have to go with a date? Of course, and I know who your date is going to be. Never mind the way Torren looked at you. You were practically drooling over a certain hot mage. A what? A mage. The youngest and wisest, so I hear. He came here from Borea when we started having troubles. Do you mean Emmerich? How did he end up here, though? He's a champion for the Fae. Doesn't mess around. He went on an unauthorized demon-killing spree and destroyed government property in the process, Amelia says with awe. Me too, minus the property part. What about you? Who are you going with? Amelia's cheeks flush. What about Torren's roommate, Aaron? He seems like a loose cannon, but not one you can't handle. There's no denying her pink cheeks whenever she sees him. More like a missile or a landmine. He wasn't at breakfast or class today, though. She knocks me in the shoulder. Anyway, the ball. Despite the divide between Fae and Vamps, they're trying to bridge our differences with Fae court dances and vampire endurance games, if you think that kind of thing is fun. I do not. If it's a masquerade, what about costumes? Last year I wore a yellow floor-length gown with marigolds stitched into the bodice. I waggle my eyebrows. This is an event. We get full-on fancy like the Fae courts in Borea. She leads me down the path to our next class, sharing all the details, especially how gorgeous I'd look in red. Ryzen and a few of his buddies bar our path. I fold my arms across my chest and cock a hip. We heard you like pranks. Back at your old school, you do things like this with your scab friend. Anger as deadly as iron rises in my blood. I did not spray paint the building, I say through gritted teeth. And don't use the word scab. Was it you who spray painted Fature on the quad with a big X across it? Amelia says, coming to my defense. He snorts. Are you sure it wasn't your scab boyfriend? My eyes narrow. I don't have a boyfriend and you know nothing about me. We know where you come from and all about Torren. Ryzen leers. I turn to Amelia. Do you think a mouthful of broken teeth would be an improvement, or? I rely on Torren to finish my sentences, but I think Ryzen gets the point. Is pals back up? Try it. You'll break your hand, he says. It's an unfair fight, Lee, Amelia says then louder. Someday we'll have our power back and you won't stand a chance. I'd like to see you try. Ryzen laughs. Emmerich saunters our way with his shoulders back. His expression is smug. He wears a black robe over his uniform. According to Amelia, this is a sign of him being a mage, similar to how Torren earned belts in jiu-jitsu. I suggest you leave Lee and her friend alone. Ryzen steps closer, posturing. Is that a threat? Something like that. Emmerich exudes power despite the magic suppression enforced by the school. Maybe it's different for mages. Ryzen snorts and then storms off. You okay, Lea? Emmerich whispers. I nod. Thank you. I know I can handle myself, but something comes over me in his presence. Good. I'm wondering if you'd like to accompany me to the Fae Court Ball. I enjoyed dancing with you the other night. His lips quirk. I'd be delighted. Amelia practically squeals with excitement. For the rest of the day, all anyone talks about is the graffiti and the masquerade ball. All I can think about is the silence growing between Torren and me. On Saturday evening, I stand in front of a mirror dressed in a black silk gown with an underlay of red feathers. The word that comes to mind is fascinating. The smooth fabric in my hand is like a fluid work of art. I've never worn anything like this. Emmerich sent it to me as a gift. Over my shoulder, Amelia smiles approvingly. This is so not me. I'm more of a jeans and t-shirt kind of gal. I swish back and forth. She laughs and gives me a mask covered with crystals and a plume on the side. Is this for real? I ask. She holds out a pair of black high heels like the kinds Ivan's dates wear. The soles are red like the feathers. I teeter to my feet, trying to get used to balancing with the extra inches added to my already tall frame. At twilight, Emmerich meets me at my dorm. He looks regal in a velvet frock coat, trousers, and his hair loose around his face. We walk along the path leading to the common quad. Glittering lamps guide the way, flickering on the cement. I'm surprised Jurek didn't cancel it after the second instance of graffiti, Amelia says, catching up to us. I'm surprised she didn't blame Torren or me. I tell them about being called into the office and probation. If they're shocked, they don't show it as we enter the parade of couples and small groups crowding into the entryway. Emmerich grips my hand as if showcasing me as his date. My cheeks warm. I realize Amelia is probably looking for Aaron. He hasn't been in class. I watch for his roommate. My heart sinks at the possibility that he has a date. I want him to be happy, and that's not with me. If I still lived a normal life, it would be my high school's actual prom night. I wonder how much fun Lucas and Sandra are having. But it's nothing like the kick in the gut when I see a tall blonde named Jasmine on the arm of a guy wearing a black suit with tails and a gold mask with Romanesque flourishes. Jasmine leans in and says something to Torren. He tosses his head back with laughter. I plaster on a smile. Music that's nothing like what the DJ spins at regular prom plays. Instead, it's the plucking of strings and a melodious whistle. Back home, dances like this would happen every weekend. The Fae are a festive bunch, Emmerich says. Even though at RIP Jr. we're meant to assimilate to be more like natural mortals, we get this one little indulgence. He winks. I hope you like to dance, Lea, because I don't plan on letting you go. And he doesn't. Not as hours pass and we dance and dance. I lose myself in his arms, his whispers in my ear, and the revels surrounding us. It's only when there's a pause between songs and someone taps me on the shoulder that I stop. "Excuse me, can I have this dance?" Torren asks. His expression is stony, and there's a hunger in his eyes I've never seen before. Then again, he's a vampire now. Chapter 12. Torren. I press through the crowd, not in the mood to dance or even be here, leading Lea away from Emmerich, the so-called Fey King at Rip Jr. I whip around when someone bumps into me. I'm ready and loaded to fight, to feel something other than the prickly discomfort in my chest. The person doesn't apologize as they sweep onto the dance floor. Lee's eyes are dark. Her lips pursed in question. "Will you dance with me?" I repeat. Her gaze holds mine. As the seconds pass and she doesn't answer, the gulf between us widens. I have to be the one to cross it. I grip the back of my neck. I'm sorry about how things went. I've had to clear my head. "What's cluttering it?" she asks, most certainly unused to seeing anything other than my moderately cheerful self, at least when we're together. She doesn't see me pounding the heck out of metal, taking out my frustrations with the hammer and anvil. A lot of things. Namely, becoming a vampire, getting sent here, being accused of vandalism, and I close my mouth but not before I gesture in the direction from which we came. And my roommate, Aaron, seems to have lost his mind and pulled a knife on me after telling me there's a war coming. He's Fey. You could say there are a few things cluttering my head. Her brow wrinkles. Where'd Aaron go? I shrug, suddenly feeling awkward. Not knowing what else to do with my hands, I catch hers in mine and begin to step right, left, leading her around the dance floor to the otherworldly music. We don't quite find the rhythm. She doesn't smile or wear a happy, carefree expression like she did at the diner. I bite the inside of my lip. It's loud in here. I don't really feel like being around people. Controlling my urges is getting harder, not easier. Her brows lift. Glad I don't qualify as people. "Do you want to go outside?" she asks. "What about your date?" I ask, hoping she dismisses him as unimportant. I sound ridiculous. I'm sure he won't mind if we're gone for a few minutes. He won't mind? When has Lea ever cared about a guy minding what she does with her time? You and I need to talk. There's command in my voice. My shoulders immediately relax when we get outside. I want to be away from the Fey court dance. Not because it has to do with Fey, but because while on the dance floor it felt like I was compelled to spin round and round, dot and round. It was like I could lose myself in the movement, and not in a good way. We go to one of the classroom buildings, and up several flights of stairs to the roof. In the distance, the gold and ruby lights of the city sparkle. I don't like this, I say. Is this a multiple choice? There's an assortment of things you could be referring to. Lea taps her chin like she's going to start listing items. I gesture between us. I don't like whatever is happening. Me neither. She gazes at her hands. I'm sorry. Me too. Feels like we've been saying that to each other a lot since we got here. The thing is, I've never felt understood. And that's partly my fault because I've never understood myself. Being here, well, meeting Amelia and Emmerich, I feel like they get it, they get me. She lifts her eyes to meet mine. They almost match the night sky. I know what she's saying has merit and is important, but I understood her. Well, as much as she'd ever let me. This isn't easy. Again, you could mean anything. But her tone suggests she knows I mean us. Her gaze lifts to the sky. If we could see the stars, I'd say make a wish. She shifts and her arm brushes mine. Warmth. Comfort. Home. Her eyes twinkle against her dark lashes in the low light. It fills me with sadness, and I have the sudden urge to kiss it away. I only hope that when this is over, we're okay and life goes back to being us. If I were to close the distance between Lee's lips and mine, every question I've never asked would be answered. We have an undeniable connection, and my entire body vibrates when I'm close to her. But I think that right now we both just need a friend. What about Jasmine? Lee asks. My eyes close. My mind hops and spins. That's not the girl I want to think about. She ambushed me and pulled a pout. Take me to the masquerade ball tonight? Although I think it was more of a statement than a request. Lee gives me a look I'm not sure how to interpret. Disappointment? Disgust? Triumph? Pleasure? And Emmerich? I don't finish the sentence. What is he to you? Boyfriend? One black eyebrow arches in response. I don't expect you to understand. I grip Lee's shoulder to face me. Don't be so sure about that. I know what it's like to be completely enamored by someone. To do everything in your power to protect them, treat them well, show care, love, and gratitude. My brother would say I'm a mushy sap. It's true. Lee shakes her head. Sometimes it's as though something primal, almost wicked comes over me, Torren. I can't explain it. I'm filled with the urge to, she swallows hard. To do bad things. There's no way she's behind the spray paint. It's the ex-crew or copycats. Like steal cars. There aren't any here, but I'm sure we could stir up some trouble. I tease her with a wink. No, much worse than that. We've learned about unseelie fae in class, she lets the suggestion dangle. When I'm with Emmerich, it's like he replaces that longing and I feel peaceful, at ease. Yeah, that I get. You can't possibly. You don't belong here. You're not fae. You don't belong. In your world, I finish for her. Newsflash, this is our world. We're here, in Terra or whatever. Believe me, these last days have shocked me. If I were anyone else, I'd probably freak out, she finishes for me this time. You're not that kind of guy. No, because I'm with you. She doesn't finish for me. I inhale deeply. Lee, I would like to dance with you. I want. She crushes her palm against my mouth, stopping me from saying more. Obscuring her face is a mask with crystals and rubies fixed into the metal. Beneath that, her eyes fill with liquid, then she rushes toward the stairs. The red feathers appear from the folds of her asymmetrical and edgy gown, as if to remind me, and me alone, there's a kind of softness beneath the exterior hardware that constructs Lee. To anyone else's eye, the feathers might look like blood or flame, puncturing an otherwise black dress. Maybe all of this back and forth isn't good. Perhaps I don't understand her. What if up here on the rooftop is our last chance together? What if I'm supposed to let the gulf between us broaden until it's too wide to cross? She could be better off without me. With her people. The ones who understand her. Doubt creeps in. Animosity aside, maybe the division between vamps and fae is for good reason. Wait. One last dance. I almost choke when I realize what I've said. Lee stops and turns. Her lower lip falls. But she remains standing there as the strains of music filter from the common quad. One last dance. My chest aches, but my hand lands on her low back and the other clasps hers in a fit so perfect it's painful. We sway and glide, and she only steps on my foot once. She doesn't apologize, which is a promise that even though things are changing, that hasn't. When I spin her around, her dress flares out like she's a bird on fire. A phoenix. We float across the roof until the space between us disappears. I feel the beat of her heart against my empty one. When the song ends, we remain like that, holding each other and overlooking the shoreline of the island, pricked with lanterns and flushed pink and apricot against the near darkness. Her face goes slack. We'd better get back. The pulsing, blazing energy of everyone in costume must point toward the Fey courts of old. It must mean something to Lea. We hurry to the ball as drums beat out a steady rhythm. Once there, Lee's hand slips from mine and she's lost in the throng of satin, chiffon, and tailored cloth as everyone dances. Headmistress Jurek appears in the center, wearing a poison green gown with ornate beaded trim. A plume of feathers juts from the sides of her mask like whiskers. Welcome to our annual Fey Court Masquerade Ball. Our work here at Riker's is to reform your wicked ways and help you better learn how to live among natural mortals. For staying out of trouble, our gift is to honor one of the Fey courts of old. In this way, you'll see how the past shaped who we are and awaken you to the future, where, along with the natural mortals, we can live side by side in peace and harmony. This year, we recognize the famed Southlands. The Court of Fire and Iron. She raises a goblet. I stand shoulder to shoulder with two girls I don't recognize in their masks. Headmistress Jurek goes on about taking a sip from the ceremonial goblet. With a sip of Stigil, you'll soon know your purpose. There is no beginning and no end. You are here to awaken to your shadow. She grins broadly, lizard-like. The music swells. The dancing resumes. I scan the room for Lea. She's with Emmerich. For a moment, it appears as if he's whispering to her, then they pass behind a few other dancers. When they come back into view, her eyes are glazed over and enamored. I've lost her. A slight smile accentuates the smugness in Emmerich's eyes that comes from knowing he won the girl. Lea is going to do what she's going to do. She's always been that way. I stuff down the disappointment that she'd dance with me, and then fall back into his arms. I sneak away from the ball. Lee's probably right. I don't understand, but that doesn't stop me from wanting answers. The administration building is dark. Of course, the front door is locked. 4 small archways on either side of the main domed entrance coordinate with a crinkle of scalloped cutouts. Carvings and tile are set in stone. I've spent enough time with Lea to pay attention to easy access points. None here. A utility door around the back has a flimsy lock. I pick it without trouble. Paintings line the walls and polished wood gleams in the dim light. I creep down the hall toward a heavy wooden door with the headmistress's name on the front, the one I've now visited a couple of times. I turn the handle and hold my breath. Lea was always better at this stuff than me. I was just the accomplice. Muted light filters through the windows. I have no idea what to look for other than the folder on Jurek's desk when she'd called Lea and me in here. The Nephral weapons crime was either bogus or perhaps I'll find clues about what it is. A wide oak desk is tidy with little more than a phone, container of pens, and a computer. It's unlikely the headmistress would leave anything of importance out in the open. I click the computer on and open and close drawers while waiting for it to come to life. Of course, it's password protected. I sigh, troubled by my lack of discovery, and slouch in the office chair. What would Lea do? She'd ransack the place and dump confetti everywhere. She'd also think like someone who has something to hide. I don't know which is worse, having the students or administration as enemies. A small table by the window hosts a crystal decanter. I sniff it. More of the Stigil passed around. I open the drawer in the top of the table. Napkins. Glasses. Nothing. I tap my hand against the underside of the table and sure enough, an envelope drops. Somewhere in the building, footsteps echo on the marble floor. Security. My pulse races. I pull the papers out. On the top is a biography with Lee's name printed in bold. Her photo is paperclipped to it. Next, there's Amelia and several other Fae girls. I flip through and reach Aaron. His face is crossed out. The beam of a flashlight rises and falls on the wall in the corridor. I bolt across the room and hide behind the door. The flashlight illuminates the office and lands on something glinting by the small table under the window. The security officer enters the room, pads across the carpet, and bends over to pick that something up. He inspects a paperclip before setting it on the desk. With his back turned, I dash into the hall. The plush carpet mutes my footfalls. I go back out the way I came and don't bother stopping back at the dance. I enter my room and pull out the files. With shaking hands, I recognize the names and faces of many of the other students. It isn't only Aaron's photo that is crossed out. There are 3 others. The only thing I can come up with that they have in common is that they're all Fae, and I'm not. Yet at the bottom, there's my bio and photo. Under my name it says, Vampire. Focused on what this could mean, I don't react quickly enough when someone shoves my door open, sending me stumbling over the stuff strewn around my room. My attacker smells like smoke and the inside of a Brooklyn trash bin on collection day. Chapter 13. Lea. The liquid from the goblet slides smoothly down my throat like water, but it has an airy quality. It doesn't bubble and fizz like Amelia's urn brew, nor does it taste like nothing. It's woody like the earth, but when it gets to my belly, a warm fire smolders. When the goblet reaches Amelia, she downs the last drop. A smile beams from her face, but her eyes are lost to vast impenetrability. Torren has vanished in the crowd, but Emmerich's arm is around me and the other grips my palm firmly. Once more I'm swept into his presence. It's like nothing else matters. His hungry lips tell me he wants me. His eyes consume me. Longing radiates from my belly to my chest to my mind. I feel wild and on the edge of leaning in for a kiss. It's dangerously exciting. A whisper enters my mind, a warning of the dangers of dancing with the Fae. Wandering into a Fae ring brings mischief or madness. Traps and tricks. Confusion and curses. But I'm also Fae, so what should it matter? I close my eyes as we dance, letting myself slip away. The light behind my eyes is yellow, then orange, and fades to crimson as shadows creep in around the corners. I feel weightless, like I'm falling away from everything I've ever known. I listen for my breath, but there is only the sound of fire crackling. There is no ticking of the clock, no minutes or hours creep by. It's as if I've danced right into another realm, a place where nothing matters except merriment and mayhem. Glorious mayhem. My true nature pushes past all the confines I've created to be a good girl. It's getting darker behind my eyes now. I want other people to dance and dance and dance with me until they too lose themselves to the shadows. Loud cries surround me from this distant place, belonging to people who've danced in the Fae court and never returned. They drown in fear and sorrow. Part of me likes the sound of their desperation. I want to hear the people plead and lament. They continue to sob. Their panic doesn't pierce me. I'm on the edge of darkness. I am the darkness. I'm awakened to being unseelie Fae. There is no way for me to hide or escape this truth. There is no stopping me. It also explains my reckless behavior. I can no longer deny my nature. The shadow inside grows, leaving little more than a pinprick of light, as small as a distant star in the sky. Inside of it, there are memories. I have the urge to glimpse them one last time. Me crying. My mother leaving. I'm alone like I've always been. That singular sound makes me feel the sorrow of the world and everyone who's ever been lost to the dancing court. My own eyes fill. I cry. It's like my mother is suddenly here, extending her hand for me to take. I do. At last she's returned. She wants me to go with her. I'm not alone after all. The darkness recedes and light fills my awareness. There's good in me too. I hope. I blink open my eyes. There's a hand in mine. Anticipation builds. She's back. But the person gazing at me is neither my mother nor Emmerich. Amelia's face comes into focus. Sandpaper lines my throat as I try to swallow. We're in the corner of the ballroom. I try to sit up but am heavy, cloudy. Amelia helps me. Are you okay? She asks gently. You were dancing, spinning, not stopping, then you collapsed. Concern rumples her features. My head throbs. Emmerich and I were dancing, and she shakes her head slowly. You were out for a while. It scared me. There were rumors that there were demon attacks on campus, boys' dorm, ours. Demons have never been on campus until now. Rumor has it that it must be the new vamp. They're always working with demons. My thoughts drift to Torren. I want to defend him. I sit up and hold my head in my hands. Torren probably left when he saw me with Emmerich. I have a sudden urge to find my best friend. I haven't seen either of them, Amelia says. Not all vamps lead demons. In fact, some of them vanquish them from the world. But I'm angry with my uncle and don't know what to think. I do need to find Torren, though. He's the easy target. Thank you for helping me, Amelia. You had an intense experience. Usually the dance lasts all night, but in light of things, if you'd like, we can head back to the dorm. She scans the room, probably looking for Aaron. I want to relay what Torren said, but now probably isn't the best time. We make our way slowly along the glistening sidewalk. Clouds mask the stars and moon. It's as if they're also obscuring something else, something that I'm right on the edge of knowing, other than that I'm Unseelie Fae. Back in our room, Amelia twirls in the mirror. I'm not a girly girl, but I don't want to take this gown off. I've already changed and am resting my head on the pillow. Has anything like that ever happened to you? I ask. Danced so much that I collapsed? Typically, it's something that only happens to humans in the hands of Unseelie Fae. Amelia smooths her dress. It was like I was having a strange dream or entered a different reality. I describe the shadows and then the light. I fear it'll fade. That could mean you're Unseelie Fae. If so, just try to stay in the middle. When I was there, I didn't want to. I like the shadow side and it scares me. My voice is faint. Amelia reaches for my hand and gives it a squeeze. I think of my mother. Of the light. I don't know how to explain it, but the more you resist it, the stronger it will get. Instead, you have to let it exist inside of you. The thing about Fae is we're paradox, opposites, light and shadow. Even Unseelie choose which to act on. You don't have to do bad. Unless, you want to end up in jail. She grins at the irony. An argument builds in my mind. Like shadow and light want to do battle. Why didn't I know all of this? Shouldn't there be an instruction manual on how to be Fae? Our parents are supposed to teach us. After the Wicked War, when so many died or fled the Borea realm, schools like this one were started. But now we're the ones being punished. Good thing Emmerich is going to help us bust out of here. Like a jailbreak? I ask. Like the Fae rising up against the gnats and even the vampires. We're going to finally get some respect. The Unseelie in me likes that idea. The rational, reasonable girl that was raised around natural mortals and vampires alike doesn't understand why we all can't peacefully coexist. The split causes a heaviness to sit in my bones. I want to tell Amelia how whenever I'm around Emmerich, it's almost like I'm entranced. When I'm not around him, I think of him with a warm fondness. When we're together, it's more of a burning desire. Then there's the inner conflict with Torren. He's capable and confident, careful and caring. Amelia told me to live in the middle. Is that where my heart is? Instead, I say, lately I wake up feeling like a different person. Like the girl I've looked at in the mirror all my life was just a placeholder for who I'm becoming. I've switched from being concerned with school, friends, and work to a wickedly bad girl, to someone who wants to do the right thing and now back again. The truth is, I'm sort of afraid of myself. Classic Unseelie. Amelia lifts and lowers a shoulder like it's no big deal. She holds up a can of Earn Brew. What you do is what matters, not necessarily what you think or feel, because although they're real inside of you, they're not to the rest of the world. She opens the soda and bends the tab back and forth. I got Q. Is there anyone here whose name starts with Q? I do the same, and my tab breaks off on the letter T again. So not E for Emmerich. T for Torren. Interesting. Amelia waggles her eyebrows. For someone who can do magic, you put a lot of stock in soda top tabs. She laughs. I've never been in a love triangle before. Lea caught between Emmerich, the guy who's going to lead us to rebellion and save us all, and Torren, the resident vampire bad boy who defaces school property and hates all fae except one. It's definitely not a love triangle. I practically snarl at that last part about Torren. That is not true. Everyone knows Torren did the graffiti. He can't help that he didn't know you were fae. Doesn't mean he doesn't love you. I swallow back what she said and focus on the edges of everything else. Amelia inclines her head as if to explain something to a toddler. Have you ever heard of the X crew? They're a bunch of vampires out to cause trouble. Chaos. Anarchy. Disorder. They love playing with fire. They put unsilly fae to shame with their naughtiness. Torren is probably in it. She purses her lips. He didn't know about your true identity, and you didn't know about his. Star-crossed lovers. A tale as old as time. But if you're smart, you'll align with Emmerich because he's about to bring the vampires down. Amelia has a point, but not about the love anything. I hid my true identity from Torren. I want to trust Amelia and tell her the story about my uncle and how Torren is here on wrongful charges. But she's also unseelie fae, and I hardly trust myself. Can I trust her? Something isn't right, I mutter. Exactly. Fae are locked up. Vampires and demons roam the streets. There's a conspiracy against us. Something definitely isn't right. Nothing's ever right. But like she said before, it doesn't matter what I think or feel. It matters what I do. I pull on my boots and hurry from the room. Amelia follows, her gown swishing. Where are you going? To find Torren. Wait for me, I'll go with you. But I don't. Because it's the night of the masquerade dance, the usual lockdown is lifted. Music still filters from the common quad. Otherwise, the campus is quiet. Fog has crept in from the water, bringing with it a dank sulfuric odor much like the subway. Movement comes from an alcove of one of the buildings. Cole and Felix emerge. I'm not surprised they weren't at the dance. I wonder if there's a special vampire event. Ivan has regaled me with stories of the palace where he used to live, though he never specified where it was. It was probably the Nephral Palace that Amelia mentioned. I always assumed it was in Transylvania or elsewhere in Eastern Europe and not another realm. Hey Lee, Cole says. I keep walking until they step in front of me. Felix tries to grip my arm, but I wrest it away. There's so much you could give us. Cole's voice bites. Like a kick in the? Memories of a similarly foggy night flood back, threatening to paralyze me. The two of them chuckle. You're so tough. We like it. Why don't you join us? We'll show you what you're missing out on. Felix's lips brush my ear. I thought we were on opposite teams. I stand my ground. He smirks. The roar inside grows. My circuitry switches to impulse. Magic wells, but the playing field isn't even. My power is suppressed. Felix grabs hold of me. The others pin my arms. Come on. It won't hurt. His lips brush my neck. Although the vampires at Rip Jr. despise fae, they don't typically feed on us. I know that much. My magic is static but begging for release. I jerk my head and bite down hard on his ear. He grips it, struggling against the pain. Make me your target and I will make you mine, I shout savagely. A fire stokes inside of me. Cole laughs. He told you she was going to be trouble. Anyway, she's meant to be his. No biting. I don't know who he is or what they're talking about, but my anger burns dangerously like a flame in the wind. The wild, untrained parts of me want to destroy them. Then I hear someone say my name and it's like a whisper, a soft caress, a fulfillment of desire. Lea. Chapter 14. Torren. The lamp in my dorm room crashes to the floor as the attacker slams me into the night table. The file scatters. I shove the attacker off me and they slam into the bookshelf. It teeters and smashes to the floor. You've already ransacked my room, I grind out. It's dark in here now except for the slim shaft of light from outside. They lunge at me and I dodge, throwing them face first into Aaron's dresser. You've already turned me into a vampire, I add. The attacker sweeps my legs, but I'm fast and land a solid knee to the gut. There's a familiar give, as though the person is made of gelatin. They get up slowly. I hold the lamp aloft like a sword. What do you want? They hiss in response. Oh, I'm dealing with a demon. Where's a sword when you need one? I think fast and open the window, letting in the crisp night air. It's a little stinky in here, buddy. The demon makes another lunge, gripping my shoulders. As we grapple, I align with the window and in one swift motion throw the demon through the window. I don't wait to hear a splat. It won't die but buys me time to get out of here. There are only a few people in the dorm. Most are still probably at the Fae Court dance, but I have to report this. A CA is by the entrance, and as I begin to explain, I realize he won't buy it. There's no way anyone got on this campus. Same way as no one gets off, the CA says, indifferent to my raving. I have a mind to go find Lea. She'll know what to do, but she probably won't believe me either. I slump back to my room, gather the papers that came loose from the files, and tidy up. For better or worse, vampires don't really sleep, so I spend the night going over everything. Trying to find a clue, an answer. I'm still without one when I'm dragged to the administration office the next morning. I stand accused of being involved in the demon attacks on campus. But I was attacked, I say. A demon attacking a vampire? Jurek asks. You may be new to the blood-drinking life, but it's vampires who order around demons. Everyone knows that. She smirks. But I didn't do it. I was at the dance. There are witnesses. Do you mean Lea? Unfortunately, she's not the most reliable. Jurek doesn't waver. But we danced together and... She was with Emmerich, if I remember correctly. Not the entire time. Arguing is futile. I'm at the headmistress's mercy. 2 strikes, Torren. She eyes the rip grounds out the window. I'm considering banning you from the Rajoklin Games Endurance Challenge, but I believe in offering second chances. But not third, so unless you want to experience a real-life test of endurance over at RIP, I suggest you follow the rules. But I have been. I'm starting to think someone has it in for me. Why else was I the only vampire in Jurek's file? Is there something she's monitoring? A conspiracy going on in the background? Instead I say, yes, of course, headmistress. During my workout, breakfast, and morning classes, whispers about the demon attacks on several Fae get louder. By lunch, it's all been pinned on me. I'm the pariah. Well, at least among the Fae. I don't see Lea and I'm not entirely surprised. Not after our conversation and not after me supposedly ordering the attack on Fae, if she believes the hype. I spend entirely too much time in the blood dispensary in the coming days. Vandalism on campus increases, and everywhere I go I feel eyes on me. I hardly see Lea except in passing. When I do, she hardly looks at me and won't speak to me. I've never felt so alone. In the gray dawn, I pull on my sneakers for the Rajokland games. The scent of damp earth kicks up from my footfalls. Leaves and the faintest sounds of birds and squirrels rustle from nearby. We all gather around a podium. No one holds signs for the event or shakes pom-poms to cheer us on like at my old high school. It's kind of solemn. The clouds overhead tell me to go back inside. The headmistress stands in front of a microphone. Students, welcome to the annual Rajokland Games, named after the famed endurance challenges in the Southlands of Borea. The surrounding crowd cheers in a subdued vampire-y kind of way. We honor the vampire traditions of old with these tests of endurance, but with one difference. You will do it with a partner. Someone unlike you. Vampires will be paired with fae. You will learn to work cooperatively. By the grumbles, I'm assuming that's going to be the real challenge. No one claps. Thunder sounds in the distance. We'll all return here at nightfall to celebrate. Jurek goes on to read the names of the pairs. I pity the fae who has to go with Ryzen. I hear my name and then leave Vladikov. I blink, certain I misheard. No way would Jurek pair us up. Lea appears in front of me. Dark circles ring her eyes. She looks tired, thin. Hi, I say. Hi, she repeats, glancing over her shoulder at Emmerich. When everyone is matched up, Jurek explains the 3 games. There is a foot race, a hammer throw, which if it's anything like throwing axes, shouldn't be too bad, and a golden disc hidden somewhere on the grounds. The team to find it wins the overall championship. A bell chimes. Everyone is off on fleet feet. Lea and I look at each other awkwardly. No words are spoken. Then we take off. We cruise along the trail, avoiding roots, rocks, and the uneven terrain. We're in the middle of the pack. Not the fastest and not the slowest, but definitely the quietest. Whether it's because Lea is concentrating or because she hates me, I'm not sure. The tension is like a thick slab of iron between us. We arrive at a fork in the trail. It's an even split between both directions as the people ahead of us keep running. We go left. The pack of runners thins out, and Lea remains focused on the terrain. I'm not sure what to say to break the ice. I clear my throat, but words don't come. All at once, she hits the ground hard and is dragged into the underbrush. I find my voice and shout. A demon grips her ankle. I kick it hard, sending it creeping back into the bush. She wiggles loose and gets to her feet. Are you okay? She nods and brushes off leaves. For the record, that had nothing to do with me. My muscles are coiled and I remain in a fighting stance, eyeing the brush. Probably part of the race. An obstacle. Her voice is flat. We should keep going. It isn't. What if it attacks the next person? She shrugs and starts running again. Lea, my warrior princess, didn't walk away when the demons attacked the girl in Brooklyn before we were locked up. I don't want her alone on the trail in case there are more. I'm torn between warning the next runners or decimating the thing, but hurry to catch up with her. Ahead, there's a checkpoint for water and fuel. For me, that means blood. I hate it every time, but my body doesn't. While I feel refreshed, Lea still looks worn out, exhausted after getting water and a snack. There was a demon on the trail, I tell the CA. He doesn't reply but holds me steadily in his gaze like I'm the one who needs watching. Right. So. I warned you. I'm frustrated but in takeoff to keep up with Lea. We reach the end of the trail without another incident, except for regular obstacles, including a huge mud puddle, A wooden fence to climb, a rope swing, a narrow plank to walk over a pit, and without another word spoken between us. We have a few minutes to rest while the rest of the runners come in, and before the hammer throw. I wonder if anyone found the golden disc. Lea shrugs. I sit next to her on the ground. Before we could coexist in comfortable silence. Now I feel like she despises me. Jurek announces the hammer toss. Instead of an actual hammer or axe, we have to throw a big metal ball. The running event reminded me of a tough mutter. This reminds me of something from the Highland Games in Scotland. We take our turns and again land in the middle. Not the winners, but not the worst either. Even though the Rijokeland Games are foreign to Fae, there are vampires here who've done this many times, some even going as far back as the actual games in the Borea realm. I can hardly wrap my head around it. Are some of the vampires here who look like they're in their teens actually hundreds of years old? I ask Lea, forgetting she's not talking to me. She rubs her face. I feel 100 years old. I force myself not to jerk my head in her direction. She speaks. Something on your mind? We can talk. She blinks a few times as though coming out of a fog. It's almost like an actual pull. Like I'm addicted to mayhem. Out of control. She turns to me. Like I can't help myself when it comes to Emmerich. I try to play it cool, but at the mention of his name my jaw tightens. I give her space to go on. I wouldn't cause that kind of destruction, would I? It's getting hard to separate what's real and what's not. Lea, I say softly. I don't understand. Just then, Jurek announces the winner for the hammer throw, as the clouds overhead threaten to split open with rain. Now you'll seek the golden disc. Good luck. Do we just look for it? I ask. Everyone else scatters as though they know what to do, leaving Lea and me standing in the middle of the field. Lea, you were saying before about Emmerich? I draw her away from the field, so at least it'll look like we're participating in the games. Never mind, she answers. Her gaze fixes on the middle distance like she, along with her thoughts, or somewhere else. If you want to talk, I'm always here. There's something I want to talk to you about, actually. I tell her about the file, the demon attack, and how I think there's something sinister going on. This seems to bring her back to me. You broke into Jurek's office? Who's the rule breaker now? We're in the wooded area, working our backward along the trail, circling the obstacles, crawling over rocks, and scrambling up a hill. I barely look for the disc. My focus is on Lea. The air is chill and portends rain as the sun sets. We're behind the administration building. Written across the wall is the word death with a big X underneath. The windows are smashed. Lea looks down at her hands. I didn't mean it. Didn't mean what? I ask. She points. You didn't do that. She nods slowly and her dark eyes meet mine. Last night. We'll figure out a way to get out of here, I say. I'm willing to do anything to help her, protect her. She shakes her head. There's no escaping that I'm Fae. I'm bad, Torren. Even though I didn't kill those two people, I belong here where my magic is suppressed. I take her hand, bringing us away from the building. Lea, I don't know what you're thinking, but I do know that expression. Whatever grim thoughts you're having, no. I lower my voice. I'm not going to lose you again. After the incident sophomore year, I fought to bring her back from the edge. But I'm not yours. Her voice is strained. She tilts her head. Down the sidewalk, Emmerich appears holding a golden disc in his hand. Look what I found. My nostrils flare. Tension grips my entire body. I see red. Lea runs into Emmerich's arms. Chapter 15. Lea. I hear the call of my name as though on the wind. Lea. The way Emmerich says it, I can't resist. I spare a glance back at Torren, who stands on the sidewalk, looking crestfallen. Emmerich has told me how historically vampires hurt the Fae. During the war, Bortimol created the demons to rend Fae shadows. He says that eventually Torren will want to hurt me. It's in a vamp's nature. Yet I can't help but be vaguely aware that Torren said he would never turn his back on me. Yet that's what I've just done to him. We return to the clearing where the Rajoklan games began, and Emmerich claims his prize, a trophy and declaration that he's the champion. There is a feast and revels. I imagine this is the first time a Fae has won the challenge. I'm starving and help myself to sweets. But lately I've been thirsty. Not for blood like the vampires, but I have a craving for the drink from the goblet during the court dance. I can't stop thinking about it. After I eat, Emmerich draws me away from the crowd and we venture toward the woods. He wants to show me where he found the golden disc. We sit side by side, facing each other. The leaves are damp on the ground. He stares deeply into my eyes. I bask in the soft glow of light radiating from him. He's rescued me from the lie I'd been living. He shows me the truth of who I am. Emmerich brushes a stray hair from my cheek, and I lean into his hand as he whispers my name. Want to break some more rules, Lea? He asks. His words are euphoric, leaving me feeling blissed out, just as they always do. Anything, I mumble. I'll do anything for you. Let's skip. My words feel jumbled, but I say, I probably shouldn't miss any more classes. You won't learn anything here that I can't teach you. In fact, I dare say you'll learn more from me, Lea. My mind is like a sponge in his presence. They don't matter. None of them, he says. What does matter? I ask. You. Me. I think it's time we say goodbye to this place. He smooths his fingers down my arm. Do you mean go to the quad? I mean leave Rip Jr. Are you asking me to run away with you? I rock back on my feet. My stomach turns queasy. Did I eat too many sweets? We have to get you away from Torren. The name penetrates my awareness, lighting something up inside of me. But he's my best friend. He was your best friend. He's nothing to you now other than a danger. We just did the Rajoklan games together. He helped me when a demon attacked, I say, fighting through what feels like a fog for my words, my awareness. Emmerich rubs his lips together. Kiss me, Lea. I lean closer, captivated. He runs his hand along the edge of my jaw, pulling my chin toward his. I do want to leave, but I'm afraid of where we'd go and what would happen. I'm afraid, but not of Torren. Images of him by my side through the challenge, through the best and worst times of my life, filter through my consciousness like a highlight reel. You want to be with me, Lea, Emmerich says. He and I are a breath apart. If Torren knew the things you've done, he wouldn't want you anyway. But I do. It's okay. I understand. I'm like you. I'm bad right down to my core, Emmerich croons. I try to shake the fuzz out of my head, inhaling deeply. What do you mean? I ask weakly. This isn't making sense. My thoughts and his words repeatedly crash into each other. I want you to come with me, on my side and working for me. You're perfect. Every bit as reckless and crazy as I'd hoped. What? I ask, pushing myself onto my heels. Lea, you're the poster child for our cause. I blink a few times, hoping my surroundings sharpen and my head clears. Emmerich, you've lost me. I have no idea what you're talking about. I get to my feet, scanning the woods, trying to remember what path led us here. Come with me. We'll leave now. I'll get you a fast car to match mine. We can drive cross-country, leaving nothing but flame and devastation in our tracks. He leans in to kiss me, his hair cascading over the muscles in his shoulders. I know you want me. I know you want to kiss me. I can almost taste his lips in the air between us. Allow yourself to have your desires. You don't need to reform. There's nothing wrong with you. A good girl? It's not who you are. You're Lea, wild and free. A girl like you doesn't answer to professors and stupid trials or a loser named Torren. Whether I'm bad to my core or not, something rises up from that place and breaks the spell. I'm not the kind of girl who'll be told what to do. I'll be free on my own terms, thank you very much. With my arms folded across my chest, I stomp through the undergrowth, putting space between us so I can get my head clear. Emmerich isn't making enough sense for me to give myself over to temptation and his intoxicating lips. Twigs snap and leaves crunch as he crashes through the woods after me. You could be great. This isn't about Rip anymore, he calls, catching up to me. I stop short. I've heard enough riddles. Explain. You know what I'm talking about. Deep down. You know. I wait to hear what he has to say. You remember the rain and the alley on that late spring night? Stale breath hisses in my ear, a memory of that dark night sophomore year. A quaking sensation starts in that deep down place inside of me. I force myself not to trip over his comment. It can't be true. I've wanted you for a long time. I'm paving this planet with destruction so we can finally be free. Anarchy, liberty. You could be a part of the revolution instead of a victim to it. There's no way they're going to be able to clean up the mess we're going to make. Rip Jr. trashed. School over. Have you really ever liked school? No more empty pleases and thank yous. Say goodbye to the superficial reality you've put up with. He extends his hand to take mine. You and I, leading this fight, we're going to take over. You won't have to answer to anyone. Temptation threads through his voice. Who do you answer to? Emmerich clears his throat. Myself. I don't believe it. Who sent you here? Why me? You. Because you've been robbed, imprisoned by loss. You know what pain feels like. Because you're fierce, fearless, you want to be free. Are you behind all the ex-crew crimes? He smirks. I want you to help lead. You'll have anything, everything you want. Cars, money, a sweet crib. Cribs have bars. A house. Lea, listen, whatever you want, name it. What I want can't be bought. I can't be bought. He grips my wrist tightly. The iron bracelet that Torren made presses into my skin. I want you. He holds me fast. You paint a pretty picture. You are a pretty picture. Almost a fantasy. But I'm not the person you're looking for. Your gang causing havoc all over the country, it's not my game. Yes, I like to drive fast, I enjoy a spot of trouble sometimes, but you can't buy me. I'm not for sale. I try to get loose from him. He doesn't let go. My hands form fists. Rain starts to fall. I'm trying to do this the easy way. But I have to take you back. You're the face of the future. I pry his fingers off me. And you sound drunk on bad ideas. Again I start walking, more quickly. He follows, trying out new ways to convince me to join him, just on the outside of pleading. He grabs my arm, turning me toward him. I try to twist away, but his grasp gets tighter. Sophomore year slams into my mind. The attack. The knife. The threat. Emmerich repeats my name, and this time I feel myself getting pulled under, like a wave, a curtain, a veil of enchantment. Part of me begs to give in. But no, something's not right. I swat his arms away, taking him by surprise. Let me go, I bark. Only if you come with me. I kick him hard and take off running on the rain-slick ground. Branches whip my arms as I crash through the woods. I suddenly feel like I'm going the wrong way. I veer right, but the ground starts to slope. I'm lost. Emmerich limps behind me, quickly closing the space between us. His wet hair lashes behind him like angry snakes. The thin trees and long windswept grass doesn't look familiar. I keep running and gulping air. The wind stings my eyes as they become blurry with tears. Emmerich closes in behind me. Nothing on land or in the sky orients me back to campus. Lea. Stop now. Make this easier on yourself. One way or another, I will get you. I don't fully understand what's at stake or the specifics of the game Emmerich referred to, but I need answers. I look over my shoulder, and just as I take another step, my feet slip on loose rocks. My head hits the ground hard and everything goes black. Chapter 16. Torren. Whatever remained of my heart broke when Lea fell into Emmerich's arms after the Rajokland games. I started wandering off to the dorm like a sad sack, but something sharp and sure stopped me. I trailed them back to where Emmerich was announced the winner. I hung in the shadows while Lea filled a plate with sweets. I followed them at a distance when he led her back to the woods. I listened while he filled her head with lies. Lea has always been the smartest and toughest girl I know. Why would she buy into the garbage coming out of Emmerich's mouth? There's no time to try to understand. What I do know is that he's behind the ex-crew crimes. He wants to recruit Lea, and she's in danger. So that neither one of them saw me, I hid behind a rock then a tree as they argued. Now they're on the other side of the island. Silhouetted by a pair of headlights, Emmerich carries Lea limp in his arms toward the vehicle. I hurry after them until I can go no farther without being seen. He lowers her into the car. I have to stop this now or she could be lost to me forever. Emmerich, whatever you're doing, stop, I shout. He turns to me, eyes dark, muscles tense. I sense turbulence. Without hesitating, he grabs a handful of my jacket and tries to throw me to the ground. Considering he has a car waiting, clearly violating Rip Jr. rules, I brace myself for Fey magic to blast me or whatever it does. Instead, he's unexpectedly strong, as hard as stone. He grips my arms as I move to get him in a hold. Let go of me, I growl, knowing my request is futile. Are Fey usually this strong? I manage to get a leg up and kick him hard. My toe hurts. Our eyes meet. His are dark. Obsidian in the night. Familiar. You, I snarl. You're not Fey. You're the vampire who turned me. His lips peel back in a grim leer. Not as dumb as you look, are you, Torren? Why? What do you want with Lea? There's no reasonable answer to those questions. This is much bigger than you can imagine. The violence and vandalism on the city streets? That was just me playing. Now that Lea is mine, the big show happens back in Borea. He moves to get in the car. Pent-up jealousy, righteousness, and anger funnel through me. A cyclone of energy pushes me to the edge of reason. I don't answer. Instead, I swing. My fist crunches against his perfectly sculpted cheek. He drives his shoulder into my stomach. My back rubs up against the slick exterior of the car, a Jaguar. I push Emmerich away from the vehicle and Lea, managing to land a punch to his jaw. With every blow, jab, and kick, I feel the pain doubly, like I'm beating myself up. He's been at this vamp gig a lot longer than me. How did he trick the Fae? Does the administration know? He's right. This is bigger than I imagined. Emmerich clutches his nose, staring at me on unsteady feet. Is this the part when you demand answers? He tilts his head back and laughs. My body aches. You had Lea under some kind of spell, I say. The vampire ability to mesmerize. He wears a cocky smirk. No, I just told her the truth. Won her heart. Became her boyfriend. The lucky guy who got the girl. The owner of this slick car, he answers, goading me. And who are you? No one. Nothing. Your body will wash up on the banks of the river, and you'll be forgotten. One less vampire to torment the poor people of Terra. I roll my shoulders. You're going down, I say, startled by the sound of my own threat. I launch myself at him. We go to war grappling, holding, fighting. But we're both vampires. It's pointless. Lightning strikes. Thunder claps. The headlights of the car brighten and speed closer. I burst from Emmerich's hold and slide over the hood, landing on the ground at the same time a sickening thud comes from where I'd just been. The car reverses, the passenger door opens, and Lee calls for me to get in. You could have hit me, I say. She nods. You're a vampire. You would have survived. I chuckle. She has a point. Just like Emmerich. He's a vampire too. He's more than that. A mage. Her voice is scratchy as she bombs down a dirt road. A high fence looms to one side. Where are we? Where are we going? I ask. There's no way we could get off this island. Not even in this car. Whatever Emmerich had going on, he was working with someone on the inside. Everyone here, the Fae especially, are in danger. I want to know who's involved. Never thought I'd say this, but we're going back to Rip Jr. Never thought I'd be happy to hear you say that. The campus buildings glow in the distance, and we must still be inside the grounds since there's no gate barring our way. I'd expect Lee to drive away in a blaze of glory. Instead, she slows and parks the car in the faculty lot. I tilt my head back. There is no denying the ex-crew is somehow connected to Rip. Lee's profile is a smooth line against the night. Emmerich told me. I know. I was hiding in the woods. I heard everything. Someone's angling to abuse power, to twist and exploit the abilities of the Fae. I don't know why. But Emmerich is involved. Why did you follow us? Water drips from her hair. I'm not jealous, not really. Go ahead, be with other guys, at this point, it isn't about that. I trail off. Giving life to these words stings more than I expect them to. She's quiet for a beat. He was making me perform the acts of vandalism. He had me under some kind of spell. Vampires can do that. But it wasn't so he could bite me. Believe me, I know enough about vampires to write a book. It was something else. It was like he was compelling me to action. Felix and Cole were involved too. Emmerich would just whisper orders in my ear. They'd be my accomplices. I liked it better when I was your accomplice. She turns to face me. I'm sorry. For what? I ask, suddenly afraid she's going to declare that she's going to join Emmerich. I'm sorry for not being a better friend. For denying that you've always been the one who's there for me. That we're so different. Well, we are. That gulf between us isn't as wide as before, and I'd always do anything for her, but I'm not sure we'll ever be able to bridge the gap. She blinks a few times, and I imagine she has raindrops in her eyes instead of tears. I want to talk to Felix and Cole, bring this to the administration. I don't want anything to. Two students approach on the sidewalk. We both slouch down. The kind of idea I wish I'd had during the long hours of lying in bed in my dorm pops into my mind. As of now, no one other than Emmerich, you, and I know what just happened in the woods. He's probably going to contact his connection on campus soon. I think we should play it cool. Act as if nothing happened, and infiltrate the broken system from the inside. Lee tilts her head from side to side. You mean to gather information? Learn what we can? I mention the file again. Where is it? My room. I can get it for you if you want proof, I offer. She nods. I'm slightly disappointed that she doesn't believe me. She goes on, I'm going to give them to each of the students. They have to be warned. Emmerich was right. This is big. You have to get to Cole and Felix before him. Tell them you're ready to join their team. Get whatever info you can. I mock salute her, relieved. Then what? Whatever we find out, hopefully that will help us know what to do next. I clear my throat. Lee, I don't want anything to happen to you. Despite everything, I still care about you. I know, she says. For now, those 2 words have to be enough. We slip from the car and hurry to the dorm to grab the file. The CA's shift changes and Lee waits by them, asking about something random. When I slip unnoticed into my dark dorm room, a hand slides over my mouth, another around my shoulders and chest, and a knife pierces the outermost layer of the flesh on my neck. I really have to learn to turn on lights before I enter a room. A scream catches in my throat. Don't say a word if you want to live another day. I recognize the voice immediately. What are you doing here? I whisper, safe with the knowledge that I will, in fact, live another day. I twist free, but Aaron slants the knife at me, shunting me away from the door. I see you tidied up in here. His voice is thin. The light on my desk clicks on, emitting a soupy glow while the bulb warms up. As long as you keep quiet, nothing will happen to her. Her meaning Lee? We've been apart for 30 seconds. Did Emmerich ambush her? No. I realized this was part of his failed plan. He intended to drive away with her in the car for an unknown destination. Aaron's move was put in place before I intervened. His smiling response is hollow, his eyes empty. I play along. Maybe I'll get more information than I expected. She's been causing trouble. All I can do now is to try to keep her safe. If my silence will do that, then I won't say a word, I tell him automatically. Good, he says. I meet his hazy eyes, afraid of what I might see there. Aaron, I found your ethics book. I don't care. I think you do. I think there's a little part of you that cares. It's not too late for you. That's the thing about losing your shadow. You don't care about anything. His shoulders droop. You must, considering you're pointing a knife at me. And I'll drive it through your chest if I have to. I click my tongue. Ah, is that how they destroy vampires these days? Did you learn that in class or elsewhere? He chuckles. This reform school is a joke. It's a sham. I raise my eyebrows, eager for info. How so? No one is who you think they are. Such as? And don't worry, I'm not going to say anything. You and your friends run along and tear the world apart. I know, it's a game. I'm supposed to pick a side. I'm bound to live for all eternity. I'm just curious to know who's playing. Give me info and I'll give you what you want. I reward him with a grin. He turns my words over. Have I ever given you a reason not to trust me? I ask. He sneers with narrowed eyes. This is also about you, Torren. I conceal surprise. Fine. What would it take to leave Lee and everyone at Rip Jr. out of this? Rip is this, he says. You're no hero. Don't try to be one. I snort. How am I part of this? You're the perfect fall guy. I balk. How so? Turn you into a vampire. Send you to Rip Jr. Make it look like you're the one behind all the crimes against Faye on campus, including letting the demons in. Why? To build the Shadow Army. Starting with me. Stupid, forgetful Aaron was picked first. And that's something to be proud of? He doesn't answer. Emmerich changed me, so he's behind this. Who's he working for? I ask. The king of the Southlands. And what do you want from me? Go to Zurich. Confess that you let the demons in. You allowed all the Fae at Riker's reform school to succumb to the rending of their shadows, including Lee's. I wrinkle my eyebrows together. Emmerich wants her shadow too? By now, he already has it. Ah. That was the plan. It's an understatement to say that I'm glad it failed. Okay, I'll do whatever you need me to do. Go to the headmistress first thing in the morning. Confess. Take the blame. If you don't, this knife will have your name on it. I'm afraid it already does. Chapter 17. Lea. I mentally hurl every gut-wrenching, conflicted and twisted thought at Emmerich's image in my mind. He flashes there like a photobomb. I want to scream at him, destroy him. He made me think I was special. He led me falsely. He used me. Torren doesn't return from his dorm room. My heart stutters. Maybe I should be mad at him too. Or worried. However, he's a vampire now. Clearly, he can handle himself. I slouch back to my dorm because even without the files and the flimsy evidence they prove, I have to warn Amelia and the others. Emmerich concealed the fact that he's a vampire and conducted the secret meetings with the Fae to gain our trust, only to betray us. The weight of what's happened today gets heavier with every step. Half of me wants to cry and curse this so-called life. The other part of me rejoices in knowing the truth. I want to lash out with rage against everything that's happened, including the things I've done, but also hide behind the same hand. I'm ashamed. I was tricked. Torren's presence and unwavering care for me softened something inside of me, yet at the same time I've become grittier, grimmer. I thought I was wild and free with Emmerich. It turns out it isn't fast cars that are my greatest temptation, but the attention of a guy who told me I'm important, special, powerful. I don't want to be that girl. I want to be me. For weeks now, I thought it was my own rebellious spirit urging me to skip classes, when really it was Emmerich's poisonous tongue in my ear. Nina and I reached the door to the girls' dorm at the same time. What are you doing here? She raises her eyebrows. Unfortunately, I live here. She surveys me carefully. I thought you were with Emmerich tonight, she blurts. It's then I realize she's probably in cahoots with him. Likely Jasmine and all of the vampires too. And there I thought he was one of us. He'd pitted me against his kind. I'm embarrassed but try to hide it. He wanted me to grab something before. I pause, clearing my throat as though I realized I better not say that we're leaving campus, likely his intent considering the car was waiting. You better hurry then, she says and sachets inside. I worry she's going to try to find him. I rush toward the stairs in my room, hoping Amelia is there. I have to warn her. The room is empty. I sit on the bed, wondering if maybe she went to the bathroom. The longer I wait, the closer I inch toward mischief addling my thoughts. Whether I had Emmerich encouraging me to break rules or not, I tend toward being unseelie. That much is indisputable. But as Amelia said, I get to choose what I act on. While I wait for her, I pull drawers out, searching for the necklace with the snowflake charm that Ivan gave me, the one I took off when he didn't bail me out. When I find it, I hold it up and the charm spins in the dim light. I put it back on as if claiming myself. I can be as cold and unforgiving as snow and ice, but also as beautiful. My breath comes up short as something Emmerich said in the woods rushes back to me. I was still under his enchantment, but he reminded me of the night I was attacked sophomore year. He confessed. Why'd he attack me? He said he wants me to lead what? I plumb the depths of my shadows. The unforgiving, wrathful side of me wins as I get to my feet. I will have revenge on him. Suddenly, the door opens. It's not Amelia. Worst-case scenarios fill my mind. Two CAs stand in the hall, reminding me of when I was arrested. One says, "You're to report to the headmistress's office." It's the middle of the night? I say. The other says, "Strike 3. You're out." Confusion doesn't adequately describe how I feel. For once, I didn't do anything. Unless Emmerich reported that I was behind all the recent vandalism. He wouldn't be lying, but I doubt that he'd confess that he compelled me to do so. That's something I don't understand. Vampires can make you fall in love with them, but not do things. He can't be vampire and fae. I know that much about beings like us. I have to find Amelia and Torren. The CAs march me to the whitewashed administration building. Buckets of paint lay discarded, their contents splashed on walls. Glass glitters like ice on the grass. Paper litters the ground. The single statue I pass lost an arm. Spray paint bears scrawling messages about the end of RIP and the rise of chaos. Stencils of X's with slithering red snakes figure prominently on the walls. The door closes with a heavy thud at my back. I wonder how Emmerich got away with being a student, playing both sides as a vamp and a member of the X crew. The CA knocks. "Come in," Headmistress Jurek calls. We enter. She finishes writing something, looks up, and removes her glasses. "Hello, Lee. Thank you for joining me at this unorthodox hour." I nod, not sure what she expects me to say. A quiet whisper urges me to make a run for it, but the CA thrusts me toward the chair. "Have a seat." She gestures, and then dismisses the correctional assistants. She looks me over carefully as though assessing whether or not I'm a threat and should call them back. Her gaze floats to the bracelet around my wrist. Is it imprinted with runes? I shake my head. No, it was a gift from a friend. And the necklace. Where did you get that? I'm about to say Ivan when a memory from the recesses of my mind drifts by. I have the choice of whether to reach out and grab it, to see the fullness of it. My stomach rolls over. I do the brave thing. The necklace came from my mother. Ah, frostfade charm? I nod when really I want to shrug because I'm not sure of that. Jurek, despite her status as the headmistress, could be someone who could provide answers. Again, I'm met with a choice to make. Do I trust her? She's tough and shrewd, but then again, she's in charge of reforming actual criminals. It's no small thing. Whether I'm here wrongfully, she's been doing what she thinks is right. I swallow. Yeah. She gave it to me when I was little. Before she died. Are there others? She asks. This time I do shrug because I have no idea. No. I certainly don't have another one. She offers a conciliatory smile. I'm sorry. I lost my mother when I was young too. I'm covered in mud and blood from the Rajokland games and scuffle with Emmerich. I also stand accused of all the vandalism on campus. If anything, she shouldn't trust me. But I'd like to get whatever information I can from her. Jurek sighs and shifts in her seat. You and I are the same, you know, but different. What do you mean? I say reflexively. Because I see myself in your wild ferocity and fear. You must dissolve the latter to be who you're meant to be. She studies how each of her reasons affects me. And who is that? The Fae who'll lead us in the defeat against our enemies. My eyebrows dip. Of course you don't understand. It's okay. You will in time. As you know, there's a sharp division between vampires and Fae. It's been this way since Bordemal's time, and probably before that too. Since then, it's been the same in Borea as it is here, with hatred and fighting between the two. 18 years ago, there was a prophecy. I remember what Emilia said about her father telling her something similar. I believe you're part of that prophecy, Jurek says. How? What does it have to do with me? You're meant to lead the army. That's what we're doing here at RIP Jr., preparing you to fight. Like in a war. Boot camp? She nods. You'll be a key figure in leading us. First, I need your help. I shift in my chair. What do you mean you need my help? A long time ago, I made a mistake, Jurek says. For a moment, her eyes miss, then her stony headmistress's mask returns. Yeah, I understand that. I've certainly made plenty. I need you to find my son and bring him back here. Only you can do this. Is this part of the prophecy? She shakes her head. Then how am I suitable for this job? Who's your son? His name is Emmerich. Chapter 18. Torren. Felix and Cole hang out in the lounge. I linger out of sight, listening and waiting for the right moment. The administration hasn't done anything, Felix says with an air of disbelief. Not so far at least, Cole replies in a self-satisfied tone. I come into view and clear my throat. Actually, they took Lea into custody a little while ago. Good thing too. She's trouble. The lie stings as I play to their side. I went to her room after I was through with Aaron. Emilia said a couple of CAs had just carted her off. Cole scoffs. Why the change of heart, lover boy? It's clear she wants to be with Emmerich. I saw them leave together for the woods after the games. Felix wolf whistles. He can have her. Things are different than they were before. I'm different. I keep my posture stiff and different. You prefer your own kind, Felix says with a grin. There I was, thinking she was right for me. Meanwhile, I missed all the fun. I snort. Nina settles next to Felix on the couch. I saw Lea a little while ago. She said she was meeting Emmerich. She smirks. Now she's with Jurek, I say. You must be heartbroken, Nina sing-songs. Oh wait, vampires don't have hearts. Exactly. I've picked teams. I attempt to make the statement bold, convincing. Have you now? Cole asks with a lilt of suspicion in his voice. In that case, we have to initiate you. Fair enough. Jasmine is going to love this, Nina says. I'll do whatever you want, but I want to know who was really behind the vandalism and the demons on campus. We'll tell you our secrets if you tell us yours. Cole flicks a piece of dust from his sleeve. I don't have any secrets. Word is you were part of the Nephral weapons trade. How would a Fae lover be involved in that? Cole asks. Blacksmith's apprentice. I made sharp, pointy objects. Nephral weapons aren't sharp or pointy. Cole lifts an eyebrow. Felix laughs. I forged a sword. I assume that's why they brought me in. But if a Nephral weapon isn't sharp or pointy, what is it? I ask. The question is, who is it? Cole smirks. All the Fae at this school. All the Fae in Terra, Felix says. Cole shoots him a sharp look of warning as though he said too much. I piece this together. The Fae are weapons? Why? How? You wanted to know who is behind the vandalism. Us, Cole slides his tongue over his teeth. Hey, I helped, Nina says. Mostly it was Lea, Cole says. I hang my head as though disappointed. I thought so. But it's all part of the bigger picture, Torren, Cole says. The scene was set to place blame. The new vampire on campus working with the demons to rend Fae shadows. Me? Don't worry. We have your back. The new Fae on campus caused havoc to demonstrate that they're not at all good. In fact, the Fae are the ex-crew. Not vampires. You brought in the demons to put an end to the Fae, Cole punctuates the air. Brilliant, right? That doesn't add up. Then I realize it's a ploy. Emmerich played the vampires against the Fae, and vice versa. These three don't even realize they've been duped too. He's behind it all. In other words, you're the ex-crew and want to make it look like the Fae are behind all the problems? Exactly. The Nats will have zero sympathy for them. Makes it easier to get rid of the Fae. I smirk. Good plan. Bad plan. Very bad plan. I hide my concern and my fears, along with the complete and utter shock at this new information. Now that you know the truth, it's time for your initiation. Cole leads me outside. I scramble to think of a way out of what's sure to be them making me take blood from a human. A black SUV hurtles down the slim road on campus toward us. It doesn't slow down like earlier when Lee was going to plow into Emmerich and me. Is he back to get revenge? At the last moment, we all dart out of the way. The vehicle stops abruptly and backs up before slamming on the brakes. There's only one person I know who drives like that. I grab the door handle and get in. I worry I made a terrible choice because the woman behind the wheel has a severe gray bob and wears a blazer. Headmistress Jurek? When she turns to face me, the smirk is unmistakable. Lee sits behind the wheel wearing a disguise. I chuckle. Fancy meeting you here, headmistress, I say. Where are we going? I'll explain later. First, did you find out anything? I start at the beginning, telling her about Aaron and the impending war, then Felix and Cole, telling me about how we've been framed. I didn't have a chance to ask them about Emmerich because you nearly ran me over again. The question remains, where is he? I have a feeling he's not too pleased right now. Torren, he was the one who turned you. Her voice is grave. I nod. I know that. He was also the one who attacked me sophomore year. Her voice streaks with a deep level of vengeance, seemingly replacing the anxiety that had previously consumed her any time she'd talk about the incident. I have the urge to reach out to her, to comfort her, but her expression is steely. I take it we're on a revenge mission. She nods. Yep. We're on our way to meet Emmerich. We're near the campus gates, guarded by officers. Hide in the back, Lee orders. Disguised as Jurek, she waves and doesn't even have to stop. I'm guessing getting out is easier than getting in. I climb into the front. Lee speeds along the two-lane blacktop as we cross the bridge leading away from the island. The landscape between us appears to have shifted since we were last free. Whereas before I only saw occasional glimpses of the true Lee, now I see past her spunk and fire, to the eternal core of who she is. I want to slash and burn it away, so it's visible to her too, if it isn't already. She's the fiercest and bravest person I know. What does she see when she looks at me? Her goofy, nerdy friend, obsessed with dusty old books and metalwork? Or a vampire who's out to suck her dry? Lee exhales loudly, I'm guessing with relief now that she's put distance between us and Rip. Okay, I can't take it anymore, I say, my patience left somewhere a mile or two behind us. Oh right. Sorry. This is a pretty rad set of wheels. I look at her sideways. What's going on? The head of school wanted to see me a little while ago. Of course, I thought I was in trouble. I've broken just about every school rule and a law or two. She said we're a lot alike. So you weren't in trouble? Oh, I'm in it big. I raise my eyebrows. Headmistress Jurek had a kid. His father died tragically. He was never the same after that. Understandable. He requested to be turned. It takes me a minute to figure out what she means. He requested to be turned into a vampire? You got it. No one does that. Lee's shoulder lifts slightly as though it had crossed her mind. Jurek wants me to bring him to her, to destroy him. Harsh. I have to find him and get him back to the campus. So you're just aiding and abetting a crime. It's for the good of humanity, Lee says. Wait. You said back to campus. She nods. If I was the one driving, I would have stopped short. Wait. Do you mean? Headmistress Jurek's son is Emmerich. I'm floored. But if Jurek had him on campus all that time, couldn't she have sent him to Rip or destroyed him then? She was hoping Rip Jr. would change him. I thought about this. He's her son. She had hope. Then when she realized what he'd done to me, forced me to perform the acts of vandalism and was leading the X-crew, she knew she had to take drastic measures but didn't want to put her position at risk. What's in it for you? I ask. A shortened sentence. I do this and I'm free. Lee changes lanes. You too. You requested I be released too. Lee smiles slightly. I do what she asked with that condition. Are you sure you can trust her? I ask. Jurek got a lead from some former students who left Rip Jr. and joined the crew. She's been watching carefully. There's an ex-crew meeting tonight. I'm going to bring Emmerich back. Sounds dangerous. Lee, have you really thought this through? Worry prickles every part of me. No, of course not. But I can't pretend like everything's fine. Emmerich tried to hurt me twice. No way he's going to try that again, because if I'm sure of one thing, he's going to come after me. Likely, that's what the meeting tonight is about. How was he getting on and off campus? The same way you'll get back. Lee fiddles with something on her wrist when we pause at a traffic light to go through the tunnel. I just left. No way am I going back, I declare. We have to do this the right way. Official. Jurek will release you, clear your name. If you're on the run, they'll drag you back. Probably directly to Rip. Familiar, sprawling buildings and signs come into view as we enter the city. I lean back on the headrest, trying to convince myself she'll be okay. The robotic voice of the GPS says, recalculating, indicating she strayed from the directions she imputed earlier. She pulls down a street narrow from cars on either side and double parks. I take it this is my stop. I'm sorry, Torren. Believe me, of all people, I'd like you to be with me, but it's too risky. She removes the iron bracelet from her wrist and passes it to me. Jurek marked this with what she called a rune of passage. It was for me to use if I run into trouble and need a quick escape. You keep it. There's a reason she gave it to you. Lee shakes her head. I'll be fine. I can do this. In fact, I may have been born to do this. She grips my hand and places the bracelet in it, forcing me to take it. A little thrill shoots through me straight to the chest at her touch. Trace the symbol and it'll bring you back to campus. She reaches over and opens the door. I reluctantly start to get out and then stretch over the center console and give Lee a tight hug. I don't want to let her go, but Lee pulls away. Our eyes meet. Hers are dark, almost animal-like, ravenous, ready to kiss or kill. Her gaze drops to my lips. I dip my head. Energy sizzles between us. Electric, magnetic, kinetic energy. Then she lets out a long breath, turning her head. I should go. I lean in and plant my lips softly on her forehead. Be safe. Then I get out of the SUV and remain on the sidewalk, watching as the brake lights glow when she stops at the traffic light, keeping her from vanishing completely. Then I take off at a run, tailing her. Chapter 19. Lea. If it were a month ago, I wouldn't have thought much of Torren kissing my forehead. He would have seen it as a friendly gesture. Now it's like his lips left a permanent mark. A tattoo. I can't stop thinking about it. About how his heart is stronger than the change to being a vampire. His intentions are true. The thought of how Emmerich was manipulating me sets my teeth on edge. Lost in thought, I absently make the turns the computerized voice dictates until it says, "You have arrived at your destination." After debating whether to track down Ivan and request backup, I realize there's not enough time. I park in the shade of a warehouse as the weak sun, shrouded in clouds, rises over the city. I lean back against the headrest and replay the plan Jurek and I discussed. My accelerator foot twitches with the urge to take a few laps around this deserted part of the city, or simply speed away. The maze of graffiti reminds me of Brooklyn and what's at stake. It's time to kick butt and take names. Feeling the pulse of magic in my veins now that I'm beyond the walls and restrictions of Rip Jr., I slip from the Range Rover. I keep close to the long wall of the warehouse until it links up with a brick building. After the loud chugging of a train fades away in the nearby rail yard, a heavy bass and drum rhythm takes its place. I follow the music. I reach the kind of alley any city girl knows not to go down, but it's game on. I disappear into the relative darkness. Turning a corner, an industrial light yellowed with dead moths and dust guide me toward the correct door. Sprayed into the rusty metal, I make out a broad letter X with a snake slithering up the center. I knock 3 times as Jurek's informant instructed. The door slides open to reveal a burly guy dressed in black. Smoky plumes like ghosts escape into the alley. The music gets louder. "I'm here to see Emmerich," I say. He steps aside, allowing me entry, and then slams the door, locking me inside the dim and cavernous building. No one comes here and demands to see Emmerich. "I'm not just anyone," I mutter, but over the sound of music and machinery, I don't think he hears me. The thug leads me down a metal set of stairs. They shift loosely, threatening to come unbolted. It only occurs to me now that I likely have wings. The fae we learned about at reform school could fly. Can I, or was I born without them? Then again, I saw plenty of fae in the dorm and they didn't have wings. Obviously, the prohibitions on magic prevented that at Rip Jr. I scan my body, searching for the sense that they're there somewhere. My back tightens and I adjust my shoulders. I'm not sure how it'll work, but if I have to fly away, I hope it's possible. Always good to have a getaway plan. Too bad I sent my getaway driver back to Rip Jr. Below, people clad in black huddle over large vats of roiling liquid. A burnt smell stings my nose. In the air, I taste the liquid Jurek called Stigil during the Fae Court Ball. A craving comes on. Even after that single sip, I want more. Strange. We stop in a room with a large window stained with soot. "Wait here," the thug tells me. Despite my vulnerability, I exhale with annoyance. They're making me wait? The door closes. There isn't much snooping to do. The walls are bare except for spray-painted messages screaming about anarchy. In one corner, the skeletons of disused office furniture collect dust. Once I've explored the perimeter, the desk under the window draws my attention. I flip through a disarrayed pile of papers, maps, and a list of names that mean nothing to me. That is until I get to a file with Torren's photo and bio. Beneath it are several others, including mine. Could this be a duplicate of what he found in Jurek's office? The door at the back of the room scrapes open. I force myself not to startle and turn as though I've been casually waiting. The silhouette of a familiar figure appears out of the shadows. Emmerich walks toward me. When he's a few yards away, he claps his hands together. I grit my teeth. I won't show fear. Behind him are several more thugs. The smell of demons reeks, no surprise he has demons working for him. I should have asked Jurek for a weapon. Then again, I have plenty of ice firepower at my fingertips, if I can bring myself to use it. Staring into Emmerich's jackal-like eyes, I'm determined to see to it that the job is finished, to get retribution for what he tried to do to me sophomore year, and then everything at Rip Jr. Emmerich, I coo. I bend my hatred in order to stay in character, to remain convincing enough not to expose my intentions. What a surprise, he says smugly as though he knew I'd come crawling back. I fight the urge to punch him and instead win back his graces. Today is already starting to look promising. First, we brought down 3 casinos, emptying them of their cash and their guests. Then burned down a building that covered an entire block. I love letting my crew play with fire. He laughs. And now the girl I've been waiting for all my life returns to me, unbidden. He circles me as though the secret is hidden behind my back. I couldn't stand being away from you a moment longer. I got rid of Torren. Sent him to a place from which he can never return. I'm sorry if I hurt you, but I know how strong you are. It was all I could do to get him off my back. He was going to my uncle, and I didn't want anything to come between us. Good thing I'm not full fae. They can't lie. And somehow you found your way to me? Of course he's suspicious. I close the space between us and gaze into his obsidian eyes like I've done so many times. If we're meant to be together, nothing can keep us apart. Gag. His lips pull too tightly for his expression to be an actual smile. Frost fae are all the same. Beautiful, clever. He picks up a lock of my long dark hair between his first 2 fingers and inhales. You told me I'm the girl you've been waiting for all your life, I say, playing into his hands like the helpless fae he tried to make me. I didn't expect you to be so difficult. The protection of 1,000 vampires. A will of fire and iron. But that makes you all the more worthwhile now that you're here. We can be together forever. I hang my head and it kills me. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't think I have forever. Since you were posing as a fae, you should know that we're not immortal. You aren't only fae, Lee. I raise my eyebrows. Your cunning can lie easily. He chuckles. You're part vampire. I step back, awash with confusion. How can that be? Is Ivan actually my father and not my uncle? Either way, how could he possibly send me to jail, reform school, whatever? Then again, I'm not sure I believe Emmerich. More importantly, when I rend your shadow, nothing can destroy you. Don't be afraid. You and I are going to take over. His finger slides along my shoulders as he continues to circle me. Take over? What do you take? I ask, fighting a shiver. People, places, things, pick your favorite noun. It's mine. I take ideas, money, and time. But I also give. The ex-crew, they have freedom now. They can do whatever they want. Following the rules of society isn't important to them once they see that slipping over the line from being good little boys and girls to breaking the law, causing chaos, and getting exactly what they want isn't hard at all. They can do whatever they want, and so can you. His cruel laughs winds through the room. I asked you before. Tell me, what do you want? I'd never tell him my heart's true desire. I've hardly admitted it to myself. You, I whisper. It's not a lie exactly, but it's not for the reasons he thinks. Then we're of like mind. Emmerich leans forward and returns the whisper. You really are my kind of girl, Lea. I shift uncomfortably, feeling that familiar drift, the pull away from my own mind and toward his will. I summon the light within, drawing on my magic, keeping it close to the surface so I don't forget myself. You are all mine. Emmerich runs a finger down my cheek and then aggressively cups my chin. I want to kick, run, and tell him how much he disgusts me, but hold steady. I have to focus on not succumbing to his vampire abilities to entrance me, or whatever it is he's been doing. I'll offer you protection. My magic rears under my skin. I don't need anything from him. I'll make sure nothing ever happens to you. Except he'll be sure I lose myself. You'll be my queen. His breath breezes across my neck as he speaks. My hands form fists. I'm ready to bolt, but then I'd have no way to lure him to his mother. We'll make a great team. You're a poster child for devastation, destruction. It doesn't get much better than that. What I want from you is simple. He dismisses the thugs. Keep me alive. Don't let me die. I want you to repel death. I mask my surprise at his request. You're a vampire. I think you and eternity are already companions. Fire, cold steel to the chest. There are ways to destroy a vampire, and there's a prophecy that involves you doing just that. Me? Destroying you? I scoff. I wouldn't. What do you mean? My surprise is real. You're meant to destroy the one who created me, and by doing so, I'll no longer exist. This wasn't what I was expecting to hear. Love him or hate him, prophecy or not, I have no intention of destroying any vampires, well, maybe except him now that I know the truth of his identity. But his mother requested to do the dirty work. In fact, per Tyrion's suggestion, I've been thinking I should really learn how to bake pies. Seems like a wholesome and delicious endeavor. Emmerich steeples his fingers. I've learned the ways of mages and alchemists. I've studied every curse and tonic. I've done all I can to glean how you can keep me alive. There's a ceremony involving a shadow sacrifice, just a fraction of yours. What do we need to do? What I really mean is I need to get him back to Rip Jr. immediately. We'll go to the Borea realm, Lea. Otin's Hill and Magic Fire. It's the only place where the ceremony will work. His eyes flash as he looks me over top to bottom as the source of the sacrifice he thinks I'll make. Yet, I nod in agreement. Borea? I say vaguely, then force myself toward my inner sunshine, pushing through as if from underwater. Sounds enchanting. First, I'd like to finish what we started at Rip Jr. I smirk. You know, cause a little more destruction and make sure they'll remember my name. One last hurrah before we leave. I wink, hoping he takes the bait. After all, he thinks he created the monster in me. Chapter 20. Torren. The Range Rover is parked by a nondescript building. I didn't see Lea go inside, but she's not in the car either. I explore the area for doors and access points, but there's no clear entrance. I wasn't expecting a gaudy thatched mat with the word welcome on it, but I'm not about to get lost in the bowels of the building or miss her exit. I try the door to the Range Rover and am relieved when it opens. The tinted windows are nearly as dark as it is outside. I know Lea can handle herself, but fear over what could happen to her in there prickles me. With nothing to do, I recap everything that's transpired in the last 24 hours, from Lea to Emmerich to breaking out of juvie jail, but having to go back. I consider finding Ivan, but the tangled web connecting vampires and fae, mothers and sons, uncles and nieces doesn't make sense. There's also the part about how I'm involved. I forged a sword. Does that mean anything? Does it figure into this mess somehow? Maybe I really was just an easy target, someone to take the fall. Or is there more to it? Jurek sent Lea to retrieve Emmerich because they had a connection, but can we trust her? Headlights beam through the windshield, arresting my attention. An SUV passes on the uneven road. I duck my head, suddenly feeling exposed in the Range Rover. Would Emmerich recognize it as his mother's? I wonder if Lee's coming. I don't want to startle her, or have a thug or a cop come through with a flashlight and spot me. Nearby doors slam. There's the low rumble of voices. I catch the unmistakable scent of citrus and spice in the air. Lea is on the move. The dark night glows with the red of brake lights, reminding me of when she pulled away, leaving me on the sidewalk. Like before, I don't heed their instruction to stop or stay still. I feel around for keys and find them tucked in the visor above the driver's seat. I should follow the SUV. I also have the rune of passage wrapped tightly around my wrist, but something about this situation has me on edge, apart from Lea trying to coax the leader of the notorious X-crew back to campus with her. Something doesn't add up. The SUV disappears at the far end of the long road. There's no other sign of Lea. I take this as my cue to go. I follow in the direction of the SUV. I only hope I didn't take Lee's getaway car. The vehicle stops at a traffic light. I pull to the curb and get out, making a silent approach as I climb onto the rear bumper. Hopefully they stick to slow city streets. The SUV goes 3 more blocks before stopping in front of a row of shops, closed for the night. Rolling, corrugated metal doors conceal their merchandise. 2 thugs get out of the SUV. I dive underneath. Lea and Emmerich break into one of the stores. Glass smashes. An alarm wails. Emmerich laughs, low and menacing. Lea is silent. I thought we were going right to the school? Thug number 1 asks. Heck if I know. The boss needed supplies. He does what he wants. Thug number 2 snaps his fingers. Including robbing a mom and pop shop. I grew up with the kid whose uncle owns this place. Not cool if you ask me, thug number 1 mutters. No one asked you, says thug number 2. They continue to rib each other. I take this pit stop to mean they're going to cause havoc. Everyone gets back in the vehicle and pulls away. I jog behind until I can no longer keep up. They speed toward the bridge that leads to Riker's Island. It's go time. I trace the rune of passage with my finger. All at once I'm floating, flying, passing through air that's at once perfectly still and yet alive with energy. I feel tugs and pulls like I'm connected to the strings of a marionette. Then, in what could only be a few seconds' time, I'm on familiar ground. The floodlights on campus pool around the administrative building. I listen carefully for doors slamming, voices out of place, or anything unusual that might lead me to Lea and Emmerich. If they were just going to be driven back to campus, they're probably not here yet. Emmerich must have paid off the guards to allow him entry and exit. Then again, he also had a getaway car on the other side of the woods. Still, something isn't right. There's more to this than just juvenile anarchy. Emmerich said himself that this is big. If the vampires are masterminding the theft of Fae's shadows, they could have infiltrated the administration and police department. I'd hate to think Ivan is involved too. I've made it halfway around campus when I see a prick of light flare by the auditorium. Anxiety chills me, but finding them thrills me. The moon shines high overhead. I skulk low until I spot Lea and Emmerich. He sets a trash can ablaze, a sign and a bench, seemingly from his hands. Mage magic? She spray paints something on the wall, but I can't make out the letters from this angle. I resist running to her and intervening. I have to trust Lea to handle this. If I interfere now, I'll ruin her plan, whatever it is. I lean against the tree and wait. The soft approach of footsteps on the grass from the opposite direction strains my vision. A tall woman with the outline of a distinct clipped bob appears in the firelight. Headmistress Jurek. Her figure flickers and shrinks, replaced by the head of a bald woman, shines in the pale moonlight. She wears a robe. Emmerich's expression darkens. An oily female voice says, "Hello, son." Emmerich springs and then shouts, "You wicked woman! Why are you here?" Although I can't clearly see what's going on without revealing myself, thanks to my vampire abilities, I can hear perfectly. The pair argue back and forth about deception and disloyalty. Lea steps back as if to let them hash it out. Emmerich's gaze lands on her as a rash of disbelief and anger crosses his face. "She helped you, didn't she?" he asks. Jurek, or whoever it is, says, "This is between you and me, Emmerich." "No, it's between me and the Fatures who will bow to me." He practically roars. Gone is the charming reform schoolboy, and in is a blood-sucking terror. I don't mind the Fae bowing, but I prefer they bow to me. You can bow too before you die. The woman brandishes a slim blade. It's time for this to end. Emmerich hisses. I'm no servant. I'm the king of the Southlands, and soon this entire realm. I'm going to rule this planet for eternity. In fact, Lea already agreed to render unto me her shadow, making me invincible. Isn't that so, Lea? Up until this point, Lea has remained silent and still. Now she stalks closer. A kind of confidence I've never before seen in her expression, a fury so fierce pulses from her. I think she could slay demons just by looking at them. In a swift motion, the bald woman grabs her and angles the knife at her neck. A swelling, like a great wave, pushes at me from the inside out. Emmerich shrugs dismissively. Take her life. Whatever. I'll find the others. I already have, says the woman who was but is no longer the headmistress. Lea struggles to get free. Who are you? What did you do with Jurek? The bald woman chuckles. She doesn't have eyebrows, adding to her ghastly look. Scars tinge green line her face. She's intimidating, scary even. I recall a flicker of her when Lea and I were put on probation. I'm Glandia's greatest mage to ever exist. I learned a handy little interchange spell and posed as Jurek. You could say that she's tied up at the office. Glandia's chortles. She'd been useful, gathering the strongest fae in the Terra realm, locking them up here, the prison, and elsewhere. She was working for me, Emmerich hisses. Why are you doing this? Lea asks. Building the Shadow Army, Glandia's replies as if it's obvious. Emmerich snorts. And I will be leading the Shadow Army. With the shadow of the strongest warrior, I will be undefeatable. His eyes land on Lea. Does he mean he's going to somehow take her shadow into himself? I have to act now or else the thing I never told Lea will die on my tongue, dead and likely so will we. I charge from the trees and lunge for the legs of the woman named Glandia's, taking her down. The knife sails onto the ground. I scramble after it. Without hesitating, I pivot and with all my strength, drive it into Emmerich's chest. There's something poetic about a vampire killing a vampire. 3 pairs of eyes stare at me, not expecting that sudden move. Emmerich grips the handle and pulls it out. Dark liquid spills from the wound and he goes still. Seemingly frozen and then shudders. Lea steps closer to me. Glandia's watches her son carefully. The air is still. Not a hair blows. No one exhales. It's almost like time stops for a click. A chill runs through Lea. This isn't how it goes, she whispers. He should have immediately turned to ash. A haze hangs in the air surrounding Emmerich. From it forms a somewhat spectral duplicate of the vampire. He's not quite as solid when contrasted with the original Emmerich. The vampire mage hisses, I learned from the best. Who's the supreme mage now, mother? Glandia's frowns with disgust. The 2 Emmerichs lunge. One holds Glandia's arms behind her back, and the other presses the knife into her neck. She releases an explosive blast, throwing them to the ground. Lea picks up the knife and with perfect aim, lands it in the heart of the second Emmerich. Dark blood-like substance drips from the blade. It gathers velocity, falling through oxygen and nitrogen and carbon dioxide. There's an alchemy of matter, air, and evil on this dark night that I wouldn't believe if I weren't witnessing it. A third Emmerich takes shape from the blood. The original Emmerich's wicked smile stretches tight across his face while his clones await his command. One lunges at Lea, restraining her. I'm about to go jujitsu master on him when another Emmerich tackles me. In the seconds that have passed, mother and son engage in combat. Several more Emmerichs appear with every drop of blood spilled. The original one calls to the replicas of himself, go, destroy, maim, loot, pillage. They obey and disperse. Are they demons? Some other abominations? A putrid scent hangs in the air. Still restrained, we struggle against Emmerich 1 and Emmerich 2. Lea looks sharply away from the scene, and her mysterious blue eyes land on mine as if she's wondering the same thing. You defied me, Glandia says. Emmerich sneers. You made it this way. This is your fault. I'm merciful enough not to force you to continue to live with your wrongdoing. Goodbye, Mother. He raises the blade. Before it lands, Glandia's disappears in a cloud of black smoke. I blink a few times. I'd pretty much give anything for this to be a long, terrible nightmare. She'll be back. Emmerich stalks over to us. For now, where were we? Emmerich 1 twists Lee's hair. She tries to wiggle away. Emmerich 2 grips mine and tugs my head sharply back. Where are the CAs when you need them? You'd think with all of this commotion, they'd have this situation on lockdown. Unless they were called off. Emmerich clicks his tongue. Naughty Faye. You just can't help yourself, can you? You tried to kill me with a stab to the heart. That would have worked if I were an ordinary vampire or an ordinary mage. Soon, I'll be imbued with Fae shadow magic, making me indestructible. Where will that leave me? Shadow Fae? Lea asks. Something like that. You'll always be remembered as my mistress of mayhem. He chuckles darkly. I'll never be your anything. She sneers. Except the source of my invincibility. I'll live forever, so I can bear witness to the collapse of this dominion. I want to watch it be torn apart and crumble, to see the oceans wash away the cities. Then when the buildings and trash pollute the water, I will set it alight. I want people wild in the streets, running to me for liberation. I will bring the end of law and the beginning of chaos. And part of your shadows will be within me, reveling in what you helped ruin. He's vile. Lee's eyes light up, twin fountains of dark flames, hatred. He takes her hands in his. You and I for all eternity ruling these worthless humans. Whatever we want, it's ours, Lea. Just like that, her eyes glaze over. She leans toward him with a private look, as if he's finally convinced her. No, he's entranced her. He's a mage, which means he can use her true name to control her. I learned that in one of the classes here. You have great aim. He passes her the knife. Now you can kill Torren. A terrible smile blazes across Lee's face. Good idea. First, just one kiss, Emmerich. The words run roughshod over my heart. She's tricked me. They've been in league with each other this entire time. Whatever good is left inside of me hardens, turns to stone, and then crumbles. Emmerich's lips move toward hers. When they're an inch apart, she mumbles, I've been studying grim magic too. You're right. I just can't help myself. Lee's mouth opens wide as if to scream, and magic blasts from her. She looks brutal and wild. She's revenge embodied as she flares red-hot magic at Emmerich. She produces a heavy gale with the force of her own energy, and her hair blows behind her, unleashing her potency. Her fingers claw the air. The other Emmerichs produced from his grim blood flurry toward her from the darkness as if she summoned them. They explode into a million shadowy parts. The real Emmerich, pale and ghostly, looks horrified as she casts magic in a ring around him, closing him in a blazing cage. Her retribution is written into the angry angles of her face. Her sharp movements. The mastery she has over the power she'd once feared. If she continues, the world will soon be rid of Emmerich. He's mine and so are you, an oily female voice shouts. Glandia's has reappeared in a curl of gray smoke. Lea doesn't hear over her rageful roar. She doesn't see Glandius's approach. I lunge at the bald mage, muscles clenched, teeth bared. I somehow miss, landing hard on the ground. Glandia's is more ephemeral than solid, as though she's moving within the cloud. She stands between Lea and me. In one great gale of power, Glandius grips us both. We fall with the mage into cloud and smoke. Chapter 21. Lea. I wake up to dim overhead lighting illuminating a stained ceiling and crumbling cement walls. No windows. The scent of decay suggests this is an abandoned building. I sense that I'm not alone. Complicated instruments and beakers containing sinister liquids are on a nearby metal table. I blink my eyes as pieces of the last hours return. I try to fit them together like a puzzle and fail. Jurek sent me to retrieve her son. I found Emmerich in a warehouse and managed to get him back to campus. Jurek somehow transformed into a mage named Glandias and is actually Emmerich's mother. She sought to destroy him, and they both want to use me as a weapon. Emmerich wanted my shadow for himself. Glandias's plan is less clear. Torren appeared and tried to help me. Now I'm here. Where is he? The clock on the wall stopped at 4 p.m. at some other point in time. I have no idea how long I've been here or where here is. My stomach rumbles with hunger. I push to sitting atop an examination table. My appetite vanishes. Nerves take their place. The filthy tile floor has a drain in the middle. There isn't anything in here that I could use as a weapon, but then again, according to what I've recently learned, I am a weapon. However, right now I feel weak, limp, and like the fire and iron that exist in me, prompting me to rise up and fight for my freedom, have been depleted. I feel spent and exhausted, and my mind filled with fluff. A single golden cuff with strange writing rings my wrist. Its polish stands in stark contrast to the decrepit room. Unlike regular handcuffs, there's no keyhole. And unlike regular handcuffs, it seems to suppress magic, because my attempt to blast it off does nothing. Firing Frost Fey magic at Emmerich was like a release of something so great, so vast. I feel invigorated, even though whatever happened when Glandias reappeared has left me feeling like a wrung-out rag. She emerges from the shadows. Lea, you are a strong, clever girl. We got off to a rocky start. You had quite the ordeal yesterday. I regret to say that I had to break you. She wears a self-satisfied smile. You'll never break me, I hiss. She clucks her tongue. I suppose you're right. I won't break you, but I will rend your shadow. Only demons can take shadows. Lucky for you, I'm part demon. Her grin is wicked. Mages can layer curses. For instance, my son was raised as a mage, turned into a vampire, and wanted to add Fey shadow to the roster. I have to give him credit. He's clever for having figured that out. My blood stills and I take note of the exit and shadowed out-of-sight spaces. I must establish an escape route. If you're wondering if anyone is coming to your rescue, don't count on it. What did you do with Torren? He's being put to use. A shiver winds through me. If it's true and no one is coming, which wouldn't be entirely surprising, I'll rescue myself. I go deep into the center of my being, to the core of my inner ice and fire. Despite the cuff around my wrist, I'll access my magic. I'll get out of here and find Torren. Glandias glides over to me. Her skin is pale and powdery, marred by green scars on her face, but her eyes are hard and dark. She gazes into mine and places her hands on my shoulders. An unnatural jolt moves through my skin, muscle, and into bone. The energy feels like fingers poking and trying to find something, but I hold fast to the flame within and use it to fend off whatever it is she's doing. I'm mage, and was gifted with Fey and demon blood. I see you're resisting me. The warded cuff prevents you from using your magic externally, but not internally. Interesting. Must have been how you defended yourself against Emmerich. Very interesting. I assume since she's not pure demon, the way to rend my shadow isn't instinctual like it is for the scum I'm all too happy to slay. This buys me time. There's much for me to learn about Fey. Glad I have countless of your kind to use as test subjects. She cackles. I scowl. She tilts her thin bald head. I'd argue that it's all for the greater good. Who's good? I don't see anything positive happening by you creating an army of Fae. An army of shadow Fae, she corrects. An undefeatable, immortal army. That's where you come in. With your shadow, together with the others, backed by unseelie and vampire traits, I will rule the realms. Like I told Emmerich, I'm not immortal. Once you're shadow Fae, there's nothing that can destroy you. Inside, I burn as hot as the sun. My skin is as cold as the tundra. Meeting with Amelia, coming to terms with my nature, being unseelie Fae, and her telling me that I always have a choice gives me an idea. Have you thought of the consequences of that, Glandias? I ask. Death, destruction, untold power. She levels me with her gaze. Of course I have. I lift my chin and meet her eyes. Good. She flattens her lips as though not sure what to make of that comment. With an undefeatable army, I too will be undefeatable. She leans so close that I see every crevice in her pale face. Emmerich's problem, Leith, and even Riker's problem were that they thought too small. I only recognize Emmerich's name. My plans are much, much bigger. And the best part, no one will see what's coming. No, she won't see what's coming. She grips my arm. I jerk it away. Just because I know what's coming, I won't make it easy. I dig even deeper, calling forth the light inside of me. Gathering as much of it as I can, I experience its warmth, radiance, and unique texture. I familiarize myself with the very best parts of me. I imprint them in my mind, my heart, and my entire being. Glandias examines me and hovers her hands over me as though trying to find my shadow. I summon thoughts of purring kittens, hot cocoa, driving on summer days with the windows down and loud music playing, dancing with Torren to the Beatles, reading, long showers, warm oatmeal on cold winter mornings. There's a tug toward everything I've lost and the pain I've experienced. My mother saying goodbye. The Fae encounter when I was a child, and their torment. The attack sophomore year. Being sent to reform school. Aha, Glandias says as though she detects my shadow self. You can't hide from me, Leka Vladikov. The real you is worthless, shameful. Unseelie, unruly. A vile, horrible creature bent on mayhem, pain, ruin. She practically coos the words. Part of me wants to believe her. Part of me used to believe her. But I know the truth. The flames of my righteous anger are stronger. I give her a solid sneer. I divert my attention back to the best parts of me, my life. The lessons learned, the ways I've grown, and the strength I've gained. There are plenty of Fae to practice on. I usually let the demons do my dirty work, but you are a prize among the Fae as part of the prophecy. With your history, you're the one most inclined toward shadow work. Not cooperating strengthens my case, strengthens your shadow. The skin above her eyes, where her eyebrows should be, lifts, as though she has an idea. Emmerich, my son, despite his shortcomings, was on to something. Make you commit crimes, desensitize you. Where is he? Ash. Her voice is just as dry. You killed your son? Sometimes sacrifices have to be made to reach goals. However, there's a distinction. I destroyed him, but the damage had already done when he requested to become a vampire and renounced his role as a mage. He broke the code, humiliating me. I'd argue that you've broken the code, whatever it is. She snorts. In many ways, he started this. I will end it. I'll do what he could not. Soon we will return to the Southlands, and I'll take the throne. The Northlands and Westlands are in tumult. The Eastlands remain, but their stronghold cannot last forever. Her smile is sinister. But my glory as ruler of the realms will. And then what? What will you do when you have all the power? I ask. Will it be enough? She tilts her head ponderously. I dare say yes. I shake my head slowly because I know that isn't true. You will always be hollow, empty. No amount of power will fill you because power doesn't give. It takes. We'll see about that. For now, I'll expose your shadow, and I will rend it. You'll let me or else. Glandias gets to her feet and wheels another exam table into view. A familiar figure rests on top. Torren. He's as still as stone. I fight the tingles that run up my spine. It isn't only Shadow Fae that will be useful in this war. I've developed a serum to employ the vampires. There are many in this city and they'll bend to my will, destroying the gnats as you call them. She takes a needle from her work area and pricks Torren's arm, driving the plunger down until the red, viscous substance disappears beneath his flesh. He twitches once and then begins to writhe in pain, absolute agony. His back arches. Straps attach him to the table, keeping his limbs from flailing, but sweat pours from his skin and his eyes roll wildly in their sockets. Stop. I'm not bound and lunge at Glandias, but she blasts me back. I slide across the filthy floor. Your realm has useful tools and instruments. This is a trial formulation. I'm still perfecting it. When I have it right, and when he's been given enough, he won't be able to fight his nature and choose not to bite people. She's going to control the Fae and the vampires? You sicken me, I say. I'll fight until my last breath. Yes, under my orders. I'll never bend to your will. A dark thought crowds my mind. Maybe death will be more peaceful than the existence we've known. The tension between the vampires and Fae, the theft of shadows. No. I can't think that way. I'm not offering you a choice, Glandias says. You're a fiery one, Lea, which is exactly what I want. Anyway, I've never met a person who I can't break. Her lips turn up, but not in a smile. She lifts one of the needles. I flinch, afraid she's going to inject me, but she places it in my hand. Your turn. You can begin to bleed your friend Torren dry. She laughs at her little joke. I let the syringe fall, smashing to the floor. There is more where that came from. Let's try again. She gets another needle. Glandias forces me to grip the cold metal in my fingers. The room shifts slightly. For a moment, I think it's dizziness. What was that? I ask, buying time. Her gaze darts to the door. The four walls in the room shake again. Go on, Lea. Give Torren a dose. Do it now with the knowledge that soon you'll be doing it to him and others. I'm still working on obtaining your uncle. I look forward to unleashing him in the city. Every part of my body is screaming. On fire. Filled with hate. I see the revulsion in your eyes, but I trust that in time, you'll come to understand that sometimes we have to do difficult things to reach our aims. Yes, we do, I say. I always have a choice. I take a deep breath and plunge the needle into my arm. Her expression blanches. I use the pain that sweeps through my veins to attack. Glandias is faster and stronger than I expect. She knocks me back. Her hand presses against my face, mashing my cheek into the nasty floor. I try to fight back, kicking and punching, but her hands grip my neck and tighten, choking me. I suddenly feel an undertow, the pull of light from shadow. It's like going too fast on a roller coaster, the sinking feeling when you hit the bottom, and the thrill as you hurtle and loop, letting go, giving in to the wild freedom of it. She's rending my shadow. My shadow. It's my choice whether or not I let her. The room shakes again and plaster from the ceiling rains down on us. Spots dot the edges of my vision. A suctioning feeling comes next, gripping, tugging, ripping me up. Give me your worst. I dare you. I manage to say these last words as I let my shadow slip away. Chapter 22. Torren. I thought the worst pain I'd ever experienced was when I was turned into a vampire. It was agony. Blinding. Piercing. I was human with a human body going through the change. Makes sense. Now I'm a vampire. Organs, muscles, blood, everything that made me human on the inside is different now. And yet my entire body is on fire. Inside and out. The blinding and piercing pain before was nothing to what I experience now. Something vicious courses through me. It moves slowly, inch by inch, devouring me with sharp teeth. I didn't know vampires could feel, well, anything. I moan. I howl. I shout. Something dry rains down, filling my mouth, and I cough, sputtering. A cold hand lands on mine. I blink open my eyes. I wasn't asleep because vampires don't sleep. I don't know what happened to me. I do know that I'm hungry. Starved. Can someone be turned twice? The desire I felt the first time, the longing for blood, is amplified tenfold. I must feed. I start to get to my feet. Before I was an even split between my human mind and driven by my vampire body. Whatever happened in this room pushed the ratio toward instinct. A shadowy figure hovers over me. When our eyes meet, I stagger backward. I'd recognize them anywhere. They're Lee's mysterious eyes, only duller, almost hollow. Something is different about her. Forgetting my agony for a moment, red flags and alerts lift and sound in my mind. My connection to her goes deeper than curses and magic. It's older than the monster I've become. Through all of this, my feelings for her persist and have grown in strength. From the floor, someone in a robe groans and begins to rouse. The room shakes. What's going on? Where are we? I ask. I don't know. Lee's voice is thin. The scene at Rip Jr. comes back to mind in fits and spurts. Emmerich. The truth of his identity as a vampire. Jurek. The headmistress transforming herself into a mage. That mage, who called herself Glandias, gets up from the floor. Anger, unlike I've ever known, courses through me. Whatever this is, she did it to me. Rage pierces me. Blinds me. I get up from the table and rush at her. Kicking. Punching. Pummeling. I have the dim awareness that an explosion issues from somewhere nearby, shaking the room. Or maybe it's just the force of my rage. I knock Glandias into unconsciousness. Lee stands by watching with an empty smile. The smell of acrid smoke fills my nose. Part of the cement wall yields to another explosion. I shield her. I have to get her to safety. After that, I'll need to rely on her to keep everyone else safe, from me. The possibility of being trapped in this room or it collapsing on us forces thoughts and action to take shape. The thundering of the bombs seems to be coming from the wall with the clock. I throw myself into the door. It hardly budges. I repeat the motion until I'm numb to the pain of whatever Glandias did to me. Smoke fills the hall. I move away from it. Right now my hunger is a caged thing, clawing and gnashing, trying to get out. Grabbing Lee by the hand, I dive onto my stomach and crawl through the darkness. There's another tremor. I pause and listen. I hear voices, shouts. My desire for blood increases. The building shakes. Plaster rains down. Heat comes from the hallway, dry and fast. I divert us into a room free of smoke. Dimly lit, dozens of tables line the vast space. Lee moves robotically like she doesn't fully understand the urgency of whatever is happening, or my hunger. The sooner we get out of here, the sooner I can feed. The desire is overwhelming. I glimpse the smooth curve of Lee's neck, imagining her citrus spice taste. I stagger. No. Not her. Not anyone. I focus on the knowledge of my mind and not my body's desires. The sooner I get Lea out of here, the sooner I'll spare her and the world my wrath. Smoke billows through the original doorway we used, urging me toward a door at the far side of the room. Before we reach it, we plunge into darkness. The power went out. Thanks to being a vampire, my senses are heightened, including my vision. Another series of explosions urge me to move quickly. An orange-red glow appears on the far wall. Fire! Flames lick the small glass window framed in a metal door. Yet another bomb blows up nearby, and the fire crackles, devouring the door. I scramble, trying to find a window, anything. The room gets warmer. My hand slides along the wall, and it's cooler. Outdoors? Lee's breath comes in bursts and sweat pricks her skin. I have to get her to fresh air. I kick and claw at a square of plaster until it comes free. Dim light and cool night air rush through the hole. This is it. I'm about to shove her through, but when we get to the other side, the beast in me will be loose. We're both crouched, and I grip her shoulders. Lee, listen to me. Whatever happens, please don't follow me. Glandias must have done something to increase my appetite for blood. It's all-consuming, but I won't succumb. She blinks from the haze she seemed to be in, as though understanding what I'm telling her. I nod. Yes, this is goodbye. Her shadowed gaze holds mine. It's like she's in shock and is fighting to pull herself to the surface. I know the feeling. From outside, late-season snow falls from the sky. Either that or we're north of the city. For a moment, it's so beautiful, it feels like we're in a dream. But the nightmare is happening within me. Lee holds out her hand. The snow doesn't melt on her palm. It's ash and almost the same color as her skin. It's like she's a shadow of her former self. My jaw drops. Glandias took her shadow. Lee gazes back the way we came as the flames creep closer. Metal creaks, fire blazes, and soon it'll consume me too. Her hands land on me as if to stop me from what I must do. Her eyes dim further. You don't mean to run into the fire? She always knows what I'm thinking. I have to. I won't be able to stop myself. I don't want to hurt anyone. Her voice is faint. This isn't a goodbye, Torren. You helped me. I'll help you. She gets to her feet. Her eyes flash. Her arms tense at her sides and fists form. A golden cuff rings her wrist. It starts to glow with a faint reddish hue and then blasts apart. Crimson magic sizzles along her arms and hands. She waves her fingers in front of my face. I'm Shadow Fae now, Torren, and I'm not sorry that I'm about to use glamour on you. I suddenly feel like I'm wearing a mask, like during the Fae court ball. Where there was ash before, now blood rains from the sky. The scent and desire are overwhelming. Go outside, Lee says. Her voice is muffled and sounds far away even though she's right in front of me. I follow orders, crawling through the hole and into the bloody rain. I open my mouth, slacking my thirst. You've had enough, Lee says, marching me forward. In the distance, lamplight spills across sleek black armored vehicles like dark stars. We scramble down a hill. The large building we occupied stretches in both directions with no clear beginning or end. Flames dance in the windows, chunks of cement fall away, and yet another bomb detonates. Lee shoves me into the Humvee. She pushes buttons and toggles switches, but nothing happens. She checks the visor. I suppose you need a key for a tank on wheels. Sirens wail. Lights flash. Voices call and boots pound close. Even through my suddenly foggy thoughts, I know that if we're discovered, it's directly to Rip. Then again, there, I'd be locked up and away from anyone I could bite. Lee compels me to get into the back of the vehicle. We lay down, hiding as others shout orders for water to contain the blaze. From my reclined position, the blood turns to ash, falling like flakes of snow. For a moment, I imagine a peaceful winter's day. I cycle from fear to confusion. Lost in thought, suddenly both doors open. Lea waves her hand over my face. I'd almost left the fog but returned now, feeling numb all over and not inclined to move. Beside me she lay still, barely breathing. Two men get in without looking in the back. The armored vehicle rumbles to life. That was close, says a smooth voice from the driver's side. Being a raven shifter has its benefits. The other guy lets out a gruff chuckle. But we're not out of the woods yet. Being a king has afforded me many things, but that didn't include driving lessons. It's probably the same as riding a horse, says the one with the gruff voice. Did they have war wagons such as these in Raven's Landing, King Soren? No, they did not, King Callan. They start to speak formally and then both laugh. King Soren must be the one with the gruff voice. The one attempting to drive is King Callan. I've never heard of them. Maybe they're part of some kind of gang like the Brooklyn Vampire Club. Maybe they're ex-crew. I learned that Glandia's was moving the shadow fae that remained to another facility, Soren says. And I thought it was bad back in Borea. Callan sighs. They're from the other realm. Lea shifts slightly beside me. It boggles my mind to see what Glandia's has already established here, Callan says. Ah, another piece of information I gleaned while in Raven form. This was all someone named Emmerich's doing. He pauses a beat. Why does that name sound familiar? Soren asks. Because Emmerich is the king of the Southlands. If that's the case, he was the king of the Southlands. Glandia's destroyed him. At least that's what she said when she took over the facility, replacing him. Destroy like a vampire or demon? Callan asks. Soren makes a grunt of affirmation. That means no one is ruling the Southlands, Callan says. Then where is the crown, or more importantly, the stone? Question of the day. The vehicle lurches forward. Question of the day is more like, how do I drive this thing? Callan asks. Want me to give it a try? I bet you could drive headlong into the building and free the rest of the fae. Soren sounds excited by that prospect. Not a bad idea. But I'm guessing the guards that Kiki called police officers won't be too pleased. They arranged everything, make the bombing look like ex-crew, tip off the police and free the fae. We're moving now and by the sound of it, away from the burning building. Good point. I guess we'll have to trust that the girls are taking care of business. They're not to be messed with. Callan laughs darkly. I learned that lesson the hard way. I had no idea Kiki was so cunning, and good with explosives. Soren sounds slightly concerned. She is fae, Callan says as if that explains it. Seelie fae, Soren corrects. All the same, fae are hardcore. Ooh. Look at you picking up on the Terra slang already, Soren teases. I try. Okay, try not to hit that, Soren shouts. The Humvee slams into something solid. Lee's hand reaches for mine as we thump into the backs of the seats. Whoa, whoa. Sorry about that, Callan croaks. I'd be better off shifting and flying out of here, Soren says. Yeah, but we need to pick up the girls at the checkpoint. Do you think they found Lea and Torren? Soren asks. Lea turns abruptly to face me. I let myself get lost in her eyes, let them anchor me to my mind, to the life I knew before I was turned. Her face squishes up like she's going to sneeze. I have the vague memory that her sneezes are the cutest sound, but now is not the time. She squeezes her eyes shut. The tiniest muffled sound escapes. Soren looks over his left shoulder. Our eyes meet. His are blue. Panic rises within me, but thirst squelches it. The two guys in the front are absolutely silent for the space of 3 seconds. They get out of the Humvee. Maybe they're assessing the damage. Perhaps Soren doesn't have good eyesight. Lea holds my hand tight, willing me not to move a muscle. Above, all I see is vast darkness. I roll over hills of various scenarios, valleys of doubt, and uncrossable chasms of debate. What do? We have to get out of here. Why didn't Soren acknowledge me? What would happen if I bit a king? The back gate of the armored vehicle opens. Lea sits up and in one swift motion blasts the two figures with ice. Only they weren't human. One was a wolf and the other a raven. They dodged out of the way so fast, I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. Chapter 23. Lea. Being Shadow Fae comes with its benefits. 1. I'm ruthless. 2. My powers are enhanced. 3. I'll do anything to survive, including blast these two bumbling idiots. But they disappeared. Rather, the wolf and the raven ran and flew away respectively. I slowly get out of the armored vehicle, surveying my surroundings. We're on a service road. Not far away, the dull hum of firefighters battling to control the blaze reminds me that we're still in danger. A hand locks around my ankle, and the king who called himself Soren launches out from under the armored vehicle and flips me onto the ground. I land with a hard thud, and without hesitating blast my magic in every direction. Whereas before it was pure crimson, now it has gray edges like my shadow. Soren blinks a few times as though he's been glamored like Torren. Oh, that's another benefit to being a shadow fae. I have no qualms about using my magic on my best friend, or anyone else for that matter. Callan steps closer and holds up his hands. Wait. We don't want to hurt you. We came here on a rescue mission. I keep my hand lifted, ready to hurl magic if I have to. I'm in no mood to hear stories or lies. I had enough of that with Emmerich and Glandias. Explain yourselves quickly. I'm King Soren of the Northlands. He presses his hand to his chest. And I'm King Callan of the Westlands. That means nothing to me. I shoot magic into the trees behind them as a warning. Callan ducks. We're here with Kiki and Val to help free the Shadow Fae and put an end to Glandius's power trip. Ooh. Points for another Terra term, Soren says. Why were you looking for us? I stab the air with magic to make my point. They said they were specifically seeking Lea and Torren. Could they be associated with Rip Jr.? The Shadow Fae? Because what Glandias and the other false kings are doing is wrong. They're building an army using you as weapons. Yeah, Glandias mentioned. But why me? Why you? Callan mutters. I'm wondering the same thing. Who are you? What do you mean, why you? Shadow Fae are virtually invincible. Come on, we can get you to safety. Soren moves toward the Humvee. More like I can get you to safety. I jerk my head in the direction of the armored vehicle. I know how to drive that thing. The kings are quiet for a long moment. As before, it's almost like they're communicating without words. Could it be a shifter thing? Yeah, I agree, Callan says abruptly. Soren glances at Torren, who's still zoned out thanks to my glamour. Right now, he's having a massage. Go figure. It was the best I could come up with on the fly. I wag my head between them. Don't make any sudden moves. My crimson-gray magic crackles from the tips of my fingers. We came here looking for a fae named Lea and her friend Torren. We got intel they'd been captured and moved here. Callan speaks with the practiced skill of someone used to getting their way. My temple pulses. What do you want with them? They're the key to everything that's going on in the Terra realm. We need their help, and we hope to be able to help them. Soren seems to choose his words carefully. Again, the two go quiet. It's unsettling. A royal tactic to make others feel insecure? Good thing I have the upper hand here. In one swift motion, I blast them unconscious. It's difficult, but I managed to get them both loaded into the back of the Humvee along with Torren, who's still enjoying his massage. I maneuver the Humvee back onto the road and pass through an abandoned neighborhood. Doors hang from their hinges, windows are smashed, and weeds grow up through the debris. I pass Lavender Lane and then Daffodil, all streets named after flowers. From the back, a phone chirps. I pull over and retrieve it from Soren's pocket. The message simply says Rose Court. It seems I'm in Flowerland. Could it be a code? I want answers. I drive past other streets named after flowers until I reach Rose Court. It's a cul-de-sac with only 3 houses. They're all replicas of Victorian homes like the kind in old stories. The middle one has a turret that reaches toward the moonless sky. The paint chips and the wooden flourishes hang in disrepair. Even at this hour, I can tell that they're definitely abandoned. Then a garage door opens. I pull the Humvee in smoothly. A girl about my age stands inside, and another in the doorway to the interior of the house. "Wow, you handle that thing like a champ, Callan," one of the girls says, striding toward the vehicle. Then there's a flash of blinding ice-white magic. The car shudders and I freeze. My vision goes blank. I have the vague awareness that I'm being moved into the house. I yearn to break the bonds of whatever spell she has me under, but even as a shadow fae, it's too strong. I sink against a wall and feel like I'm falling endlessly through shadow. At last, voices return to my awareness. Someone says, "We've stolen magic stones, crowns, and freedom. But never people." Another replies, "There's a first for everything." There's shuffling and whispers. Stillness and shouting. It's chaos and I like it. My eyes flash open. "Houston, we have a problem," the guy named Callan says as the escape abduction comes back to me. "You're crushing it with these terra-cultural references," Soren says. I'm magically bound to a chair but not wearing a golden cuff. By the peeling floral wallpaper, I'm definitely not at Rip or Rip Jr., but I cannot access my magic. "What did you do to me?" I grind out. "What did you do to yourself?" one of the girls from the garage says. I blink a few times because in the dim light of a lantern, she looks strikingly familiar. "Have we met?" I ask. "Yes and no," she replies. "I'm sorry I had to restrain you. It's for your own good." The other girl says, "You're Lee, right?" I struggle against the bonds. The first girl says, "My name is Kiki and I'm really sorry." Her hair is almost white. All the same, I feel like we've met. Despite my situation and better judgment, I believe her. One flick of my hand would decimate this room and everyone in it. My shadow amplifies the ruthless, unseelie magic. "I'm Val," the other girl says as if she realizes this. Despite her dirty blonde hair and overall girl next door look, she has an edge to her that tells me she's unseelie fae too, and nothing about it scares her. "Why do you both look so familiar?" I ask. "I've seen you at the bookstore where you used to work." I knew Aina. Kiki's tone is strained. Realization dawns. My old job. Aina, the sweetest woman I'd ever met. Yeah. She quit. I did too. Have you seen her? Kiki dips her head. Val lets out a long breath. In the pause I say, "What happened to her? Is she involved in this?" If she was supernatural, I had no idea. She must have hidden it too. She was my mother. Kiki swallows. Yours too. And mine, Val adds. I shake my head slowly. My mother, my throat feels strangely scratchy. My mother left me with my uncle when I was a baby. I saw her only one other time. A band of fae tried to kidnap me, Val nods. It was our great-grandmother, Nathina. She tried to gather the 4 of us together. Aina put a stop to that. Kiki says, We read about it in our mother's journal. She holds up a leather-bound book. I turn away. I can't believe this. I refuse to. There's no way the woman I worked with at the bookstore for 2 years was my mother. Why wouldn't she tell me? Sadness and hurt hurtle toward me. The unseelie shadow Fae within swats it away. My ire returns. I don't believe you. Kiki lifts a snowflake pendant from her neck. Val does the same. Their gazes land on the one around my neck. My stomach groans as if trying to get away from the painful truth. Are you hungry? Kiki asks. Where's Torren? He must be starved. Glandias gave him a serum to enhance his vampire thirst. I tried to subdue it. You can't let him hurt anyone. He'd never forgive himself. He's safe right now, Val says. And the serum will wear off. That's what we learned anyway. The more blood he gets, the more the serum dilutes, meaning he'll need yet more serum to stay ahead of him being satisfied. I'm sure Glandias was trying to work that kink out. Kiki explains, more serum equals crazy hungry vampire. More blood equals the need for more serum to keep the thirst elevated. No more serum means he returns to his regular vampire self. So Glandias would have to keep administering it? I ask. Yep, Kiki says. I also had a dose of the serum. Thirsty? Kiki asks. Not funny. I want to see him, I demand. Later. Listen, we're not here to hurt you or him. We want to help you and for you to help us. How'd you find me? That wasn't easy. We put all of our resources to work. You'd been well hidden in jail. Val lifts and lowers her eyebrows. I went so far as to apply for a custodial position at RIP Jr., since my peace officer status wouldn't even get me in the door. But we learned there had been a problem there. Kiki starts to pace. That's an understatement, I huff. Do you want to tell us what happened? Val stares demanding. No. I want to get out of here. How about we go first? Then you can tell us your side of the story, Kiki says. Val nods. When Kiki told me she was my sister, I didn't believe her either. But I'll start at the beginning, telling you what we know. The shadow in me wants to ignore them. To destroy them. To see them sit frozen and helpless. But Val's voice trickles into my awareness. Our mother was Fae, and as it turns out, our father was a vampire. She pauses. Kiki looks queasy. If you think it's Ivan, you're wrong. I'm certain he's not my father. And he hates me. No, he's our uncle, Kiki says as though that makes her uncomfortable. Aina believed we were in danger, and the only way to protect us was to split the 4 of us up. She sent me to live with Nathina, our great-grandmother and the woman who also raised her. We later moved away from the Northlands and our original court to the Westlands. Believe me, it was miserable, and I blame her for why I'm so unseelie. Val smirks. Kiki slings her arm across her sister's back. In that case, I credit her with why you're so clever. A little pang of jealousy shoots through me at their closeness. I'm unseelie too, I mutter. We know. Kiki's voice is flat. The jealousy turns to anger. Why didn't she pay me a compliment? My shadow points out all my flaws and shortcomings. Aina and Kiki went to New York City. She sent you to live with Ivan, our father's brother, and a vampire in Brooklyn. I guess she didn't want to be too far from you either. Sadness laces Val's voice as though she missed out on knowing our mother. As for our 4th sister, we assume she's in the Eastlands. Kiki tugs on the necklace. There are 4? I ask. Fae are usually born in pairs, but since we're also part vampire, I suppose the rules change. Yes, they do. I try to access my magic again, but it's still out of reach. I had no idea I was Fae. Aina raised me as a gnat. You better believe I was shocked when I discovered I had wings and what feels like lightning in my veins and high voltage in my bones. She suppressed my magic until my 18th birthday. Kiki wiggles her fingers and white static jumps from them. You knew, yet you suppressed it, Lee, Val says. We're from the Northlands, Frost Fae. But you're more vampire in nature. More fiery than icy. She eyes me carefully. I was always afraid of Fae. Nathina tried to kidnap me and take the necklaces. The memory floods back. I was asleep. Icy hands gripped me. She showed me a room full of toys, candy, and all the things a little girl could desire. She tried to trick me into going with her. Then it all turned to rot. She was little more than a hideous beast with empty eyes, gnarled teeth, claws as long as daggers. Sounds like Nathina's work, Val says. She's cunning when it comes to grim magic. Cunning and horrifying. Interesting that you broke through her glamour. Your will must be especially strong. Val bites her lip. Mine too. It's then that I realize that deep down I know they're not lying. There's no way. We all look too much alike. We have the snowflake necklace. Aina once told me that I'd meet my family again after I told her my mother left me when I was little. She even wrote me a poem. I memorized it. Tears pierce my shadow. Your strength comes not from what you do, but who you are. Your beauty comes not from how you look, but how you act. Your intelligence comes not from what you know, but how you use it. The best of you is all we see, truly deeply lovely you. I never thought there was anything beautiful or lovely about me. The truth that I believed was that I was rough, unworthy, and outcast, but now I see things differently. I'm overwhelmed with the desire not to let our mother or them down. Kiki releases a long exhale. And I was deathly afraid of vampires, but our father was one. She shivers. Val cocks an eyebrow. Know what you are, who you are. Own it. That's the problem. What are we? Kiki asks. Soren, as big and intimidating as a Viking, enters the room. You're the Raven Queen. She curls against him in a hug. Where's Torren? I ask. As content as a king, Soren replies. What do you want with us? I repeat. We're on a mission to break a curse. Val gives Kiki a nod and passes me a crumpled note. I read it at a whisper. Demons shadow thieve while the Fae court grieve. 4 sisters to find. 1 compass to bind. 4 crowns to take. 1 curse to break. Before 12 moons turn, else the realm will burn. I lift my gaze and meet Val's, then Kiki's. She says, the day of our 18th birthday, demon gave me that note. I didn't think anything of it. That night I went home to find Aina frozen. The same demon returned. I slayed it. Then when I took her hand, I was transported to a place called the Sea of Dreams. Kiki goes on to tell me about a silver rope called a skin and how Aina spoke to her there, confirming the mission to find her sisters and break the curse. I read the note again. What is the curse? That's what we've been trying to piece together these last few weeks with Aina's diary, what we've learned from mages like Vespertine and Timoleon, along with the false kings, Kiki answers. Don't forget Glandia's, Val says. I still say we go to the library of memories. Kiki starts to pace again. Val shakes her head like it's a hopeless option. And how do I fit into this exactly? I ask. 4 sisters to find. You're number 3. But we also have to find the false king's stone and put it here. Kiki produces a golden disc and opens it to reveal a compass. 2 stones sit in the north and west directions. Once we find sister number 4 along with the 2 remaining stones, this compass should lead us to Count Vlad, the vampire who made the curse. I tilt my head from side to side. And we have to destroy him, Val says. That's easy. Vampires can die with cold steel to the heart or fire, I say. Kiki shakes her head. This guy is the big bad. It won't be that easy. The big bad Vlad, Callan says, appearing from the other room. Soren laughs. Val's lips quirk. Kiki rolls her eyes. This is what we know. Count Vlad is creating a shadow army of Fae. Presumably to finish what Count Bortimel started, he was the ruler of the Southlands long ago. I've heard of him. I probably should have paid more attention at Rip Jr. He wants to annihilate the Fae by rending their shadows, and with them create an undefeatable army. Sounds like Glandius's plan too, I say. But I think she wants to overthrow the Count who started this whole thing. Kiki plants a hand on her hip. Val's is already there. Which begs the question. How'd you become a shadow Fae? Kiki asks. My hand lifts to my hip in response. It was my choice. Chapter 24. Torren. I wake from what feels like a dream. A very cold dream. But I'm a vampire. I don't sleep. Therefore I don't dream. However, everything about the last hours have felt like a dream, starting with the bloody rain and massage. My throat burns. I'm magically bound, but I'm strong and hungry and smell blood nearby. It was my choice. The words echo in my mind. My main objective was to survive. Glandia's was going to rend my shadow, so I let her. Yes, I had a choice. Lee's smoky voice floats to my ears. I chose to become a shadow Fae. There's thunder inside of me. Longing. Desire. I can hardly discern if it's hunger or something else. Someone clicks her tongue. Yeah, I get that. I was sent to an arena for bloodsport to fight demons, a manticore, and my future husband to the death. There was no way I'd make it. The odds were against me. So I made the choice to go down a champion. If I was going to die, at least I'd die admirably and on my terms. At the word blood, I buck against the bonds. I open my mouth to scream, to bellow, but nothing comes out. By making the choice, I also retained access to parts of myself. Lee speaks again. I strain with all my might, desperate to get to her. How do you know that? Soren from the Humvee says. I've seen plenty of shadow Fae. They're husks of their former selves, driven to do grim deeds and so far out of balance, they cannot help but harm. Perhaps that was a sacrifice I was willing to make. Glandia's told me she had big plans. She said, the best part, no one will see what's coming. I decided right then that she'd be the one who wouldn't see what was coming because it would be me. Lee, the Fae she was making her prize warrior. I called forth my light, the best parts of me. Committing myself to it so I could access it when I'd need to. Then I let it go. But that's the thing. When a Fae's shadow is rended, there is no more light. It's all shadow, Soren says. You're right, but it's still out there somewhere. It didn't die or disappear. It's in the world, the ether, or wherever it goes. When I need to, I'll summon it back. How do you know? The female's voice is small, unsure. Because I made the choice to give it up, Lee says. It's mine. It'll return to me and reunite with the light. The other female makes a sound as though interested. Now where is Torren? Lee asks. I burst free from the chair and storm into the other room. I see red. Blood. Prey. I will feed. Soren is nearest, the biggest, the juiciest. I go into a wrathful hunger and tackle him. I try to open my mouth to pierce him with my teeth, but it's stuck shut. I punch and pummel, get him in a hold, and try to bare my teeth again. Then in a flurry of black feathers, he slips from my grip and becomes a raven, flapping out of reach and toward a turret. Torren, Lea says. Torren, no. I blink a few times. Her almond eyes, slender nose, and full lips appear carefully arranged as if captured in the still of a beautiful black and white photograph. But I remember her vibrancy, her freckles, her midnight eyes. I'll always know what the real Lea looks like. Now she's in shadow. But it's not enough to slake my thirst. I lunge at the others. I force the bonds that seal my mouth to break. If I can't feed on human blood, shifter or fey blood will have to do. Baring my teeth, I leap toward the other two fey girls, the ones who look remarkably like Lea. The shining edge of a sword, aimed directly at my chest, stops me. Don't move, the woman wielding the sword says. She wears a police officer's uniform and the badge says, Heather Bond. Yes, we've met. No, I won't hesitate to end you. Her voice is as unyielding as the weapon. The other two fey send spikes of frosty energy my way, binding my arms and freezing me in place. A tall, dark, and devastatingly handsome man strides in. Ivan. Lee's eyes widen. How is he going to drink this blood if his arms are bound? Lee's uncle asks. You can feed him, the fey with dirty blonde hair says dismissively. I'm all for vampire rights, but it stops there. Ivan turns to me. I promise to give you all the blood you desire if you promise not to hurt anyone here. Or anyone, period, adds Soren, the raven shifter. He brushes off his jacket. A single black feather flutters to the floor. I nod. My magical shackles loosen, albeit reluctantly, and I begin to feed. Heather lowers the sword. So this is the safe house, huh? We thought Rose Court was fitting, says one of the fey. Heather lifts an eyebrow. It's a Borea thing. Anyway, thanks for your help, the fey with whitish hair says. Don't mention it, Kiki. I learned what I could about the Nephral weapons trade. Heather slices the air with the sword. It's a perfect blade especially for slaying demons, but it's not part of the weapons trade. There are no swords involved. She passes it to Kiki. The hilt, the contours of the metal, and the way it glints are familiar. I made that sword. Yep, and it's the ploy I used to get you locked up, Ivan says. That's a criminal offense. Heather jerks her head in his direction. Ivan smirks. I'd never deny that I'm a criminal, but more of the Robin Hood variety. You can get behind that, Val, Kiki says to the fey with dirty blonde hair. Rob from the false king and give to the unseen. Except I rob from gangs and other crooks and give to the vampires. Ivan reaches for the sword. And this particular item I asked Huxley to make for Lea. He passes it to her. I remember working the pommel into a perfect sphere. I crafted the flames on the hilt with care, hammered the heck out of the blade, and practically imbued the thing with my blood, sweat, and tears. Why? Lee's hard eyes land on Ivan. For a second, he flinches like he was kicked in the chest. If I'm not mistaken, your sisters are here to tell you that, Ivan says. Wait. You knew about them? Lea is on her feet. Her shadow darkens to a shade that can only be described as ominous. He holds up his hands. I'll tell you my part, but put the sword down, Lea. As ever, there's a level of command in his voice that anyone would be hard-pressed to ignore. Heather lifts her eyebrows as though impressed. Lea turns on me. You knew he was having a sword forged for me? What else did you know? I shake my head. Huxley had me make all kinds of unique and unusual items. I didn't ask questions, and I didn't know it was meant for you. It's the same sword we had the night we slayed those demons. Lea addresses Ivan, the night I didn't kill any gnats. I know. Ivan's eyes soften. And for everyone's information, the sword has a name, I blurt. Everyone plasters their eyes on me. It's called Fire Eater. Seriously? Yeah, any self-respecting sword must have a name. It's part of sword lore. Everyone knows that. I feel less vampire and more nerd right now, but had to diffuse the tension. For my part, around the time when you were born, Emmerich became the false king of the Southlands. Emmerich the Brute. I despised him. We were rivals. But as it was, your mother put you in my care, and I knew the Nephral Palace and Rajokeland would no longer be safe for you, Lee. But I also knew he'd seek you when you turned 18, or as it turned out before then. You knew he was the one who attacked me sophomore year? Lee asks. Ivan nods. And I chained him up in a cave full of night howls. Callan shifts uncomfortably. He must have escaped, Ivan says. Why me? Lee presses. You're tied into the prophecy. Ivan's eyes narrow and he pauses as though considering what to say next. Emmerich knew you'd eventually come for him. When I learned he'd returned, I had to think fast. The safest place was Rip with its wards and protections that I couldn't provide. Leave me to pulverize a wayward vampire, but keeping you from a brutal mage? I thought it was the right choice. Why was I brought into this? I ask. Emmerich was clever and masterminded a plan to cover his tracks. Pit the Fae and vampires against each other, and the Nats against both. He used you to make it look like I was behind setting loose the demons. He intended to use Lee to be the face of destruction for the X-crew. The police came down on me hard. Ivan eyes Heather. I should have realized something was wrong. I should have gotten you both out. Brought you to Borea. But then we wouldn't have found her, Kiki says. Strange that I'd already known her. The Fae's eyes land warmly on Lee. She now has the family that she never had and always wanted. That's not all, though. Emmerich was using a rune of passage to get on and off campus, bypassing the wards. At first, he and the headmistress were in cahoots. We had a sting operation, but we're too late. Jurek was recruiting the strongest Fae for the false king in the Southlands, Emmerich, Heather says. Kiki and the others came to me for help when they got to Terra. When I saw your necklace, Lee, I knew. But could only keep you safe for 2 weeks. We had to figure out a way to get you out and safe. In the meantime, Glandias took Jurek's place using mage magic when she learned we were looking for you. We located an abandoned hospital upstate where Jurek and Emmerich were housing the Shadow Fae. We successfully rescued them, and you, Kiki says. That was a happy accident, Soren says. Did Glandias survive? Lee asks. I think so, Val says. So what's the sword Fire Eater for? Lee asks, glancing at me. Slaying demons? No, it's for destroying a vampire, Ivan says. Cold steel to the heart. I flinch. Ironic that I made the item that will destroy me. Not you, Tyrion, Ivan says. And I thought only Fae were repelled by steel, Kiki says. This whole thing is unsettling. We're all confronting some uncomfortable truths, sis, Val says. The two Fae sisters smile. Lee doesn't, but I think it's because it's lost in her shadow. So whose name is on this sword? Lee asks. Ivan parts his lips like he wants to say more but can't, won't. Chapter 25. Leka. What do we do? I ask. I've never been one to ruminate over options. I don't wait for trouble to come to me. I make sure to find it. You need a little more background, Kiki says. Between her, Val, Soren, and Callan, they go on to tell us about Leith, the false king and demon from the Northlands, and his ink curse. I learn about the Raven Kingdom and the people's suffering. Then we jump over the sea to the Westlands and the glamoured queen, her ensorcelled sister, and Riker the Dread who'd forced Callan to be a night howl. Even I shiver at the sight of his otherworldly copper eyes. Tyrion gives him a dude nod of respect, like he understands the insatiable hunger. Then we hear about Gerda, Callan's aunt who was actually his mother, Timoleon his father, and how neither of the guys knew their true parents. I shoot a glare at Ivan. There will be time later to deal with his deception. Right now, I need action. Oh, I know that look. Val waggles her eyebrows at me. It's the same one you have, Kiki says with concern. Yeah. She means business. Unseelie business, Val says, tilting her head in my direction and wearing a wicked grin. An unseelie shadow fae seems especially dangerous. Soren lets out a long exhale. We need to find the stone before Glandia's does. Kiki paces as though movement will lead her to it. I have a feeling we're going to need to slay some demons in the process, Callan says. But the demons are posing as humans, Heather says. It's hard to tell who's who. Not hard to smell them, Val mutters. Do you think Emmerich brought the stone here? Tyrion asks Ivan. He shrugs. I'm guessing the crown is in Borea at the Nephral Palace. So what is the Nephral weapons trade? Soren asks. The weapons are, I point to myself. Shadow fae. That gives weapons a whole new meaning, Ivan says. What's so special about the stone? I ask, getting us back on track. The stones were from Count Vlad when he crowned his false kings to rule the 4 territories of Borea. We believe they amplify power. Kiki tells us about King Leith and his use of the stone. And it's part of the puzzle. We place all 4 in the compass, and it'll lead us to Count Vlad. Ivan rocks back on his heels, then turns to Heather. The demon presence has only been getting worse. I say we take to the streets. Between you and my guys, we can slay as many demons as possible. Officially, that's police territory, so I'll pretend I didn't hear that. She winks. In fact, I should be getting back. If there's anything else I can do, Heather says. In addition to gathering the stones, our 4th sister, and breaking the curse, we need to stop Glandia's. It seems she's gotten it into her head that she's going rule the realms, Kiki says. Can you track her? I can try. Given she's not from Terra and not in our database, it might be tough, but we'll look for activity. I tell Heather about the warehouse and the vats of Stigil. Sounds sketchy. I love sketchy. Heather's grin makes her cheekbones even sharper. If regular police surveillance and investigation tactics won't work to track Glandia's, I might be able to, Kiki says. No. Soren immediately shakes his head as though understanding her meaning before the rest of us. Yes. As Lee said, I have a choice. Kiki squares her shoulders. Remember what Nathina said. It comes at a cost, Soren thunders. What are you guys talking about? I ask. When Kiki left Terra, she went to the shores of the Sea of Dreams. It's where she got the skin. She was also given another gift, Val explains. She's a dreamweaver. She can enter other people's dreams. And the weaving part? I ask, intrigued. I've had plenty of bizarre dreams. She can weave her influence and her will into them. But it comes at a cost. Soren's tone is gruff, grave. A life for a life, Kiki whispers. No one says a word, and I take the silence to mean the others forbid it. If it means I can find Glandia's and stop her, it's worth it. But remember, Leith was a dreamweaver too, Soren says. Why is that a problem? I ask. I'm well versed in vampire lore, but all of this other stuff is new to me. Soren explains, Glandia's was Leith's mage. Before he died, he gifted Glandia's with an obligation to carry out his purpose. His curse. Some gift, but what exactly was his curse? I ask. To fulfill the promise of the commander of the false kings, Count Vlad. Wait, Tyrion repeats. Even through the haze of my warped vampire mind, my ability to keep track of details is operational. If Leith gave Glandia's this provision to carry out his curse and serve Count Vlad, wouldn't that prevent her from obtaining the ultimate power she seeks? Won't she always be subject to the curse? I want to give him my smile, the one that's only his. But I can't bring it to my lips. I hope he sees it in my eyes. That depends, Callan says. Likely, but mages can layer spells and curses. Val shakes her finger. No, I think Torren is onto something. The question is, does Glandius realize it, or is she so drunk in her quest for power that important detail escaped her notice? Or did she perform a nifty little spell to break it? Callan counters. Val steps closer to him. You, of all people, should know the extent of mage influence over previously existing curses. Her eyes cut into Callan. He closes the space between them. Maybe we should test that theory? You, after all, are the great-granddaughter of a grim, unseelie fae. Would you like that wickedly handsome prince? Val asks. The fiery flirtation between them is practically visible. Kiki huffs. Soren clears his throat. Ivan claps his hands together. On behalf of your parents, I'm going to intervene here. I'm pretty sure both of them would like to see each of you happily reunited with your sisters and find true love. Be that as it may, you can call me Uncle Ivan. You never made me call you uncle, I interject. Correction, you refused, Lee. They say the toddler years are rough. Try parenting an unseelie fae in another realm. Ivan brushes his hand down his face. Also, the teenage years haven't been easy either. I cross my arms in front of my chest. I was a perfectly respectable 10-year-old. Ah yes, that was a golden time. Ivan steps closer to me. I'm sorry I haven't told you everything. Much of it was bound in secrecy. The rest was to protect you. Bound in secrecy sounds like something having to do with the Library of Memories, Kiki says. Val retorts, get off it, Kiki. She rolls her eyes. Girls, Ivan says. If I wasn't shrouded in shadow, this entire scene would make me smile. And the way Torren looks at me, on the edge of hunger, like I'm the only one who can satisfy him, does, at least on the inside. I'm going to gather up as many of the ex-crew as possible. Do some serious demon slaying. Kiki, do some of that dream weaving you mentioned. We need to find Glandius. When we do, Lee, you're going to do what you do best. Ivan edges closer to Heather. I take it you don't want me to be my adorable 10-year-old self. I roll my eyes. Ivan smirks. No, quite the opposite. Soren, Callan, and Val, you're on stone duty. This may mean a trip to the Southlands. If so, make sure nothing happens to our girls. And possibly the Eastlands. We need to find our fourth sister. Ivan scratches his temple. He opens and closes his mouth. Like before, it's as though there's more he wants to say and it's on the tip of his tongue, but he either won't say it or can't. I wish it had been different. But not even wishes on birthday candles or pennies can change things. He looks at me. I wonder what he means. He leaves off wishes on stars. I hold on to my little girl wishes with the hope that they could still come true. Both Ivan and I turn to Torren. My uncle speaks first. I never thought I'd say this, but as for you, my newest and favorite vampire, welcome to the Brooklyn Vampire Club. We're humane vamps, but we don't mess around. The rest of us start talking, and I notice Ivan drifts over to Heather with a shy smile I've never before seen on the devastatingly handsome vampire. Ivan brings us back to the city in his black Cadillac. Because there are so many of us, I'm smooshed into the front passenger seat with Torren. There's something about being so close to him that brings me comfort amidst all this craziness. He's always been there for me, and now, as a vampire, he'll be around for as long as I am. Then again, I'll do what I have to do, even if it means sacrificing myself to protect the realms. I may not be a peace officer like Kiki or even a police officer. More often than not, I'm on the other side of the law, but knowing what Glandius and Count Vlad are attempting to do to us brings out all the fight in me. The interior of the car is hardly lit, and in the darkness, Torren reaches for my hand. If I were the same girl as yesterday, full of light and shadow, if I could feel anything, it would be a thrill. It would be a moment that my secret self had waited for all these years, longed for when we watched movies, danced together, and goofed around. It's in that moment, breezing down the highway toward the unknown, that I realize my deepest truth. I'm in love with a vampire. Only, Torren wasn't always a vampire. But I love him all the same. As a friend. As more. The one rule I've always had is to forget the past. But I'm going to have to break it. In fact, I have broken it, starting with acknowledging that I'm Fae. Unseelie Fae at that. I yearn to ignore the attempted abduction when I was little and the attack sophomore year. Now, I'll have to break another rule. That I love Torren. I was brave enough to break these rules, face Emmerich, Glandias, and make the choice to become a shadow Fae, letting go of the most precious parts of myself so I could target Glandias. But can I tell Torren how I feel? I'll make the brave choice. Ivan pulls into an underground garage in Brooklyn. Oh, by the way, the ex-crew aka Emmerich torched the penthouse. New digs. Torren stiffens beside me. It was the night I was turned. He was the one who did it. Yeah, like I said, Ivan replies. No, I mean Emmerich is the one who turned me, Torren clarifies. If I didn't see him die myself, I'd do the deed, I grind out. That's my girl. Now apply that shadowed, unseelie ire at Glandias, and Ivan goes quiet. And Count Vlad. Yeah, I intend to. Torren gets out of the car and grips my arms. Concern streaks his features. I tried to go in there the night of the blaze. My vampire instinct stopped me. I'd never have forgiven myself if anything happened to you. His eyes drop to mine. I know, I whisper. Even now, if anything happens. It won't, Torren. That's the problem with being Shadow Fae. I'm indestructible. So you and I are locked into eternity? He hitches a smile. Without my realizing it, Torren's arm laces around my shoulders, and mine finds its way around his waist. I discover a feeling of belonging amidst the exile of my light. Ivan spares us a funny grin. What are you looking at? I ask, unable to stop myself. What I've been looking for. You. The serial dater? I ask. For hundreds of years. Ivan's tone is filled with yearning. You never told me how old you are, I say. You've asked me that almost every day since you were old enough to talk. If you get your light back, I'll tell you. I extend my hand to my uncle. It's a deal. Now I'm going to need the big fella for a bit. We need to go over rules and initiate him. Ivan's eyes flash with the excitement I've seen at him getting a hold of a particularly powerful vampire. My uncle strides toward the elevator. I survey Torren's strong build, never really having noticed it before. His biceps and forearms are sculpted, his hands are masculine, and the cut of his jaw is like forged steel. Then my gaze lands directly on his lips. The shadow pulls at me, at the same time telling me that I'm worthless and to take what I want. I'm not good enough for Torren, and yet I want him. He takes my hands. The gesture quiets the shadow. I find a certain stillness, peace, like stars in a night sky glimmering with light. His dark eyes tell me he wants what I want. But it's not for seizing. Rather, it's for giving. I lift onto my toes. The world fades. Thought dissipates. This too is a choice that I'll gladly make. Our lips brush together. His hand cups the back of my head, and the other presses into my low back. I breathe in his scent, smoke, warm summer nights, and star-filled skies. My hands grip his back, feeling the hard planes of his muscles. The kiss fills me with something other than shadow. It's light. The brightest day, The best of the past and a promising future. Torren puts all of himself into that kiss, and I do the same. Chapter 26. Torren. The flicker turns into a full-on blaze as I realize what's happening. All these years I dreamed of this moment. Now here we are, in a parking garage on the brink of war. A fae and a vampire. But before that, we were Lea and Torren. That's who we'll always be. Us. Just us. She threads her hands into my hair and I grip her hips, pulling her close. We're almost slow dancing, and that's what this kiss is. A back and forth, a give and take, a deep bass and high note. It's a rhythm all our own, and I am here for it. Fully here as the kiss deepens. I inhale her citrus spice scent. I want this moment to last forever. If we survive this, that's what we'll have. I break away, trailing a kiss along Lee's jaw, the soft spot behind her ear, and to her neck. I'm consumed by how perfect she is. I want to breathe life back into her grayscale form. Ironic, I'm now a taker of life. My lips brush hers, and we share one more world-colliding kiss. Ivan clears his throat. Someone wolf whistles. A few people clap. It's about time, Ivan says. I don't think you're supposed to say things like that, Lee replies. The tension between you two these last few years needed some release. Okay, lover boy, you're coming with me. Ivan gestures. I join him. If I had blood left in my body, my cheeks would be blazing. We walk away, and I glance over my shoulder. I try casting Lea smolder, but I probably just look deranged. Her lips quirk, and I have a feeling she doesn't mind. When we're out of earshot, Ivan growls, "You hurt her, I'll make sure eternity is an unimaginable agony for you." I know, I reply. I'm quiet for a moment and then say, actually, about that. The serum Glandia's gave me enhanced my hunger significantly. She probably wants to use us as weapons too. I've come across a few mages in my time. Don't trust 'em. Don't like 'em. Glandia's has a reputation for being particularly underhanded. In fact, I think she's the one who helped. Well, never mind. What you have to know about vampires is we're single-minded. We want pleasure. Glandia's, on the other hand, wants power. Where do fae fit into that? I'm incredibly curious about Lee's mission. They're more of a both and situation, Ivan answers, leading me to an elevator. As for Lee, well, there's a lot of goodness in her. I can't believe she willingly let Glandia's rend her shadow. He punches a button. No, scratch that. I definitely believe she did it. Unseelie fae tend more toward the shadow. Seelie fae lead with light. But both can slip to one extreme in either direction. It just comes down to choice. What she did, in her own backward way, actually demonstrates that she's willing to sacrifice herself, live in shadow to deceive and overthrow Glandia's to save all of fae kind. It's admirable, actually. She's one of a kind. She sure is, which is why you're going to learn to control your vampire urges. We pass the penthouse. The elevator takes us all the way up to the roof. It's midday and overcast. The wind whips fiercely across the top of the building. Below, cars move slowly through traffic. Ivan points to the northwest. Our old penthouse was over there. Good memories. Too bad Emmerich had to burn the thing to the ground. Thank goodness no one was hurt. Ivan crosses his arms in front of his chest. On one side of the roof there's a covered pool, hot tub, and lounge area. I imagine Ivan will entertain up here in the summer. There's a ledge around the roof, and he guides us to it. We gaze at the horizon for a few long moments. So, tell me what the thirst is like for you, he asks. Burning, like glass in my throat, but it goes deeper than regular thirst. It's like my body is hijacked. I can think of nothing other than obtaining blood, to the point where it clouds my mind. At my worst moments, I'd do anything to feed. Even bite someone? Even bite someone, I repeat. I did once. The first night after I was turned. There was a guy down by the docks. He'd been in a fight. He would probably have died anyway. At least that's how I rationalized it. I haven't since. Don't want to. Good. It's important to learn to front load. By that I mean get ahead of the thirst. Don't ever let yourself get desperate. That's one reason I created the Brooklyn Vampire Club and the dispensaries. He claps me on the back, moving us closer to the edge of the roof. Okay, hop on up. Huh? I ask. Climb up. Go ahead, right onto the ledge. Oh, why? I know exactly why. He wants me to jump. This is the initiation he mentioned. With horror, I think of how many people he'd brought up to the roof over the years when he and Lea lived in the other penthouse. I'm surprised we didn't see bodies flying by in the big windows. I carry my thoughts to her, wondering what she's doing right now. Hopefully bonding with her sisters. You know that vampires are immortal, right? He asks. Yeah. At least that's what I've been told. Trust me, we are. A sad smile flits across his features. I step onto the ledge and brace myself against the wind. I almost feel like I'm standing on top of the city. I'm above it all, immortal like Ivan said. I spread my arms like wings and whoop into the air. Okay, jump, Ivan says. I make the mistake of glancing down. The ground is very far below. 50 floors at least. The world spins for a minute, and I straighten. Go ahead. Jump, Torren. You're immortal. You can do anything. A sly edge enters his voice. I'd never want to be on his bad side. I waver, overthinking things as usual. Jump, Torren. Do it. Just this once. Go on. He whispers in my ear. Do it for Lea. I think about my feelings for her. They're stronger than my thirst and vampire nature. They came from before when I was just Torren, book nerd, blacksmith's apprentice and best friend. But it's more than that. I've loved her since the second to last day of our 8th grade year. We were passing between periods and on our way to algebra. Both of us were in accelerated classes. She'd suggested we ditch and go get ice cream sandwiches. A kid was getting picked on in the hallway. She set the bully straight and then stuck by the kid who was being picked on for the rest of the day, foregoing the ice cream. Not just for protection and not out of pity. It turned out there was a movie that they both loved and couldn't stop talking about it. A lot of people have a hero. But she was my heroine then, just as she is now. I'm more in love than ever. Lea always does the right thing, well, except when it comes to borrowing cars. That's another story. I think of the people below, the passers-by on the sidewalk, and how horrifying it would be for them to see a man land and then potentially get up and walk away. Ivan hisses in my ear. Torren, I told you to jump. Now. I step off the ledge and back onto the roof. I meet Ivan's dark eyes. No. I won't do it. The corners of his lips lift. I prepare myself for shouting, fighting. For him to tell me I failed the initiation. That I'll never be part of the Brooklyn Vampire Club. Good job, son. He claps me on the back and leads me to the door. I stop mid-stride. What? You passed the test. How? The initiation is to demonstrate what it might be like to be ruled by your thirst for blood. You'd do anything to obtain it. You'd listen to the voices telling you to go ahead, do it. But you didn't. You listened to another voice. Reason. Maybe you tapped into something even deeper. Yeah, I did. Good. Don't forget it. Now, we're going to go have a drink, celebrate your success, and I'll connect you with dispensaries in the area. What if we go to the Southlands? I ask. You always have the option to feed off animals. Some vampires do that. But I prefer willing donations. There is also an alternative. I'm no scientist or mage, but I've been working on concentrated blood pellets. Ivan holds up a pill. Human blood is comprised of approximately 92% water. You dissolve one of these pellets in water, and you're good. Great for traveling. The TSA has never been too keen on me toting bags of blood on flights. I raise my eyebrows. Ivan laughs. We spend the next hour chatting and drinking blood. Then reunite with the others in the penthouse. They're sitting around the kitchen island with about 10 different packages of Oreo cookies. Okay, fine, double stuff is the best, Val says. There's also mega stuff, Kiki says, wagging a cookie in front of her face. Val claps her stomach. I'm stuffed. I like the mint, Soren says. I think I'm a peanut butter guy, although the lemon is good too. Callan helps himself to another. That's so like you to have to be extravagant about it, Val says. Hey, that's what you like about me, he replies. She pecks him on the lips. You got that right. I go directly to Lee's side, relieved I passed the test and that she's okay. Gray but okay. Ordinarily, she loves Oreos. I explain the uneaten stack of regular Oreos sitting in front of her, along with a full glass of milk. Must be the shadow. Her sisters go to her side and pull her in for a group hug. What about these golden Oreos? Callan asks. She shakes her head slowly. More for me. There's a whole world of sickly sweet food options here in Terra. We should probably get going, Kiki says. I'd be happy to chill a little longer, kiss Lee again, but this curse isn't going to break itself. Once we're on the street, we walk a few blocks and stop in front of a shop. Our reflection in the glass is a motley crew of outsiders, a few fae, a couple of shifters, and a vampire. Last year, if someone suggested this would be my life, I'd have laughed in their face. Yet with Lee beside me, even as quiet and sullen as she currently is, it feels right. I nuzzle my face into her hair and breathe deep. Technically, I don't breathe. I do whatever vampires do to catch a scent. I should have asked Ivan about these finer points. Where are we headed again? Val asks. We have to go meet Heather. She has about 24 LZs for us to call, text, write, ambush, whatever it takes to find our other sister, Kiki says. Let's get tattoos, Soren says as we pass a tattoo parlor. What? Val asks. Her sister explains what a tattoo is. Soren opens the door. Do we really have time for this? Kiki asks. If you get Oreos, I get a tattoo, he replies. You do know that tattoos are permanent, right? Kiki says. Soren leans down and kisses her on the forehead. So is my love for you and those sickly sweet cookies. Kiki smiles. But ink already covered you once before. Through the haze of my arrival at the Victorian safe house, I recall them talking about the false king's curse. But this would be my choice. Soren glances at Lee. I'm going to get the word free in case I forget. It's the truth and it cannot be wiped away. Kiki smiles. I understand. She turns to her sisters. What if we get Court of Crown and Compass tattooed somewhere? We could have the artist draw us a symbol. We're missing our fourth sister. We should wait until she's with us to induct all of us into the court together, Val says. If she lives in Borea, she's never had Oreos. We'll have to come back. Or a slice of New York pizza. We'll have to take a tour of the best things in the city. You know, when this is all over and life returns to normal, Kiki says. What's normal? Callan asks. In turn, they each describe their version. Callan describes a cottage by the sea. Soren, Raven's Landing flourishing. Kiki likes that idea. Val talks about all the people having enough food, laughter, work. My gaze lands on the shadowy girl in front of me. I recall our conversation at Rip Jr. and how we're so different. The others follow Soren inside. Lea says, "How did Ivan initiate you?" I shake my head. He didn't make me do anything. But you know what the others were saying about their normal. I'm afraid we'll never have that again. I suppose you're right. I tuck a piece of Lee's hair behind her ear. But I'm not sure I want normal. I want you. I dip my head as Lea lifts onto her toes. Again we kiss. No, we may never get normal, but I'll take this forever. Chapter 27. Lea. After Soren got his tattoo, we met Heather. It was like an interlude, marking the time before and after. Interesting that he chose the word free. Our freedom hinges on whatever happens next. When we leave, there's debate about whether we should all travel to Borea or if some of us should stay here. When I speak, my voice is faint and is a contrast to the power knit into my shadow. My sights are set on Glandia's. I want to find her and lead her falsely, making her expose the whereabouts of the stones. And destroy her in the process. We don't know where she went, Callan says. Kiki takes my hand. I can find her. Soren argues against Kiki dreamweaving because of what could be lost. Our options are we start there or we go to the vampire palace in the Southlands, I say. Callan rubs his chin. I've been privy to meetings and reports about the status of things there. Dropping in blind may not be wise. What other choice do we have? Val asks. I'm going to try to locate Glandia's through her dreams. If that doesn't work, we'll go to Borea, Kiki says, making a decision. Only Soren argues. It's twilight as we head back to the penthouse. The scent of one of my favorite pizza spots in Brooklyn wafts out the good stuff. I've never been able to walk by it this time of day and not grab a slice. Unfortunately, since the rending of my shadow, I have no appetite. The others pop in for some sustenance while Torren and I wait in front. I've always felt like an outsider, except with him. He grips my hand as we lean against the brick wall. Don't hate me for being Captain Obvious, but life took a weird turn, huh? He says. The old me would have laughed. Definitely weird. But also, it feels inevitable somehow. He bites his lip when he looks at me. Suddenly, I'm not sure if we're talking about the current supernatural state of affairs or us. A group of surly guys walk toward us, taking up the sidewalk, jostling and joking. I have a strange sense of nostalgia. That used to be my life, hanging out with Torren and a crowd of rowdy vampires. I glance over my shoulder at my sisters and the guys through the window. This is my life. I have melancholy that I can't shake. No surprise since my light was extinguished. Strangely, I feel less rageful. Mostly I feel numb. One of the guys bumps into me. His eyes land on mine and linger. Torren tilts his head as if to say, "Move along, buddy." The guy's lip curls up at the corner. The scent of rotting trash replaces the garlic, cheese and dough from the pizza parlor. The hair on the back of my neck lifts. Torren, life isn't much weirder than the night we went on the joyride in the Lamborghini. He stiffens beside me, picking up on what I mean. Disguised as a human, I hold the demon's gaze steady in mine. Sorry, you're too late. My shadow has already been rended. As soon as the last word is out of my mouth, I kick the demon guy clear across the sidewalk. He slams into a parking meter. The others close in on us. There are 4 of them. We'll have to keep them away from Kiki and Lea, leaving 4 of us to fight. The door to the pizza shop swings open. Without hesitating, Val swings and punches the demon in the face. Get away from my sister. I don't have a shadow, so I start. All the same, they better learn some respect. Torren hulks out and tears the head from the one who approached me. He holds it aloft, and the demon morphs into a slimy, ribbed slug-like creature. Callan jogs forward and says, Torren, I'll have to teach you how to play punchball sometime. You set this up perfectly. At that, he wails the thing across the street. Without swords or talismans, we do our best to fend off the other two. Where's Fire Eater when you need it? I ask. Heather ordered us to leave our swords at home. Val grunts. Last time I listened to her. Kiki and Soren come out carrying plates with pizza. Kiki's drops to the ground. Don't worry, we have it under control, Val says. Kiki shakes her head and then points upward. In the middle of the road is a giant, two-headed, lizard-like demon beast. What is that? I whisper. Looks kind of like Godzilla if it had two heads, was drooling red slime, had fire in its eyes, and twisted sword-like claws at the ends of its 6 arms, Torren sums up. Callan lets out a low sigh. That is a grunder. Must have been from the demon dudes. Dude. I think that's my favorite Terra word, Soren says. Should we know what a grunder is? I ask. All you need to know is that we need to slay it. If it's not stopped, it'll multiply. Okay, what do we do? I ask, thinking of how Emmerich duplicated himself. Callan grimaces. What we don't do is more important. Don't spill any of its blood. Emmerich did exactly that, I say, quickly telling them what happened. Where did it come from? Kiki asks. I don't have time to give you a crash course on Borean beasts. It's demon-spawned. Glandias, or whoever is behind the increase in demons in the city and they're posing as humans, has advanced quickly. We have to drown the thing, Callan says. Okay, the river isn't far from here. Maybe 9 blocks, I say, pointing. The creature stalks closer, its sights set on us. The twisty, sharp claws wave in the air. Its teeth are jagged and drip with red goop. Police sirens wail in the distance. Too risky to go to the river, Callan says. Do you have a better idea? Val asks. It's going to mess up Terra if we stay here. We have to drive it to Borea. Callan angles himself between the beast and Val. You think we can defeat it there? I ask. The Southlands are already in ruin. If we can use the rune of passage portal, I think we have a shot. Wait. What if the 3 of us ensnare it with magic, and then go to Borea? Good thinking, Callan says. Val, Kiki and I surround the thing on 3 sides. I've never contained a demon-spawn monster before, Val says. Kiki and I turn to her. At the same time we say, me neither. All at once our magic blasts forward, causing the grunder to writhe and spit. The goo lands on Callan and he dodges out of the way while yelling. Soren, use the portal of passage mirror to get us back to Borea. But won't we land in Brenzondel Castle since that's where we left, he asks. Better there than here. There are enough Fae we can take the thing down. What if we land on Gerda? Kiki's magic is ice blue like snow and sunshine. Callan chortles. Soren says she's experienced worse. Not funny, guys, Val replies. With every passing moment my crimson magic, edged gray, gets stronger. I have to focus on not going on a warpath. This is the part of the shadow combined with being unseelie, drawing me to chaos and destruction. I fight it and the demon monster. We should get a move on, guys, Torren says. I guarantee the press and police are on their way. They don't know about the no grunder bloodshed rule and will likely take aim and fire. Right, Soren says, pulling out a shiny object. He traces his finger over a rune symbol like the one on the bracelet that I gave Torren. Everyone has to link up. Callan grips Val and Kiki's hands, Tyrion grabs a hold of me and Kiki, and Soren extends his hand to grip my arm. I expect the strange free fall like when Glandius transported us from Rip Jr., but nothing happens. That thing isn't working, I say. Soren holds what looks like a shard of mirror, and hardly capable of transporting 6 people plus a demon beast through space and time. He stares at it, turns it over, and traces it again. Nothing. Come on, man, do something, Tyrion urges. A ripple of dread runs through me. The creature uses what feels like grim magic, trying to break our bonds against it. Kiki strains while Val looks positively reckless with power. Sirens get closer with every passing moment. Callan, did you say a grunder or a grunter? Soren asks. Grunter, it's basically the same thing. Callan shrugs. Soren pats his pocket. I originally wanted the book because it was Hedda's, but then lost it in a wager. I made Scriv give it back because I imagined Kiki and I would have kids someday. That's great. Congratulations. Now we need to do something, I growl. This reminds me of the movie Ghostbusters. What do you think would happen if we crossed the streams? Kiki asks. Tyrion stifles a laugh. I don't know how it works with Fey magic, but in the movie, things got a lot worse before they got better. Looks that way here too. I groan. Soren, is that thing going to work? Val asks. He shakes his head and flips through the book he just took out of his pocket. Oten the Devourer and his pet grunter. I always thought it was a fairy tale. Unfortunately, this is real life, I grind out, keeping my magic in possession of the beast. In the story, they go on an adventure to another realm, here. Soren flips the pages. Not the best moment for story time, Soren. Val's brow wrinkles with concentration. Sweat shines on Kiki's forehead. Guys, this book is a portal. Soren studies it. Oten the Devourer laid siege to the Southlands, Callan says. I remember the story. Do you think Emmerich found the monster and was planning on using it against the Nats in Terra? When we fought, he duplicated and he wanted my shadow for himself. Maybe he took some of the Grunder's grim magic for himself too? Soren traces the rune on the last page of the book. He presses his palm flush and all at once the street disappears in a whirl as gray as me. I spin and spin but don't get dizzy. Forceful energy shunts me forward in one big push. I land hard on rocky soil. Large plumes of dust obscure the sun for a moment. Then it clears, glowing a faint, eerie red. The splotch that I was accustomed to in Terra is bigger here. Kiki's ice blue magic lights up nearby, followed by Val, illuminating the grunder. I cast my magic and it too is darker, less crimson. Where's the sea? Val shouts. Callan coughs as the dust settles. Should be to the north. Soren, the compass is in my pocket, Kiki says as she keeps her magic trained on the beast. He clicks it open and leads us in that direction. It's incredibly hard work, as the 3 of us keep hold of the thing and move it at the same time. On more than one occasion, we falter, and it lashes out with its sharp claws. Val tucks back, losing her hold. Kiki and I fight to keep it, until she thrusts out another blast of magic. Where's a mage when you need one? Callan grumbles. Yeah, Timoleon, if you can hear us, we could use your help, Soren shouts. You still have that holder horn? Callan asks. Yeah, but I don't think this is the moment. We have to trust the girls. They've got this. It's slow going, but the briny scent of the sea soon fills the air. Only, instead of a sandy beach, steep cliffs drop to a raging ocean below. Whoa, Callan says. Not the blue-green shores of Hesperia, that's for sure. It's like the Grand Canyon with only one side and filled with water, Tyrion exclaims. Angry water, Kiki mumbles. The waves are several stories tall and could probably take out most of the buildings in Brooklyn. When we get the grunder to the edge, its energy shifts, resisting us as though it knows we're going to push it over. It lashes its claws and gnashes its teeth. Kiki bites hers together. Did this just get harder? Exponentially, I say. Val concentrates, casting magic full stream. We all try to move it over the edge, but it doesn't budge. Guys, we have a problem, Kiki shouts over the crashing waves. We can't get it over the edge. Tyrion's eyebrow arches as though he already realized. You two are shifters, right? He points at Soren and Callan. They both nod. The three of you can fly? Kiki, Val, and I nod. I've never summoned my wings, though. I'm drained and feel like I'm fading fast. There's no time like the present. Tyrion claps his hands together. What are you suggesting? I ask. Callan shifts into a wolf. The grunder chases him over the edge. Tyrion demonstrates with his hands. Callan's eyes widen with horror. Not a fan of that plan. But the raven and three fae catch him midair while the grunder goes splash. Tyrion throws his hands up. The three of us look at each other. Kiki is pale. I'm afraid it's that or lose this battle, Val says, pushing her magic out with all of her might. Callan and Soren shift in a magnificent show of fur and feathers. Kiki and Val's wings shimmer like snow in the sunshine. I summon my wings, feeling a peculiar prickling sensation along my back. When they burst forth, Tyrion's mouth falls open. I glance up at a pair of dull gray wings. Wow, he says, stepping closer. That was amazing. If my cheeks could tint, they would. You up for this? He asks. I nod, but even if I wasn't, there's no time to ponder the pros and cons. Kiki and Val have dropped their magic. The grunder slices the air with its arms and begins to lumber toward us. Callan, in wolf form, runs laps around the grunder. The beast's gaze follows him, and he moves in an awkward circle like a cat chasing a spinning toy. I hold my breath as Callan jumps over the ledge. Val shouts no. The beast teeters, losing its balance. I thrust my crimson-gray magic to push it over the side. With wings spread, Kiki and Val drop along with Soren, not wasting a moment. I rush to the edge and leap, fluttering my wings, getting used to the way they move and feel. Val and Soren have a hold on Wolf Callan, and Kiki moves in to help. All at once, my wings dissolve like snow on a warm day. They're gone, and my stomach flips with dread as the crashing waves and rugged rocks at the base of the cliff get closer. Chapter 28. Tyrion. When Lea disappeared over the edge of the cliff, she had wings. Now she doesn't. The grunder is nearly to the water, and she's right behind it. Her legs and arms pedal wildly. I watch in horror. I'm reminded of Ivan's initiation. This time I'm ready to jump, but what would I do? Go for a swim in the water that swallows Lea? There's no way I'd get down there in time to save her. I shout, trying to get Val, Kiki, and Soren's attention, but the rushing water is so loud I doubt they can hear me. The grunder splashes, sending up a spray so high it reaches the others. Lea is right behind them, about to crash into the sea. I close my eyes. I'm going to jump. If I can find her, I can bring her to the surface. I have no idea how we'll get to land, but I'll figure something out, if I can find her amidst the storming sea. I open my eyes, ready to dive over the edge when I meet Lee's gaze. I blink, confused. Overjoyed. Val and Kiki hold their sister close, having rescued her. They land on the rocky ground. Soren, in raven form and as big as the wolf, heaves Callan over the edge. Callan shifts but remains on his back and catches his breath. I've done a lot of dumb things, but that was definitely the scariest. Val laughs. I expected you to say asking me to marry you and be your queen was the scariest. He winks. Nah, I knew you'd say yes. At that, she leaps on him and they play wrestle for a moment before embracing. Soren is human again, closes his eyes and hugs Kiki. I wrap my arms around Lee. I'm never letting you go, I say. She leans into me and then sputters, you'll have to because you're kind of crushing me. I release her a little. Oh right. Vampire strength. Val peers over the edge. Grunder is gone. I didn't properly notice before because we were preoccupied, but this place. Callan turns in a slow circle, stopping when he's facing away from the water. We all turn around. Good job getting us here, by the way, I guess, Kiki tells Soren. It's like perpetual bloody twilight, I say. It is a vampire dominion, but are you hungry? Lee asks me. I mean the blotch on the sun. Faye lived here too, though. Court of fire and iron. Anyway, it should be brighter, hotter, Callan starts. Something is wrong. It's like the sky is going to swallow the sun. Soren's tone is grim when he says, that means the shadows are increasing. Do you think this is where they keep the shadow fae? I ask. We start walking inland. An indent in the rock-strewn ground shows where we landed with the Grunder. In the distance, a haze hangs over a many-spurred palace. It's eerily quiet. There isn't a breeze. It's a barren wasteland where nothing grows. Just stones in all shapes and sizes, desert dust, and stillness. Soren's tale about Oten the Devourer and his pet Grunter playing toss with the stones comes to mind. Callan scrambles down an incline and points. That's unusual. That looks like a chasm, Soren says. In the distance, a blood-red fissure cuts through the landscape. We stand on a stone precipice that drops steeply into the valley below. A sudden gust of wind blows. Lee's gaze flashes with fury and sorrow. I've never seen something so ugly and so wrong. A vein of fire and molten rock spews from a deep cleft, cutting a line through the ground. It's like a wound, Kiki says, joining us. It reminds me of a story about my kind. It's said that long ago, a fissure in the land swallowed up a murder of ravens. They struggled to exist in the embers, but those that survived rose triumphantly, becoming phoenix who will forever find renewal from the ashes. The story I heard in the whisperings and murmurings of the castle was that the king of the Southlands had something sinister going on. I didn't imagine this was it. Callan wipes his brow. The king is dead, Lee says. But Glandia's could have picked up where he left off just as she did in Terra. Likely, I say. We follow a rocky path winding into the valley, treading carefully in the dim light with our backs to a wall of sandy stone. I have to pay attention to my footing, but the red line of the chasm repeatedly draws my eyes to it. When we stop to assess what direction to go, even when my eyes are closed, the red line blazes through my vision. It gets hotter the closer we get. Fire and molten rock erupt from it like a geyser of blood. We creep through the empty landscape until we reach a low building. The palace looms in the distance. There's no sign of movement or life. Nonetheless, my posture changes as I prepare for trouble. Callan stands tall and takes the lead in alpha mode. He opens a heavy door and enters slowly. It's silent and pitch black. Val sends a little orb of light ahead of us to illuminate a stairwell. We pad down about 10 flights and stop at a window-like opening on a landing. Through it, conveyors move chunks of giant coal-like embers. People operate stations with tanks of water, pulverizing machines, and something that looks like it sifts chunks of the embers. The workers are dirty and covered in soot. Even their teeth are black and their eyes empty, hard. They wear clothing the color of burned metal and singed at the edges. In the distance, I hear the familiar clink, clink of a hammer and anvil. Shadow Fae, Lee whispers. We all look to Callan for an explanation. He urges us away from the window. She's right. They're working in the forge, mining for metal. He glances over his shoulder. Must be elven metal. Val wipes sweat from her forehead. Does this mean they're making weapons for the Fae, who are also weapons? I wrinkle my brow, confused and alarmed in equal measure. I've seen this kind of metal before. I clear my throat. Looks that way. We have to do something to free them, Kiki says. Soren presses his lips together. Where I came from, in Raven's Landing, Fae were expendable. Whoever is doing this has them hooked on Stigil. Even if we freed them, they wouldn't know what to do. They'd come back needing more of the drink. Stigil? Jurek had the Fae at Rip Jr. drink that. Lea swallows hard, shrinking deeper into her shadow. Back outside, I'm glad the sun isn't bright, but the red suffused gloom is creepy. Soren says, Fae who get hooked on Stigil will do anything to get their fix. Including, it seems, working in mines, extracting those ember-like rocks. Inside is elven metal, they melt it down and make weapons, I say. Mining elven metal is dangerous. Val presses her hand against her mouth. Elves have a special process because the elements in the metal are magical, receptive. They can listen to intentions. Elves project protection and other relatively positive qualities when they work the metal. Whatever is happening here is the opposite. Lea is grayer than usual. I rope my arm around her and pull her to my side, but she doesn't melt against me. She's stiff, sullen. When in the wrong hands, it can provide an undefeatable army of warriors with undefeatable weapons, Callan says. Strictly speaking, this wasn't my fight to begin with, but it is now. A terrible sensation fills me with dread, denser than I've ever felt. It's a sense of loss before the battle has even begun. Elven metal contains a substance for eternal life is in trace amounts. Handling it can extend life, which explains why elves live so long and in seclusion in the East, Val says, adding to Callan's comment. Is this like a Rivendell thing? I ask. Everyone except Lea stares at me. Never mind, I mutter. Is Rivendell a Terra thing? Soren asks. I nod. Val says, anyway, this stuff sounds dangerous. Not only if it falls into the wrong hands, but it can throw everything off. Imagine a Grunder who is invincible? No thank you, Callan says. We need to stop production, Val says. We could sabotage it, I suggest. Lea is a world-class prankster. We should make our move and fast, Soren says. Otherwise... A deep thud, thud, thud comes from nearby, breaking the silence. Everyone freezes, listening. Otherwise, Soren repeats. His eyes dart to Kiki. Callan says, I think we're about to find out. My stomach sinks. I whip my head in the direction of footfalls, approaching at a march. Lee's eyes darken and she stiffens. The others poise for attack. My fists clench and my body tenses, preparing to protect my friends. Over the rise, a battalion of Shadow Fae approach. We left our weapons in Terra. Kiki's eyes flash with fear. I can do karate, but this is overwhelming. Freedom or defeat, Val says. I've made my choice, Callan answers. He kisses her and then shifts into a wolf. Lea stands by my side with a blank look on her face. It's almost as if she sees a place among the ranks of the approaching soldiers. A place where she belongs and is waging an internal battle. Before we discuss strategy, Kiki and Val charge into the Shadow Fae with their magic blasting in every direction. Soren takes to the sky. Despite this, they swarm, soon surrounding those of us on the ground in a gray cloud. We won't give up that easily. The fighting begins with the first sounds of my pounding fists and Callan's growl. Lea stands like a pillar of confusion, as though not sure which side to fight on. I guard her, fending off the Shadow Fae attacking their own kind. They're little more than weapons, given orders to strike. They have nothing at stake. No passion for a cause. No deep driving desire that fuels their triumph. Glandias and the other false kings may have rended the Fae shadows to create the strongest, most indestructible soldiers. But for us, we have a fierceness of will, a yearning for freedom so powerful that we will go to any means necessary to obtain it, especially fight back. So we do. Well, everyone except Lea. She's stationary, lost in a trance, conflicted. Val, on the other hand, is a dynamo. She throws a punch with one fist and the other is a spray of magic that throws back an entire line of shadow Fae soldiers. Kiki holds her own as she dodges, sweeps the legs out from a couple of Fae in one impressive spin, and then punches one in the stomach with frost Fae power. As I lunge to defend Lea, my head whips back, knocking into a Fae soldier's shoulder as another tries to restrain me. The surrounding voices and shouting echo. They jostle Lea as she watches on. This isn't how it's going to go. I'm not going down before I even get started. I inhale, lean into the Fae behind me, draw my knees into my chest, and with the full force of all that's been taken from me, I kick my attacker, sending him careening. His arms windmill and he collapses. I take this moment to break free, strike another shadow soldier with my elbow, and move in to protect Lea. Two more take me on, but as my desire for freedom blazes inside, I become a flame of destruction, launching my fists and landing kicks. All around me, Brawn meets the indomitable spirits of my new friends in a furious demonstration of force of will over might. I call out, cheering everyone on. Even so, there are too many of the shadow soldiers. One by one, we're all captured until only Lea remains, standing in their midst as though frozen. I'm close enough that I take her hand and hold tight. Meeting her overcast eyes, I say, I'll never let go, not even if the enemy drives a stake through my heart. I love you, Lea. She blinks a few times, but I'm afraid I've lost her. Chapter 29. Lea. Glandias appears on the battlefield, looking ghastly in the eerie red light of the Southlands, with her scarred face and bald head. Circling it is a crown with a red stone in the center. I'm locked in a storm of conflict. The abundance of shadow Fae overwhelms that part of me, pulling at me like a magnet. But it's nothing to the love of my sisters, Torren, and new friends. Val and Kiki rescued me, Torren said that he loves me, and the others are willing to fight by my side. I'm torn between what I am and who I am. I focus my thoughts on the light and the promise I made never to forget, no matter how dark it gets. What a delightful surprise. Guests, welcome to my new home. Glandias holds her hands out wide. Val snorts. You should take some pointers from my great-grandmother. Even she has better hospitality than you. Ah, is it Nathina of whom you speak? After the difficulty in Terra, I recently paid her a visit. Got some information from the Library of Memories. Glandias cackles. See, I told you it was true, Kiki mutters. I'm only sorry that the former king of the Southlands didn't invite me over sooner. Glandias adjusts the crown circling her head. You mean Emmerich, your son? Lea asks. Glandias, ignoring me, taps her chin. Now, what to do with the raven shifter, the wolf shifter, and the vampire? She turns to my sisters and me with a wicked sneer. I know all too well what she'll attempt with us. The one rule I always had was to forget the past. I have to break that rule, which means pushing out all the bad thoughts, the regrets, the fears, and let in the light. Glandias approaches Torren and draws a longsword. In 8th grade, when I saw him across the hall, I fell in love. He was walking with some guy from our math class. He tilted his head back and laughed. He always saw the good in people. Even me, even when I wasn't particularly good. It was an unremarkable moment, but I realized then that he was my person. He proved that and more in 10th grade after the attack and every day since. I may be lost in shadow, but I'll tell Torren that I love him when this is over, which means we have to survive. I don't let myself think about anything other than the plan. Not the past, even though it's fodder. Not the future, even though it's fuel. Glandias waves her hand, restraining our magic. It's a heavy, shackling sensation, and much like at Rip Jr. I straighten and my pulse quickens. I have to do something, and do it now. Glandias, I'll come into your order if you let my friends go. Grant them freedom, and I will do your bidding. She tilts her head as though considering this. Kiki watches the crown carefully. Glandias's gaze narrows. The vampire could be useful in the forge. The shifters are useless, but you three, she eyes my sisters and me. I inhale deeply as fiery rage builds within. The thing about fire is it casts light. Just what I need to fight the shadows. Glandias's dry laughter fans the flames. I prepare to tackle her, to destroy her even without magic if I have to. Don't get any wicked ideas, Shadow Fae. You're no match for me without your magic. Listen, the three of you plus one more are part of the prophecy to be the Count's undoing. She shakes her head slowly. No, it's not a prophecy but a promise. You see, I have no interest in him ruling. Yet you wear his crown. The stone almost looks black in the half-light. This was Emmerich's crown, but I suppose it suits me better as the stone amplifies my power. Kiki eyes it hungrily. Not too long ago, I formulated a substance to gain control over the vampires and use their strength to my advantage. I wonder how much it would take to get him to rip out your throats. She angles the sword at Torren. Why are you doing this? Kiki asks. Ah, the old get the villain to explain their shady morals trick. I'm guessing Kiki and I have the same taste in movies. Since the three Fae are instrumental in my rise to power and one of you added to my collection of scars, I'll tell you. When I was young, I was in a fire. My parents didn't survive. I was put into the care of my uncle. Sound familiar, Lee? I shiver and try to find some warmth. He was a cold, calculating man, but saw to it that I received the best medical care to improve what he referred to as my upsetting appearance. Scars covered nearly my entire body, and when I was well enough to go in public, people would whisper and tease. They'd stare and ridicule. She turns sharply. Now I have you faters to thank for new scars. After one of the more difficult grafts on my face, I fell ill and had to spend a long time convalescing. My nurse moved me into the library of my uncle's home because she felt the sunshine in that room would do me good. Glandias paces in front of us, gazing at her troops as though they're her happy ending. You grew up in Terra? Torren asks. Glandias nods. The rays reminded me of the fire that licked and then devoured my skin. But the books, the stories of military tactics and warfare sparked my attention. I consumed them much like the blaze and ridicule consumed me. The books were my antidote, in fact. I began to devise a plan to build my own empire. The poor kid who lost her parents. The freakish girl with the melted skin. The one who discovered a rune in a book that led to another realm. It made me believe that my triumph would come from strategy and power. There were a few detours. I studied to be a mage, had a son, returned to Terra for a time. And now you want to destroy it and rule the Borean realm. Kiki narrows her eyes. That puts a tidy little bow on things, doesn't it? Glandias says. I will see these troops rise to their potential. She gazes out at the lines of Shadow Fae with their eyes clouded over. There is just one little hiccup. Count Vlad is posing a problem, hidden away somewhere in the realm, and I'm relying on the three of you to lead me to him. Why would we do that? Val asks. Glandias tilts her head with feigned curiosity. Cooperate or your friends will pay. She approaches me with sure footing, and her nasty smile wrinkles her scarred cheeks. The fire within blisters and burns. I don't do anything to extinguish it, and glare at her. The others know better than to try to fight me, Lee. But I suppose you can't be blamed for your behavior, considering you're little more than shadow. Now let's see. There's Soren, the fatherless son of the fallen Raven Kingdom. She paces past him. We have Callan, who's little more than a cursed wolf shifter. She sneers at him. Do you mean a night howl? Torren asks. By the grim expressions of the others in response, the answer is yes. Learned about them in class at Rip Jr. There's a sanctuary to break the curse in Concordia where the Alpha Guardians are. Torren shrugs. Glandias dismisses Torren's interlude. Of course, the newest member of your little crew, the vampire, Torren. We'll finish our tests later. This leaves me with the three Fae sisters. There's really no sense in prolonging this scenario. Anik, Valora, and Lika, I command you lead me to your father. Glandias uses our true names. Kiki and Val slouch and their expressions slacken. I recall Emmerich using my name, how I bent to his will, feeling a pull that I couldn't resist. This time, I don't feel the fog or the sense that I'm slipping into a dream. Kiki reaches into her pocket and produces the compass. I need the stone from your crown. Her voice is robotic. Glandius's eyes widen and she snatches the compass, quickly removing the stone from the crown and popping it into the empty spot indicating south. She turns in a circle as though trying to make sense of the spinning needle in the middle. She flashes a glare at Kiki. Make this work. My sister holds out her hands. Only one of us can use it. I don't trust you. Glandias puts it in my hands, likely because I'm already in shadow. I blink slowly, keeping up the ruse. Lika, use the compass. Led me to your father. I force myself not to flinch when she says father. Doesn't she mean Count Vlad? I study the compass as though reading something important. When we first met, Kiki explained that the compass served 4 purposes. It can take you where you'd like to go, lead you to your heart's greatest desire, to the location of the 4 missing stones in each of the pockets, and to its owner. I turn in a slow circle like Glandias did moments before. The needle lands on Torren. He knows where to go, I say robotically, mimicking Kiki. The scab? Glandias scoffs. I extend my hand to his. Torren, the iron bracelet will take us where we want to go. He tilts his head slightly and his lip quirks like he understands. With one finger, I subtly trace the rune of passage on the bracelet around his wrist, the one I gave him and he used to get back to the Rip Jr. campus when I went on the fool's errand for Jurek, who was actually Glandias. The mage steps closer, peering over my shoulder. Meanwhile, the others link hands. Although Glandias will figure out where we went since she gave me the bracelet, it'll buy us time. That is if it works. But she can't be touching me or we'll take her with us. I draw on the taste, the texture, and the essence of my light. I feel for it in the ether. There's a silver thread. I grab onto it in my mind, pulling it closer, hand over hand. The more I pull, the brighter it gets, turning golden, blinding. I inhale and then whirl, using it to blast Glandia's back. I press my finger against the rune and shout, now. We slip into nothingness, spinning, swirling, lost to space and time. I keep hold of the golden thread, not willing to let it go. I want my entire Fae self back, light, shadow, and whatever is in between. Darkness fills my vision as I land on stone and hit my head. Chapter 30. Lika. Voices float into my mind. They belong to my sisters. No, don't think about it as running away. Rather, we're delaying the fight. We need to find our 4th sister, Kiki says. What was that about our father? Val asks. Whatever. Glandias doesn't know what she's talking about, Kiki says dismissively. But I do. I wiggle my fingers and take a deep breath. I feel lighter somehow, even though my body aches. I think she's waking up, Torren says. My eyes flash open and land on him. I wrap my arm around his neck, pull myself to sitting, and then sink into his arms. I feel the fullness of his worry, his fear, and his strength. He holds me tight. Almost too tight considering his vampire strength, but right now I don't mind. It's the one thing keeping me from floating away on what are sure to be crystalline fey wings. Throughout my body, I feel the light is back. It's like rubies and emeralds, silver and gold. It's the richest feeling, one I never realized I had until it was gone. Torren pulls back and rakes his hand through his hair. You okay? I have the notion there are students watching this spectacle here on the RIP Junior campus. The riddle of fear and reverence threads through the crowd. Like petals of a dry flower, the events in the Southlands unfold, returning to me like a dream. A combination of dread and victory vie for domination. I know what happened, but can't quite get a measure of what it means. My sisters gather around me. Kiki gives me a side hug and whispers, "We sent Soren in raven form to find Heather. We have to get out of here because Glandia's is sure to turn up. And we need to get our weapons." Val gives my shoulders a squeeze and then helps me to my feet. "We need to make a plan to find our other sister," I say. Kiki takes out the note from the demon. I think her name is Elsie. I keep reading and rereading this thing, hoping some clue will jump out at me and make sense. "Well, you have the third stone." "Well done, by the way," Callan says to me. "I didn't really do anything." I shrug. "You deceived Glandia's, you tricky unseelie fey," Torren says with warmth in his voice. "And I'm guessing she's not going to be too thrilled about that." "Meaning she'll be looking for us and bent on, well, let's not think about that." "I really didn't like the way it felt when she used my true name," Val says. Kiki passes the note around. "Tell me if we've missed something." Callan shrugs. Val reads it once, twice. I stare at it for a long time, recalling the poem Aina gave me. Had I known she was my mother, I would have paid more attention. Although, I do remember a lot about her. She smelled like sugar and snow. Her eyes were spectacularly lavender. She had the sweetest voice, always wanted to know about me and my life, hobbies and interests. She was one of those people who genuinely listened. Looking at Val and Kiki now, I realize although I didn't get the entirety of her, I get pieces of her in my sisters. Torren looks at the note over my shoulder. Demon's shadow thieve while the Fey court grieve. 4 sisters to find. 1 compass to bind. 4 crowns to take. 1 curse to break. Before 12 moons turn, else the realm will burn. He blinks a few times and I sense his gears turning. Hang on, Val says. Didn't you mention that the compass can lead us to each other? Kiki nods. Yeah, Vespertine said that, but it seems more of a theory. The compass got us to the Westlands, but I was drawn to you, I think, by the snowflake necklace. Lee, you were another matter. Outside of Borea, the compass wasn't much help. I was drawn to New York City, and we did a search in the police database. But you were obscured while at the reform school. We got word about the facility where Glandia's, and before her Emmerich, were keeping Faye and thought maybe you were there. It was only when I got to that building that I knew you were somewhere inside. Funny that she ended up in the back of that war wagon, Callan says. Humvee, I correct. Hummingbird? Val asks. Torren and I laugh, then he stops abruptly. He points to the note. Look. It's like there are letters beneath letters. He takes it from my hand and holds it up to the floodlight. It's as though another message is imprinted on the paper and only made visible against the contrast of the light. What's that say? I trace my finger along the lines, trying to make it out. Kiki asks, is it another message? Initials, maybe? I say. Nav, Torren says. It's almost like there was a wax seal embossed there, but it came off. I think you're right. Kiki holds up the compass and points to the etching of the letters on the back. A Nav. Could be a coincidence, but... But it could mean something, connecting the note and the compass, Torren says, ever the fan of riddles and puzzles. A Nav, he mutters. I let out a shaky breath. We have to find our sister, Kiki says. I turn away and then move in a slow circle, glimpsing the administration building, spray paint, knife marks tearing up the wall, and general disorder. It hardly seems like my time here was real. Since meeting my sisters and learning about the curse, traveling to another realm and escaping Glandias, everything has sped up, intensified. We've got company, Callan mutters. The crowd moves closer as students appear from various parts of campus, likely overhearing the commotion of our sudden arrival. The Fae here are also in danger, I say. We'll tell Heather. She'll do what she can. Although the police probably saw the Grunder. They likely have supernaturals on lockdown. Kiki's lips form a thin line. Maybe Uncle Ivan can help, I say. You look brighter, she adds, noticing exactly what I feel. We're just barely out of the beam of light cast by one of the giant security lights on campus. I've never heard of a shadow fae, well, no longer being lost in shadow. And an unseelie fae at that. Val arches an eyebrow. Impressive. I chose to let it go and I chose to reclaim my light, I say. It gives me hope, she adds. From the gathered crowd, Emilia gives me a little wave. I wave back. Cole and Felix leer. I imagine Aaron, Torren's roommate, would like to be reunited with his inner light too. Although I can't say it was easy. We have a fight ahead, and then the Shadow Army is going to have to fight for what's theirs. That gives me an idea. Headmistress Jurek, presumably the actual woman and not Glandias the imposter, storms across the lawn. Her sharp bob slices the air with each step. I'm instantly suspicious since she was working against the Fae with Emmerich before she was captured. Leave Vladikov, come with me. I tilt my head. Her expression sharpens. Yes, the others too. She must have told the police what happened. I completely forgot she was locked up somewhere. Could she have had a change of heart? Doubtful. She had files with biographies of all the Fae. And me. Torren runs his hand down his face. Can we trust her? Callan asks. No, I say. But right now, I don't think we have much of a choice. Glandias is probably on our heels. As we walk toward the building, Soren asks me, so I take it Glandias's use of your true name couldn't control you. Power of will? Unseelie rebel? I shake my head. She had me good, Kiki says. I would have brayed like a mule had she asked me. Me too. Val hangs her head. I think it was because I was a shadow fae, but even then, in that state, it was an ever-present feeling of disconnection. I was numb. Lost. I can't explain it, but the feeling lingers. So there's no destroying the shadow fae, but they can be reunited with their shadows. Torren grips my hand. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, I reply. We exchange a private smile. Can you guys read each other's thoughts, like how shifters can communicate? Callan asks. Like how you and Soren were doing when we first met in the Humvee? Torren asks. He nods. Nope. We just know each other really, really well. I squeeze Torren's hand back. The others start up the steps after Jurek. I pause and lift my gaze to meet Torren's. We have a long road ahead, but I like the way you think. Oh yeah, he asks. If you're also thinking about pie, then let me have it. All of it. Apple pie, peach, banana cream, pumpkin, pecan. Remember my mom used to make some mega crazy recipes? Butterfinger with a graham cracker crust. There's an awesome Elvis recipe she had with peanut butter. That was my dad's favorite. She made Mississippi blood pie for Halloween one year with cherry syrup, of course. It was delish in a dish. Tieren's smile falls. But I guess I can't have pie. I lift my eyebrows in question. You may have gotten your light back, but I'll always be a vampire. I'm sorry, there's no reversal or redemption for that. But maybe Ivan will figure something out. He did invent those dissolvable blood pellets after all. Blood for life. Tieren pumps the air. We laugh at the irony. Actually, I wasn't thinking about pie. I lift my chin. I was thinking about how to end the Shadow Army, but now I'm distracted. His eyes are twin stars that will always lead me home to comfort, laughter, to everything I need and want. I melt into him. He wraps his arms around me. His embrace is a promise never to let me go, but also assuring me he'll never hold me back. I return it entirely, fully. For a long moment I forget everything else, awareness fades, and it's just the scratch on his cheek, the rough tousle of his hair, and the contour of his lips. You have really sharp teeth, I say. Better to bite you with? He smirks. I'm kidding. I would never. I know, but funny how it's always been us against the world and now it is like, for real. He smooths his hand down my cheek. I couldn't think of anyone I'd rather wage an epic battle against supernatural powers with. I playfully swat him. He catches my hand and gives it a kiss. You know, I've wanted to do this for a long time. What? Fight with swords in real life. He shakes his head. I mean be with you. Like this. His hand travels to my low back, and he pulls me close with surprising strength. Actually, it shouldn't surprise me at all. He's built from working the forge and now being a vampire, but still, he's my dorky best friend and I wouldn't want it any other way. The truth is, Tieren and I fit together, two unlikely parts of a whole, always have and always will. As if reading my thoughts, he smiles and our lips crash together. We kiss for love. We kiss for freedom. We kiss for the future. His mouth is warm and soft, a welcome oasis amidst so much difficulty. I press myself against him, trying to absorb whatever it is that makes me love him. I need it right now. I need it always. You're courageous, he whispers. You too. And because I want to prove it's true at last, I say, I love you. He repeats the words, I love you, and we kiss one more time before we go inside to face the future. Are you a fan of fantasy and magic? Page-turning mystery and danger? With a splash of romance? Join my newsletter to receive a free bonus segue scene that chronicles what happens when Kiki, Soren, Val, Callan, Lea, and Tieren return to the RIP campus and then set out on their next adventure. Then come right back here because you can read the first chapter for Fae of the East. Already a newsletter subscriber? Don't worry. You'll have access to this as well, just be sure to check your email for dispatches from me. Want to read about the fourth sister, Elsie, and meet Asher in the Eastlands? Wondering whether or not the gang breaks the curse? Read the first chapter of the fourth and final book in the Court of Crown series, Fae of the East. Chapter 1. Elsana. I turn away and roll my eyes, busying myself with the task of cleaning up after my cousins as they get ready for the Thunder tournament. Elsie, you missed a spot, Nasrin sing-songs. I return to the mirror and touch up the pink rouge on her round cheeks. She narrows her lavender eyes at me. You never do things right the first time. If the situation were different, I'd retort with, why is this my job again? The crown is off-center. Just a little to the left. Sadira puckers her thin lips with disapproval. I adjust the band of woven flowers on her head and force a smile. Clearing my throat, I say, you both look lovely. I'm not full Fae. I can lie. They make me work, sweat, and run down my patience by rubbing in the fact that I didn't receive an invitation to be a spectator at the tournament. Even if the Mercast were allowed, there's no way my cousins would participate. They're too, well, girly. Don't get me wrong, I love a gown and curls as much as the next person, but to be more specific, Narrated and Sadira are too lazy, self-absorbed, and obnoxious to perform the tests of skill, cunning, and strength at Skelling Hall. And that's saying something, since the Fae are second-class citizens in the Eastlands, forced to work to support the Elven Kingdom. This makes most of us strong and resilient, but somehow my cousins ended up sassy and sluggish. Must be the unseelie in them. Every year, the Elven Lords like to remind us of our status by allowing some Fae, or Mercast as they call us, to attend the tournament. Mostly so they can flex their muscles in a show of might. "Father," Narrated calls to my Uncle Drod as if she expects a response. "Don't I look beautiful?" She twirls into the front room of our humble cottage. Like every day, he's in the chair by the window, waiting and watching as if my aunt will suddenly appear down the lane, her cheeks rosy and her smile wide with excitement at her return home. She went missing on my birthday. He's hardly moved in the time since. Naturally, my cousins blame me. Sadira dashes into the room, barges in front of her sister and says, "This dusty pink looks gorgeous on me, don't you think?" He's unresponsive. I never knew my twin, and wonder if all Fae pairs are as competitive and annoying as these two. They start toward the door to make the long walk to the castle. Both turn and give me a persnickety little wave. "Too bad you can't join us, Elsie," Sadira says. "We'll be sure to tell you all about it, especially about King Asher," Narrated adds. "I'm sure you will," I mutter. As horrible as the king is, he's equally handsome, which is to say extremely handsome because he's extremely horrible, not that I care. I release a long-held exhale as they scuttle down the lane and out of sight. Before going to my room, I freshen the cup of water next to my uncle, lay a knit blanket over his lap, and squeeze his shoulder. My cousins were always horrid, but my aunt and uncle were my saving grace. Thinking about it now, I wonder if Narrated and Sadira hate me because their parents treated me like their daughter, even though I'm not. The thought stops me in my tracks, but so does the creak of my bedroom window. I slowly push open the door, sighting my bow and quiver hanging on the hook on the wall. My hand slaps against my chest and I take a deep breath as Hattie falls tail over teakettle onto the floor. We both laugh as I help my best friend up. "They're gone. You could have used the front door," I whisper even though I don't need to. "This is more fun." Hattie lifts and lowers her eyebrows, then one arches. "Wait. You're not dressed. Don't tell me you were helping the terrible two instead of preparing for the best night of your life." I sigh. "I'm not sure we should go through with it." Hattie trips over the woven rug and catches herself on the edge of the bed. I hope it's not because I'm the clumsiest elf in all of Alfheim. "No, of course not. I know you can lie since you're not full Fae, but don't you dare. I'm clumsy, terrible with an arrow, and can't brew a potion to save my life. Thankfully, I have you, otherwise I'd be dead." Even though friendship and any form of relationship are forbidden between elves and Fae, when we were both still knee-high to a meadow skipper, I found Hattie elbow-deep in a container of poison berries and had to save her life. Growing up, the terrible two were granted admission to the Fae school because of their full Fae status. Meanwhile, Aunt Ella had to bring me to work with her at Skelling Hall. Little does anyone know that I learned the Fae art of glamour magic when I was very young and studied beside the king to be disguised as an elf. Or the king at present. And the terrible two have nothing on the madman he's become, which is why we've hatched a plan to get me in front of him. Hattie shoves a uniform at me, takes my bow and arrow from the wall, and then brandishes the invitations. Just like the rest of the elves when they come of age, they gave me an open spot in the tournament. And by me, I mean you. Now come on, we've been planning this forever. She narrows her eyes and presses her lips together, trying to look fierce. We both burst into laughter. Inside, I know why she's doing this, apart from the fact that she knows that little old me, a lowly Fae, can win the tournament. If I can get an audience with the king, I stand a chance of finding my aunt. It's a long shot, but I'd do anything to get her back. Elves are warriors and many of them are trackers, but no one is as skilled as King Asher, meaning he can find Aunt Ella. There's also no one I should avoid more. Then I'll do what Aunt Ella asked me to do. After I put on the fitted leather pants and top, Hattie surveys my glamoured appearance. I look just like her. I've glamoured her to look, well, less like herself to avoid raising suspicion. The ears are perfect. Maybe a touch more silver to your hair. She smooths the long locks back. I smirk. Elves have tipped ears, and the ones with the purest blood have almost silver hair. Hattie always wishes she had a little more of that hue in hers. I don't want to draw too much attention, I say. Hattie cocks an eyebrow. Oh, but you do. She has a point. I aim to win the tournament, and my aim has always been true. We step into the night. The moon spills milky light and the stars sparkle bright. It's usually comforting because it's the same sky under which my mother once lived and my aunt, who I hope is still alive, but something feels off. Like the winds are shifting. The snowflake necklace feels especially cold against my neck, like the way ice can burn the skin. I shiver. It was a gift from my mother, and I've never taken it off. Do you see something? Hattie asks, referring to my special ability, the one that only she and the king know about. No, I reply. Just a grim night. Aren't they all? Elves aren't particularly family-oriented, but Hattie lost her father to the mines when her mother was still pregnant. Elves typically live especially long lives, but years later, her mother drowned. This is another thing that brought us closer, we're both orphans. In the case of Hattie's mother, I think it was partly the clumsiness they shared as well as heartbreak. I felt pieces of her shattered heart drifting away in the water when we found her. My second sight isn't so much actual vision, though I have seen scenes of what could be. It's more often a sensation. The best way I can explain it is I feel intentions. And right now I sense of the winds of war brisk against my skin. Then again, I'm sneaking into Skelling Hall on the eve of the Thunder Tournament. We skulk past the Mercast dwellings, the poor fae who've been oppressed during my lifetime. It wasn't always like this. The current king's father took a grim turn and laid siege to the court of Bronze and Blade. Then his sons took over, ruling with yet grimmer power. They closed the Eastlands off from the rest of the realm. And the ruling elves grew in wealth, renown and power as demonstrated by the splendor of Skelling Hall. Lanterns flicker, leading up the long winding path to the fortified sandstone building. By day it's golden, but in the dim light it's chestnut, almost bloody looking. Elven metal and crystals mined from the earth form fanciful flourishes, winding like vines around the exterior, along with actual vines also blooming with bold flowers. Elven guards stand with seeker spears along the footpath and drawbridge. I take a deep breath and press my shoulders back, feeling the fighter in me coming forth. My magic surges under my skin, but I reinforce my glamour because there's no way they'd let a fae pass through their esteemed gates, reserved solely for elven gentry and warriors. Hattie poses as my attendant, and a thin sheen of sweat pierces her brow. Even if she were skilled in the tasks of the tournament, our roles could never be reversed. The Mercast are forbidden access to Skelling Hall. Even though my cousins crowed for weeks about their invitations, they'll be watching from the distant stands along the farthest reaches of the amphitheater. The corners of my lips lift because with any luck, they'll be watching me. I can't deny that even if they don't realize who I really am under the glamour, the fact that I'm skilled enough to compete against the greatest elven warriors brings me a deep level of satisfaction. Hattie's jaw drops a measure at the sight of the rainbow tapestry woven around a larger-than-life portrait of the king. I won't lie, the sight of him with his strong jaw, piercing gray eyes and proud brow is both awe and fear-inspiring. But it's nothing to the man who stands regally only a measure away. He wears the bronze cloak of the king, and the elven metal sword that's a mercurial shade of silver hangs at his waist. That's all I let myself see as he scans the room, ever the tracker. Before his eyes land on me, I turn to Hattie. She staggers back. With quick reflexes, I catch her before she careens into another warrior, who looks like not only would she rip someone's throat out, but likely she has. There's no way King Asher would recognize me, but my heart hammers in my chest. I shuffle us forward, past the gigantic statues of former elven kings cast in stone and asleep on their thrones. There's a legend that they can be woken up by the current king, if threatened by war. I wonder if they'd want to leave the Sea of Dreams and return to battle. As it is, this is the one time a year the king opens the castle gates to the people. I can't get distracted, intimidated, or fall off my game. I have to find my aunt, and maybe that will bring me closer to getting answers to the questions I've finally gotten courageous enough to ask. Skelling Hall was like my second home for many years. I was supposed to shadow Aunt Ella in her work and someday take her place. Instead, I'd sneak off and pose as an elf, following their lessons, learning their history, and training as a warrior. There's no way she didn't realize what I was doing, but never asked me where I was or what I was doing. It's like she wanted me to learn their ways. I regret not helping her more. The night she disappeared, she told me I had to save us from the king. Then she was gone. Lost in thoughts of that horrible memory, lightning crackles in my veins as I look up to see King Asher gazing at me from his handsome masculine face and with those charming, cunning gray eyes. But in his expression, I see thunder as if, like me, he knows what's coming. Keep reading. Fae of the East.